A future built on clean, sustainable, and green energy. Energy invisible, gaseous, and renewable. Energy that will travel further, reliably and effectively. This is the future we at DESFA envision, creating the conditions starting today to make it come true. With the know-how of our over 600 employees and the dynamic of 1,466 kilometers of high-pressure pipelines, 55 metering and regulating stations, 6 operation and maintenance centers, and 1 LNG terminal. Through key energy infrastructure projects, we ensure alternative supply sources and open new energy routes. We form strategic alliances that expand the hydrogen value chain, strengthen the security of supply for the country and the wider region, turning Greece into an international energy hub, and further build up our expertise, providing services to one of the largest LNG terminals in the world. At the same time, we develop the Greek natural gas market through our participation in the Hellenic Energy Exchange Group. In DESFA, we shape the next day of energy for stability, growth, and a better quality of life for all. Because in energy, as in life, the future starts now. DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. EcoElas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. EcoElas, green present, clean future.
is the new force in the energy sector in Greece. As a sustainable networks company and a member of the Italgas Group, we leverage know-how and innovation to build a more sustainable energy future. Through ENG EDA, Hellenic Gas Distribution Company, we provide reliable and secure access to natural gas for hundreds of thousands of consumers, and we continue to expand across the country. With cutting-edge technologies, we transform our networks with smart meters and innovative solutions that save energy and promote efficiency. We are investing in clean, sustainable solutions such as biomethane, actively supporting Greece's green transition. For us, sustainable development also means social responsibility. We support vulnerable social groups through volunteering activities. We collaborate with educational institutions and develop skills. We undertake initiatives with a positive social and environmental footprint. With vision, commitment, and action, we build the energy of tomorrow today.
ENG, engineering the future. If you are an owner, APC contractor or an engineering company, ENG are your partner of choice for project management and multidisciplinary engineering services. We are an international consulting and engineering company with more than 30 years of experience, specializing in multidisciplinary engineering services for the energy, water, infrastructure and industrial sectors. ENG work alongside owners, EPC contractors and consultants to provide effective solutions. As experts in composite pipes and structures, oil and gas, power, industrial plants and water infrastructure, ENG will work with you from project inception throughout the entire engineering cycle. From the concept design stage through to front-end engineering designs, to detailed design, construction drawings and assistance on site, ENG will provide innovative solutions for developing state-of-the-art greenfield projects, as well as for expanding, streamlining, debottlenecking and upgrading existing plants and infrastructure. Our clients enjoy the benefits of working with ENG in today's market where value is key. Speak to us today.
Αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. Θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow.
It's all over the news. Tech companies are becoming energy giants, banks are becoming software companies, and fast food is getting into wellness. At PwC, we're making sure you're ready for what's next. With AI that's built for how your business works, we're designing built-for-you solutions with tech titans and trailblazers. And our 370,000 professionals are taking on the knowns, unknowns, and never saw that comings that are definitely coming. We're in it with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
Καλημέρα σας, αγαπητές φίλες, αγαπητοί φίλοι. Παρακαλώ.
Good morning, dear friends. Please come into the room, anyone who's outside, so that we can start. We already have the Minister here with us. So, officially good morning to everyone. Welcome to the third hydrogen conference, Hydrogen and Green Gases conference organized by Energy Press. After the last two very successful events, I believe that it is now a well-established conference with its being an annual reference point in the industry, and this is something that makes us very happy. Having an event that becomes a platform for expressing views and also having discussions that move us to the next day. As you know, all Energy Press conferences are primarily working conferences. These are not conferences based on a kind of sort of they do not have like a celebratory character, but it's more about a working conference that moves things forward. That means that we have speakers, both Greek and foreign, and academics, and representatives of the market who try to discuss in depth many of the subjects that concern the present and the future of this very critical hydrogen and biomethane and green gases industry. I believe that the circumstances in which this conference is being organized is very special, not only because of the geopolitical developments that determine also all energy matters, but also because for this particular industry we also have developments both on a European level, where we could say that we have rationalization of things both on a regulatory an institutional level, but also on an entrepreneurial level, but also on a national level, because so it's just yesterday that we've had the new bill in Parliament for the new institutional framework for hydrogen, but also for the promotion of biomethane. I would like to thank particularly all the distinguished speakers that we have the honor of having here in this event. From Mr. Tsafos, the Minister, who we would like to welcome, the politicians, academics, business people, and all other players in the energy sector. Would also like to thank our sponsors, and particularly the platinum sponsor, Hellenic Hydrogen, who've supported this event from day one. Would like to ask all speakers to stick to the time allocated. We're hoping to stick to the planned timetable, and we will start by the Regional Director of Western Macedonia, Mr. Amanatidis, who we would like to thank for his presence and his support. Mr. Amanatidis, please do come to the podium. Allow me to greet everyone, dear Theodoris. I've been following you for the last 20 years. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the issues that are going to be discussed here today in this conference, I believe that concern, many of them concern my region, Western Macedonia, an area that is undergoing a transition phase and is looking to find a strategic position in the energy map and the development map of the country. Western Macedonia was a big part of the energy map when 75% of energy was produced in Western Macedonia, and allow me to say that Western Macedonia is responsible for the development of tourism and the development of industry, etc. So therefore, when it comes to energy matters, it needs to carry on being the focus through investments, through technical expertise and investments, but also through differentiation and a new sense of entrepreneurship. Our area as an area of exercising energy policy in previous years must become an area for the development of development policy, which of course energy plays a very important role in Western Macedonia, and especially when it comes to coal production. We need to transition to the development into energy-related investments, and this is the great change that we need to see, and this is why we adopt and we embrace all the different investments, and we on the side of all investors, and we try for these investments to become part of many, and that's why often this misunderstanding that we might be on the side of investments. However, every change creates some kind of resistance, and that resistance is always weakened when there is an environment of co-creation, and when citizens feel that what's happening in the area is something that they're actively participating in, and that's when these changes become a productive cooperation. Therefore, we're undergoing a phase of huge change in our production model that's becoming more competitive when we infuse new knowledge and expertise into this model. So therefore, the two different timelines of the change of the production model and the decarbonization, they require a continuous effort, and therefore it needs to be designed and it needs to be planned and implemented accordingly. At this timeline, that's where we need to accelerate our efforts. Dear friends, in our area, there is a vision. We want a region, a prosperous region. We do have the Just Transition Fund, which is now become we also have the...
Υπάρχουν οι πόροι του πυλώνα 2 που είναι οι δανειοδοτήσεις.
We have the first pillar 4 and pillar 2 for investments, and pillar 3 for large infrastructure projects. So therefore, there is willingness to accept all these changes, and many of you are also in the phase of investing in our area. We do have the necessary mechanisms, and also the academic community. We believe that we have them on our side, and it's also connected to the 12 spin-off companies since 2021 that the bill passed about spin-off companies for the cooperation with many of the investors coming to our area. However, we have two hurdles. First of all, we do not have the luxury and the time for long consultation processes, and there is a need for consultation to become a more kind of productive. And another hurdle is, of course, time, because citizens want to be able to see these investments being carried out. So therefore, that's why we are against time. And through this phase that we're going through now, there are two things that we need to manage: the changes that are that we're undergoing, but also the pessimism of citizens. There is a widespread pessimism in the area that nothing is going to happen in our region, and we need to find a way to keep the youth in the area. So therefore, I'm one of those people who is certain that this is going to happen, because I know what planning and design and implementation mean. However, we do need to accelerate all these policies. Today, here, in this very interesting conference, many of the things that are going to be discussed can find the right ground in Western Macedonia. We do support these efforts. We've organized a center investment, where anyone who comes to our region who applies for a building permit can basically submit their proposal, where we have 3 engineers and 1 economist, and they can be certain that in Western Macedonia there is a team of people who can actually look after their investment and their plans. So therefore we need to change. Western Macedonia needs to change. It's undergoing a transition phase. I believe that we're becoming a lot more friendly towards investments, but always taking into account the national specifications for development and investment. We want to be a region that is very close to innovation and technology, and all of you being here, you are kind of part of this innovation environment, and therefore I believe there needs to be a certain convergence between us and you, us because we want our area to be developed, but also because so therefore we have some mutual interests. Both our region and all of you must move forward in a Europe that is moving forward. Therefore, we do want to be key players with you, and we believe that many of you would like to find an area that is welcoming you. So that's why we always welcome ideas and investments, because we have a common future. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Mr. Amanativis. I think this is a great message that he's sending from here, the regional director. This is a common goal. Some want things to move forward for the area to be development. Some people have a more investment interest, and all these things converge towards the same direction. There is a slight change in our timetable because the Minister, Mr. Tsafos, will not be able to be in the panel. Therefore, Mr. Fidikakis and myself, we're going to have a 20-minute discussion with the Minister. And then we're going to move on with the panel as planned.
Λοιπόν, τα πράγματα καταρχάς και
First of all, we'd like to thank you for your participation, and as I said in my introduction, we going through a very interesting but challenging period, and Yorgos, I'd like to start with this. Yes. We might have the ceasefire in the Middle East, and whatever that means for energy products and the various concerns of the market. However, give us your own perspective. Is everything okay? Can you see some dangers? Or if we assume that yesterday's announcement moves us away from the kind of worst-case scenarios, is it still a challenge for the energy market? Thank you very much for the invitation and for the flexibility, and especially with hydrogen and biomethane legislation that's going through the Parliament. We're quite busy. We are following developments very closely, and as you can all see, within 24 hours we've moved on from a worst possible scenario to a lot more positive and optimistic scenario. So I cannot predict what's going to happen in the coming hours or days, but we are following the developments, especially when it comes to the oil market, and we have a downward trend in prices. There's also a lot of spare capacity. in oil. So therefore we have around 5 to 5.5 million barrels of production capacity. So that therefore this is good for oil prices. When it comes to natural gas prices, we've seen prices not going down as much as we expected them to go down in the summer months. It's sort of stuck at around 40. We do have a secondary effect of the recent developments in natural gas. We've seen what's happening with Turkey buying from Iran, for example. We've seen when there are disruptions in these flows, of course, this might have an effect. So therefore, it's not just the kind of more kind of greater scenario of what's going to happen in the future. We're following all the recent developments very closely, and we're ready to take action if necessary. When it comes to consumer prices, are we going to have the same policies that we've seen in the past? So, in other words, well, once they go above a certain level, we start subsidizing. First of all, just if we look at figures, if we see electricity prices, well, at the moment we're at 84 euros in June. In May, we're at 82. In April, I think we were around 89. In March, we were 109. In February, we were 150. So therefore, when we now at 84, talking about measures and policy, I think it's a little bit too early. What we've shown as a government in all these years is that we're going to protect consumers. We're on the side of the consumer, and allow me to say something that's particularly positive, which I don't think it's seen a lot of publicity. What we've seen an important shift of consumers towards fixed or variable products. We see many consumers who just want peace of mind by going for a fixed rate, or some people, some consumers might just say that they take a risk because they can afford it. Therefore, we can see that over time, and especially after the year 2024, that was a transition year, is now moving to products that protect the consumers, and we think that this is something very positive for the market. You mentioned the key word, and that you see natural gas at 40 euros per megawatt hour, and I was just looking at the prices, the wholesale prices for energy, and the differences between Southeastern Europe and the rest of Europe. The whole of Southeastern Europe today is above 90 euros per megawatt hour, and Central and Northern Europe is below 60. You've said that within June we're going to activate a task force that we can see what we can do. When is this task force going to be activated, since we're coming to the end of the month? And if the task force is going to deal with the whole issue of the algorithm that determines the flows. Allow me to kind of give some context to this. After last summer, we believe that Europe reacted with delay, and we didn't discuss in September, October to discuss what happened. And now we're entering a new summer period where there's a completely different approach. In recent weeks, the European Commission has asked for EU member states various details about the different about storage. There is better communication between EU member states. There was also some countries did say that we've so therefore it's not as if we're all waiting for the task force to be activated and have the official meeting so that we can actually do things differently. This is something that's already happening, and I'm going to come back to that. So we've said that yes, there will be a task force today. I had some communication about finding the right date. Tomorrow and in the coming days, we're going to be in Parliament, and therefore it's not really the end of the world if it's delayed by a few days. So therefore, that's one thing when it comes to the kind of communication between the EU member states. But when it comes to the algorithm, There's an analysis that's been made. We're still processing that is looking at the data, and what we're seeing is there are many different degrees of differentiations from the ideal model. And the ideal model is that when there is high demand, then the system sends as much energy as possible. That's in theory, but of course in practice we don't see that, and this is something that we want to discuss. As you can imagine, this is a very technical matter. It's not just an issue of just going and saying, okay, the algorithm. We need to have specific data and specific analysis. So therefore, we look at this, and even at a higher level, where the Prime Minister is going to be at the European Council this week, we continue to put pressure for the political momentum for a single market, both mid-term and long-term, short-term and mid-term. I'd like to now look at some issues which are kind of more concern renewables and strong differentiation between offer and demand, and many of the issues that concern many people about negative prices and curtailments, and the need for taking measures so that this system can become more rationalized. Are you close to taking measures when it comes to priorities and the balance between the different technologies, the PV panels, and the balancing mechanism? And are you close to making these decisions? I'd just like to kind of differentiate a little bit between what's happening now and what we're moving towards. At the moment, what's happening is that we have many PV systems in Greece, and we have zero prices around midday, and we also have curtailments. In any country where we have many PV systems, we see this phenomenon. We've seen it in Spain, in the States, we see it in Australia. So therefore, this is something that we see it coming, and it has come to Greece. For the time being, it's just we see that any country that has such it has curtailments and zero prices. So therefore, Greece is experiencing what has already been experienced by other markets with similar characteristics. That's one. The second thing is that we know this is a situation that we're going to see for many years to come, and that's why the whole discussion about whether the energy model can survive in a market with many renewables. Everything shows that if we continue with this model, we will either have zero price or very high price, and you're just going to fluctuate from one to the other. This is how the current model works. So therefore, the issue here is how do you manage this situation? For me, and because you also talked about connection terms, etc., I believe that what we talk about the saturation of the grid, it's not a saturation. It's more of an economic matter. It just means that sometimes there's excess production compared to demand. At some point, the market will show how much energy is needed and at what prices. So therefore, what kind of curtailments are going to have, what kind of negative pricing are going to have, and for how long. Who curtails and who produces. This is something that is, in most markets, is done through some kind of market mechanism. This is what we want. We want a balanced system based on offer and demand, based on the situation in the market at a given time. In Greece, we don't have all the necessary elements to have this level of rationalization, and this is why we've talked about the redistribution of curtailments mechanism. That's why we have curtailments that are technically feasible, but this mechanism looks at the reality of these curtailments that are technically feasible and converts it into something that it's financially fair. And this is something that we've had feedback from the various authorities, and we believe that we have the right framework in which we can Is this something that is going to be valid from 2026 onwards? Well, is it something that's going to work retrospectively from 2025, or we'll answer when we're ready to answer, when there'll be time to answer. I believe that the plan is already fixed and it's a sort of very good stage. But however, this is going to help. This is not the final goal. The idea is that the market can balance the offer and demand, and this is a wider framework that when we talk about net grid saturation, it's not like if you have like 1% of curtailments or 5% or 10% of curtailments or 20 or 30%. This is not a technical matter, it's more of an economic matter. So therefore the issue is how do you manage, not only on a national level, but on a local level, on a local saturation level. This is a much more difficult challenge in markets like ours that doesn't have any locational signals and doesn't have any local pricing. So therefore it's something that it's not very clear on how it's going to be resolved. But for me, what's clear is that this is just more of an economic matter and not a technical one. And I think the question is, what are there going to be the connection terms for a unit? And what terms we're going to decide what unit is going to be producing at a given time. Do you see the possibility of having some kind of pause in connection terms for a period of time? I've seen many different proposed solutions. I've seen them in some of on your website as well. We haven't actually come up to a particular solution. I think it's more about what's going to be more rational and fair, and also gives kind of a longer term plan of how we can, as a political leadership, we're just trying to find structural solutions to those problems. We want to see what the kind of final objective is. There are many different proposals. We've already kind of looked at 7, 8 different proposals and approaches about stopping the connection terms and redesigning the specifications. We're looking at all the different proposals, but we haven't actually come to a final conclusion. So one structural issue is that the market is waiting for storage for batteries. How can we accelerate these processes so that we can have this antidote to curtailments even sooner? And whether you're thinking to prolong the different tenders for RIE. And I'm not talking about the investment of 4.7 gigawatts. I'm talking about the regulatory authority tenders, which at the moment I think is the deadline is December 2025, and investors are asking for that to be extended to July 2026. I'm going to answer by looking at the question that you just asked, because I believe that there's a certain contradiction, because on one hand you just say how we can accelerate, on the other hand you just say how we can actually extend the deadlines, and that's exactly the difficulty that we find ourselves in. On one hand we want those projects to move swiftly. The Greek government has kind of spent certain money to actually move forward with certain projects, so therefore our goal is to accelerate those projects as much as possible. At the same time, we understand that there are certain conditions which are difficult, and some projects cannot meet the certain requirements. We've talked to the different stakeholders. We listen to their concerns, but we haven't actually come to a decision. As you can understand, what's most important for us is to have storage as soon as possible. And allow me to add something else about storage, because it's worth mentioning that if you look at any market in Europe or around the world, batteries do not kind of make their kind of money through arbitrage. It's only partly compensates, and most of it is through the network services. My opinion is that lacking many of these markets in the country that we need to create. We have one market that where we have many things that sort of come into that market, so therefore we want to encourage storage. We need to have all the different markets where batteries can actually make money out of global markets. So therefore, you talking about having in the stock market new products that can include new services that can pay for the storage services. Yeah, what I'm saying is that if you look at the market, but there is day ahead, there's balancing the market, but there are many other markets where batteries can play a significant role. So therefore the question is to see what's missing in a country, what makes sense for the country to have, and if we can create those markets, then we can give consumers and investors a clearer investment framework in which they can, so they're not only playing for the arbitrage, but they can also offer services to the system. And allow me to conclude with this. If in this framework that you just described, how do you see the role of hydrogen, both as a means of storage, but also strategically, if we look at biomethane and hydrogen, how do you see that strategically, and whether investors work in the area can expect to see some kind of support? Is there anything beyond the institutional framework that's described in the legislation? At the moment, we're talking about the legislation, the institutional framework, because without it, you cannot do anything. That's the first step. I'd like to differentiate hydrogen to biomethane because there are two very, very distinct markets. Biomethane has a very clear role to play, and this is something that we've seen it in many European markets, and especially its ability to be integrated into natural gas networks. This is a very important advantage, and this is something that we'd like to take advantage of. At the moment, we have a biomethane market, and what we've seen in many markets is that at some point biogases is upgraded to biomethane, and this is just a natural flow in the market, a natural development in the market. I think there's an added value for Greece to develop that market. Hydrogen is something different. My philosophy on hydrogen is that we've started in Europe with some very overly ambitious plans when it comes to biomethane. Our approach is that we cannot exclude ourselves from that market, but what we're interested in is to find distinct projects which are A, B, C, production, transmission and consumption, something that has a kind of rationale, and it can have the right levels of support that the Greek government can offer. That's one part. The second part that I would like to mention is the more international dimension. There's been a lot of investment interest, especially from Germany, to import hydrogen. My view is that there is a market. We want to be one of the potential suppliers. This is something very different to production and consumption of hydrogen within the country. It's about the ability of the country to play an important role in a regional market. This is how we look at hydrogen. We're always going to move, taking into account what makes sense in terms of cost and benefit from each investment, because I could say that the main question at the moment that we have as a ministry is that we're looking at many different technologies and many different potential sectors that we can invest in, and we can, as a country, we need to choose a particular solution portfolios that is going to be beneficial for the country. So it's not a case of whether we like a particular technology or not. The question is about if you have to distribute 100 euros, how do you do that in the most optimal way? It's not about who's going to take 10 or 20 or 30. It's about finding how you can make choices and prioritize what's more important, what's more sustainable, and what you can sustain more, and what you can be more competitive in. So therefore, it doesn't mean that if a particular technology does not have the right support, that doesn't mean that we don't want the technology to exist. It just means that we have finite resources, and we need to decide the best possible use of these resources. So I would like to thank the Minister and wish every success with her work in Parliament, and also a good summer, an uneventful summer. Thank you.
Good morning. This first panel on hydrogen and green gases will try to address to what extent and whether these technologies can absorb the oversupply of renewable energy sources and provide a solution to this bottleneck in the market. And although this might seem as a very long-term scenario, there are many publications showing that there is movement around the world. I will keep some points to introduce it into the market. We have 15 projects, hydrogen projects across the EU, 1 billion euros. A second auction by the European Hydrogen Bank that has been covered in excess, and the 15 projects have been announced already. In Spain, state aid of more than 1 billion for 7 clusters of green hydrogen have been in the pipeline. There is good news in Greece as well. 2 new projects of DESFA being introduced into the PCI projects of common interest, Hellenic Hydrogen and the Amindeo project being mature, as well as the draft bill on biomethane and hydrogen being passed into the Greek Parliament. I would like to welcome the CEO of DESFA, Maria Rita Galli, CEO of ENAON, Barbara Morgante, Professor of National Technical University of Athens, Pantelis Kapros, CEO of Hellenic Hydrogen, Mr. Dimitris Triantafilopoulos, as well as the CEO of the Hellenic Wind Energy Association, Mr. Panagiotis Papastamatiu. Mr. Kapros, dear Professor, in many countries around Europe, as the ones I've already mentioned, technologies are being developed. In Greece, the institutional framework has just been passed through and being tabled to the Parliament. Where is this coming from? Is there a problem with technology advancement in Greece? Does it lie in what the Minister already said, or is there any other reasons for that? Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I had the honor 3 years ago to chair a committee that would compile the strategic plan on hydrogen in Greece, 35-40 experts, an exceptional advisory board. And this committee resulted in a 300-400 long page paper, and we were working at the time with the European Commission's mathematics on hydrogen, and there was an era of ambition for hydrogen and biomethane. But the report we submitted was confronted with a hurdle, and that was the change, the shift in the dogma of the green transition within the Greek government. We have to be clear about that. This transition dogma says that in the framework of the green transition, we do not subsidize, we do not support projects if the market does not do by themselves. And this is a fundamental issue when it comes to the development of technologies, not just hydrogen, but all technologies, where through investment you anticipate future benefits from the future technology advancement, from new infrastructure being put in place. It's not just hydrogen, offshore wind farms and many other technologies, batteries, where private investors are always faced with the dilemma how they will have visibility and the certainty about their investment in order to put their money in it and ensure they have a safe market investment going forward. And this is an economic problem that is a typical one. In the economic theory, we call it the case of the positive outwardness. And this means that outwardness, extroversion means that the market themselves cannot resolve the problem. If the state is in position to resolve this issue, well, that would be a case, and the state does not subsidize in the classic meaning of the term, but they ensure the visibility and the outward-looking character of an investment. A state guarantees that the quantities of a new project will be absorbed over the next 15 years, to say, on a fixed price that is tied to the CO2 price, for example. You have and this agreement, this contract for difference, and there is a mechanism of recycling, so to speak, referring to the special duty for reduction of gas emissions, ETMEAR in Greece. And this is not something that burdens the state budget. It is a typical mechanism where the state plays its development role, and this role has been set aside. This is the quintessence of the subject matter. And this does not refer just to hydrogen. I'm referring also to biomethane, to energy saving, heat pumps, offshore wind farms, and various other technologies. Well, not solar power, which is for free, but how much solar power can we build in this country? And this is a fundamental dogma shift. And let me address a second question. Key in the hydrogen economy is its future price, compared to the price of fossil fuels, the so-called cost parity. When cost parity will be achieved, this is key. Cost parity means the same cost for the end consumer, same cost for the two competing products. No matter how advanced the hydrogen technology is, since it is linked to the electricity cost, not the cost of green energy, in order for a green hydrogen or green maritime fuels, green biomethane to be competitive compared to fossil fuels need to be burdened with a significant CO2 cost, and this has to be a steadfast policy of the state. There can be no green transition without pricing, without CO2 pricing. Sorry to interrupt you, we do observe that countries are not willing, and since you're talking about ETS2, if I understand you well, some countries, well, there is ETS1 and then ETS2. ETS2 becomes more stringent. This means that prices will hike in the future. And natural gas used in the industry for electricity power production will have an extra burden on it, whereas ETS2, that it is to come, will have an extra burden on maritime fuel and diesel. And if this is a guaranteed state policy, investors have enough visibility to understand that by, say, 2037, they will have cost parity. If I do have cost parity, I have future, and together with the contract for difference on the guaranteeing the purchase, you do have the two preconditions that would enable a true hydrogen economy in the future. Mrs. Galli.
How do we see in DESFA the potential for hydrogen production for Greece in order to export to Central Europe and Germany? And moreover, have there been any studies on how competitive is the transport of hydrogen produced in Greece to Germany? Could you give us some figures? If
sure.
So, thank you.
First, let me say that, let's say, and listening to what Professor Kapros and the minister said before, that when we look at, let's say, a new technology like hydrogen in this case, we certainly cannot look at it only at a national level. So already looking at it at European level is limited in the sense that we see this development having an important ramification all around the world, and the technology efforts in China will probably lead China to be one of the cheapest hydrogen production in the world. But leaving the world aside, let's at least focus on the European dimension. And when it comes to the European dimension, Europe has and still have, notwithstanding, let's say, of course, some more pragmatic approach that is necessary on the energy transition, a view about the role that hydrogen will have to play. And it's not a role only linked to absorbing excess renewable, because that would be a very limited perspective, but it is a role of the fact that the energy systems need dispatchable energy, need energy for a high heat, let's say, industrial activities, and therefore it's necessary to find a solution with respect to molecules that can be carbon-free, or at least that can burn without producing CO2. Mm-hmm. So in this respect, the investment on the technology is something that is taking place at European level at least. And then, of course, different countries, depending on what is the most relevant technical solution at the domestic level, they have their own, let's say, specific national energy and climate plan. But at European level, we see a continuous strong focus toward, let's say, the development of the hydrogen industry. What does it mean? It means that we need to look at the perspective of where demand and supply will be more relevant, will be distributed at European level, and where it's going to be more economic to produce hydrogen at European level and or to import, let's say, from other countries outside Europe. And in this respect, it's clear, and we have done also a market survey also just last year, that in Greece, the appetite for hydrogen production is definitely higher than the appetite or the need for hydrogen consumption. So we have quite a significant delta between potential interest of producers and what is the current perceived need from consumers. Last year we ran this survey together with Bulgaria, and it resulted on an expression of interest for the production of up to 72 terawatt-hour, to be compared with a consumption indicatively less than half, 32 terawatt-hour. this indicates clearly that the country has a potential surplus. And this surplus has a cost competitiveness when it comes to other producing countries in Europe or outside Europe, which is very significant. In the sense, and we don't have to look at electricity cost, because we need to look at dedicated renewables off-grid, because we are looking at where there is a potential for renewables that cannot have access to the system, because as the minister was saying, we don't have space in the system to absorb additional renewables. So hydrogen needs to be studied and analyzed in terms of competitiveness, looking at, let's say, dedicated combination of, let's say, solar and wind, and partially also some batteries. And this will lead to a cost production at 2040 in the range between 2 and 3 euro per kilogram in Greece. Which, let's say, is absolutely competitive with the hydrogen that can be produced in North Africa. Let's say, today Germany is looking at importing hydrogen from Tunisia, from Morocco, even from Namibia as ammonia, or Saudi as ammonia.
Greek hydrogen will be much more competitive than...
Green hydrogen will be, produced in Greece, will be competitive with these import routes, and will be fully produced in Europe. And this opportunity has been clearly identified not only by the German Ministry of Energy and Europe, not only by the German Ministry of Energy, but by Europe as a whole, because in this respect, the decision of the European Commission to approve 2 PCI with respect to the potential of export from Greece in terms of infrastructure, from Greece to Central Europe, is an indication that the case for production in Greece and export toward higher consumer points in Central Europe, in particular Germany, is clearly identified. And in this respect, we do have the PCI for the hydrogen backbone between Greece and Bulgaria, which was already approved 2 years ago and has been reconfirmed. And the second PCI, that is the one that will allow the connection of our West Macedonia pipeline from Comina down to Igoumenitsa in order to enable the hydrogen produced in Greece to be exported in Italy, and through Italy, through the South Italian corridor, be exported to Central Europe.
The new flagship DESFA hydrogen project.
Yes.
Right.
So let's say this indicates that really Europe sees Greece, and this resonates with what the minister was saying before, not only in the context of hydrogen production in Greece for Greece consumption, but for export.
Okay. However, you mentioned the industrial use of hydrogen, and I would like your comment. What does it tell us, the recent decision by the Europe's largest steelmaker, ArcelorMittal, not to go ahead with green hydrogen projects, despite, if I got it well, 1.3 billion subsidies. What does it show? Is it? Do you concern?
Well, let's say,
what's your take on that?
I really believe that we have been overambitious, and as always, when you are overambitious, you set the path, but sometimes you lose pieces and bits on the road. So it's clear that today, if you are a big steel manufacturer, you want to have certainty with respect to your competitiveness vis-à-vis other countries in the world. So the problem of steel manufacturer is that they need to compete globally, and they need to compete with other countries where CO2 emission prices are completely different. So it is not just a matter of hydrogen per se, it's a matter of how, let's say, the European industries that have this, let's say, environmental legislation applying to that can be as competitive as industry in other parts of the world which don't have it. So I think this is a broader issue about European competitiveness today vis-à-vis, let's say, the cost of the green transition.
Okay. Κύριε Τριανταφυλόπουλε, υπάρχει
τρόπο... Mr. Triantafylopoulos, is there a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, this bottleneck as well as the bottleneck on renewables and the hydrogen bottleneck? Could there be a context, a framework? And I think the minister talked about distinct projects which could be supported and Are these perhaps the pillars you can build on? Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I would like to thank Mr. Panagoulis. I would like to thank Energy Press, because these conferences are really focused on practicalities, aside from their theoretical angle that a conference should always entail. At Hellenic Hydrogen, we always start with what hydrogen stands for, what hydrogen is. Hydrogen is many things, and it all boils down to energy carrier. Hydrogen is an energy carrier. And having said that, hydrogen can play this role, but the difficulty in the Greek system in terms of hydrogen, apart from what the professor as well as Ms. Galli have said, is that things are addressed serially. We should look at hydrogen as a broad range of solutions. We should pick the solutions that are best for our country. Hearing about 600 megawatt of projects in Spain or in Germany. This is not a reality for Greece. Such magnitudes are not affordable for Greece because we lack consumption. I would share Ms. Galli's view. We have to look at what happens in Europe and around the world, but this will take time. I would like to congratulate Ms. Galli's team for the exceptional work they're doing in terms of those pipelines, and this is in the favor of the hydrogen development. What should we do over the next 5 to 6 years? Let me just remind you that the electrolyzer being built by Motor Oil started developing it back in 2021. Within 5 to 6 years, a 50 megawatt plant will be developed that is fully self-sustained in terms of funding. Imagine a second plant of that magnitude and the difficulties that it entails in order to meet the NECP target of 180, 190 installed capacity of hydrogen by 2030. This is June 2025. Can we have 150 additional megawatts that are functional by 2030 based on the current pacing? And you're talking about demand, right? Or just production? Well, I'm talking about both. Demand is one thing. We believe that hydrogen can play many roles. Its role can be the consumer of energy. The draft law makes references, and if you read it on an ad hoc basis, you might be, this might not be clear. There is reference that we should deal with hydrogen as a renewable fuel, other references to manufacturing, the manufacturing industry. We can deploy it in many ways. In terms of energy surplus, I share the view that this is not its key role, but it is a basic role in terms of the energy system in Greece and the situation we find ourselves in. Having an energy grid system and supporting a hydrogen unit is positive in terms of the electricity cost. When you take electricity from the grid, you end up having problems with this complex structure of the market. And although I might have an agreement with a PPA agreement at 50 euros, I might end up paying 80 euros for power. And this makes me less competitive vis-à-vis Africa, Spain, Portugal, Germany, and all other players. So part of this discussion should be about taking hydrogen plants out of the so-called energy market, because this is highly complicated. There are many costs entailed that should not be there for the hydrogen, and this is an extra burden. You're talking about, you're indicating the electricity cost, not just the commission, and of course there are the ETMR or other electricity usage duties. Germany has no levies on hydrogen for the next 20 years in the electricity bill, and we're talking about off-grid systems.
Yes, the draft bill that mentioned Mr. Triantafylopoulos, the draft bill aimed at promoting biomethane and hydrogen has been submitted to the Parliament. However, which do you think, what else needs to be done to improve the framework? First question. As well, moreover, how readily available to, as well smart and flexible is your networks, the ENAO networks, to support hydrogen and biomethane in Greece? And how do you see these technologies evolving?
I mean, thanks for the invitation, first of all. Regarding the law which has been submitted to Parliament on biomethane and hydrogen, it's a first step, but it's not the only one. When the law will be issued, there are many steps to be done. So I expect that Greece will be a little bit quicker than it was in the past, because we need to have a complete framework. RAE, the authority, has to be involved, and other subjects. Therefore, I expect that the next steps will be done very quickly in order to promote biomethane immediately, and also hydrogen in the next future. Some producers of biogas are looking forward which are the rules of the game in order to decide if to transform their plants into biomethane production, and others are willing to know which are the rules in order to invest in biomethane. As far as our network is concerned, for biomethane, we are ready today or yesterday to accommodate the biomethane with natural gas. So no problem at all, and we expect it will be really a very fast process because there's no production of biomethane, unfortunately, in Greece yet. It will be developed as soon as possible. We have performed a study in order to understand at least the current biogas production plants are located in respect to and the distance from our network, and most of them are really close to our network. So also the investment to connect would be very, very simple and quick to be done. For hydrogen, the picture is different, meaning that we have started last year to assess our network in order to understand which are the constraints in terms of blending ratio for the injection of hydrogen. The study is not completed yet, and we are also we also intend, and there is an agreement to work with DESPA, because the systems are connected. We aim to reach the 20%, but probably it will be not in every piece of the network, in any area of the distribution.
As it is in a European level, 20%, right?
Is a little bit less, indeed. We are pushing in order to have them raising this ceiling.
However, do you believe that these technologies need incentives? I mean, how do you think that these technologies can be feasible if there is no sign of for subsidizing by government or some incentive?
I mean, currently the biogas productions are subsidized in some way. So why shouldn't be the biomethane, which is CO2 free, which is a way also to promote circular economy. It also solves other problems, waste problems. So it should be incentivized, or at least to define a way how to promote it in the investment phase, because let's imagine you are a producer of
kind of incentive anyway.
Incentives in the investment, but also in the prices.
Thank you.
Later on.
Κύριε Παπασταματίου.
Mr. Papastamatiu, of course, we're looking forward to your comments as to how you see these new technologies that are being launched. Since we're talking about a theoretical solution in terms of RES uptake and connecting it to the RES framework, and you have presented the Hellenic Wind Energy Association positions on wind energy, I would like you to take into consideration the comprehensive framework, imbalances in renewable energy sources, or the issue, well, the request in terms of connection terms, and the issue that you have raised. Thank you very much for your question. Thank you for the invitation. Based on what I have heard, and not being an expert in hydrogen biomethane, I do understand that renewable energy sources and these biofuels can become a couple. Hydrogen, as already said, requires cheap electricity. Renewables provide cheap electricity. On the other hand, renewables need demand in order to flourish and support the decarbonization of the energy system. These fuels, hydrogen, etc., are a solution to this direction. And there is a synergy, be it both on-grid infrastructure or off-grid, there is such a synergy. Now, it takes two to tango. The problems associated with hydrogen and biomethane have been addressed, and then there are the issues linked with the renewable energy sources, since I am representing the Hellenic Wind Energy Association today. Indeed, as you said, Mr. Findikakis, we presented the updated policy paper on wind energy 2 weeks ago. We tried to categorize our positions in chapters. Let me just joke by saying that we tried to play around with the magical number 3. There are 3 key priorities and guidelines, 9 policy chapters that include 27 measures, 3, 9, 27. The 3 to-dos, first is the energy blend, as the professor indicated. How much solar power should we install? Further on, we need a balance. Our position is that the optimal blend would be 60% wind, 40% solar. The NECP provides for the vice versa, for 40% wind, 60% solar. And one of the propositions we have made refers to providing connection terms based on the wind to solar ratio foreseen in the NECP for 2030. A second guidance direction is associated with the permitting of new infrastructure, because solar powers are faced with a worse permitting procedure in terms of the fossil fuel infrastructure. And this is very this is the good time to address it. There has been a letter from the European Commission calling upon the Greek state to justify the integration of RED 3 and the critical Article 16 that had to be incorporated into the Greek law by last year. This provides for renewable energy sources that demonstrably are supported if they demonstrably support the public interest, and this is of critical issue in order to protect them against other public goods such as biodiversity. And then there is the guideline of dealing with fake news, etc. This is our policy paper. And if we get to resolve all that, we will be able to manage the second part of this coupling. Mr. Kapros, let me turn to you.
Did I understand well from your first intervention, or am I mistaken in understanding that essentially what you see a risk with this biomethane and hydrogen market if we do not move swiftly, given the fact that others are doing that and we don't have a sort of security mechanism when it comes to revenue, that in the future we might be talking about another kind of train that we failed to take, if you like. Yes, one of the things that you always take into account is the development dimension for the Greek industry when it comes to the value chain created around hydrogen and other technologies. We should not believe that such technologies are 100% imported. There is a huge percentage of added value within the country. However, for these technologies to be developed, these technologies that support all these materials, all the kind of electronics, the software, the pipes, the whole kind of mechanism, investments are required, and there needs to be visibility when it comes to the future market. Critical mass of such businesses, some of which are going to be startups within the hydrogen and biomethane industry. This critical mass is not achieved by magic, and neither is achieved through the kind of the free market. This is part of the development strategy of the government. So if we completely move away from that, and we have development all over in Europe, and this is done by, of course, other countries that they just kind of consider themselves poor, if you like, and I'm using the word poor because we're all talking about specific countries. So therefore, the gap between the countries that are investing and the countries that are not investing is going to be even greater. So therefore, we shouldn't just be a hub. We also need to have an added value for the country. And because you also mentioned the case of biomethane and the draft bill, I'd like to point out that the main what's missing here is a particular kind of political kind of stance. This is something that the committee had already had a draft bill 3 years ago, and in all these 3 years we haven't had the right political decision that would basically say how we're going to support biomethane, for example. Biomethane is just slightly more expensive than natural gas, for example. So if we're waiting for biogases units just all by magic to invest, to have the right connection terms and give biomethane to the system, that's never going to happen. So you're talking about the legal framework. Yes, that's why we need the right political instrument. For example, we've proposed a mechanism that is basically the following, that it has certain quotas in the energy mix, and it also gives the ability to the operators to have tenders for the supply of biomethane, a biomethane that can also capture CO2 and it can then be sold to other industries, so for example producing kerosene and synthetic fuel. This this can be done with a guaranteed minimum supply contract, and this mechanism is then moved on to the shippers, for example, the people who actually sell the gas, and this additional cost, this very slight additional cost, is then moved on to the consumer. So where's that policy, which is really essential, which is something that can benefit so many different applications? That's when we would see, if we had that, that's when we would see the private sector being developed, if we had all these things on the table. Mrs. Gali.
We should move faster, move quickly than in the past. Which are these next steps we should take? I mean, the framework...
Yes, for sure. Let's say, I totally agree also with Professor Kapros that we have been spending 3 years without any significant step with respect to the green gases. Let me also say that we are a bit victim to the fact that for a very long time, let's say, the energy policy was electrons, and therefore investing in biomethane implied that methane will keep remaining in the pipeline, and therefore this has been some of the drawbacks that has also justified this delay. What is needed? For sure, a clear incentive system for biomethane production. We can see, let's say, that biomethane is very well developed in many European countries, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We need to look at other examples and define the mechanism, control for differences, like, or let's say, incentive for the production. There are, of course, clear signals with respect to the allocation of cost for connection. But let's say at the end it all boils down to the fact that the state needed to decide the budget that they wanted to allocate to biomethane development in the country. Let's say when it comes to incentives, it's clear that no renewable energy form would have been as it is today without incentives. Let's say if we look at solar, the photovoltaic cost of electricity production went down by 90% in 20 years, and this because it has been heavily subsidized at the beginning. When it comes to hydrogen, this is a very partial legislation that covers some initial production facilities, so it's in the logic, and naturally it is in the logic of the valleys. But at the same time, there is a clear deadline by the mid-2026 by the European Commission on the transposition of the directive, and we think that the sooner the better. There are clear legislative provisions about unbundling and the definition of the criteria for hydrogen network operators that for us are essential in order to keep, let's say, benefiting from the European support we are receiving from the PCI, also in terms of financial support for studies. So we really urge the government to complete the transposition very fast. So certainly in the short term for biomethane incentive schemes that make it clearly viable to produce biomethane, and then connection and transportation on high pressure pipeline, distribution pipelines is straightforward because there is really minimal chemical composition differences which are not relevant, and for hydrogen, which is more long-term strategic, full transposition of the directive.
Master, thank you. Κύριε Τριανταφυλόπουλε, incentive schemes, το σχόλιο της κυρίας Γκάλη, αλλά όλων των...
Incentive schemes is the message of Mr. Gali, and I'm just thinking, what is that would kind of make a company to move on to the investment decision for Amindo? Yeah, I understand that you said earlier that we need to lower our cost, and I was thinking that maybe there is, and it's a question, maybe there is another customer that is better than the Scythia in Kozani. Yes, from the very beginning when we started having our strategic plan, we kind of put Amidio in our focus, knowing that the issue of consumption was our major challenge. And we said that we're going to do the opposite of what's happening in Europe, and especially in Germany, where there is consumption. We're not going where a hydrogen substitute is being consumed and we're just putting a hydrogen unit. We're putting a hydrogen unit and we want to create around it a cluster of consumers. This was the plan for Amido. This continues to be the plan for Amido. Of course, the CHP is not the best possible way of consuming hydrogen, and that's why we have other plans. I'm not going to give more details now, but we might have some good news in September for something else that we have in the pipeline, another possible consumer. However, as Mr. Capro said, the problem is at the two ends. On one end we have the cheap electricity and on the other end we have all the basics that need to be done by the government and the European Union so that when compared to a fossil fuel that we can be competitive. I'd like to remind you that any element of the energy mix is kind of moving within that triangle that has to do with sustainability and the energy crisis. It has to do with energy security and also with affordability. The price of the energy that reaches the affordable price that reaches the consumer. So therefore we all need to move within this triangle without any exception that are favorable to some. Allow me to say that I believe that Greece can be competitive both as an exporter but also internally. We can create units that can meet any consumption needs, but we need to start. Great plans are great, but this draft bill is just a small step. It's just 30 pages that just have some basic elements, mainly when it comes to permits. When in the rest of Europe is moving forward really fast. And why should Spain should be so much ahead of us? Because we have exactly the same characteristics. And even if we leave Spain behind, countries like Romania, the Czech Republic, where they have LCOH, sort of hydrogen LCOH at sort of 15 and 16 euros when we have 5 or 6. That means that they recognize, they acknowledge the importance, and therefore we need to find a way of aligning ourselves with the rest of Europe and not think of hydrogen as something that requires incentives. Hydrogen is something that we do need. We will need more hydrogen. There's no or in the energy mix, there's and. Mrs. Morgan.
A comment for closure?
No,
a comment for closure, which would you...
Yes, as has been said already, the energy mix is an important choice to be done by the government, of course, but we cannot abandon molecules. What happened in Spain recently is a very good example that if you base your strategy only on one technology, you are not resilient. And when this technology is not working, the effects are really bad, let's say. They've lost 2 billion in a few hours. 2 billion euros, of course. There were also the people and many other effects. Therefore, we also have to consider that Greece has an infrastructure, the distribution, the transport infrastructure, which is an important asset of the country that can be used for renewable gases. And this could also be the way not to spend additional investments or balancing the mix and use what is already available. So it's really important that the biomethane and hydrogen regulations, legislative frameworks have to see a boost in respect of what happened in the recent years. Greece is probably the only country in Europe that has no production of biomethane. We all know that biomethane is expanding more and more in all countries in Europe. Is a way of using proper resources of the country, not depending from others. So I would say is a good solution. Of course, the incentive, because at the beginning, the investment the huge investment or the investment prevents some entrepreneur to enter the market. We have to avoid it.
Yeah, however, speaking of molecules, I forgot to ask you, which is the goal for your, in terms of the new connections within 2025 for Enaon in Greece? 50,000, I believe?
Yes, we're close to 50,000 new connections. We are experiencing still high interest from the consumers to connect to our network, so to use natural gas and, in perspective, biomethane and or hydrogen. We are experiencing this high demand, especially in some areas of the country. And I have to say we expect to reach this goal that we set in our objectives, internal objectives in the group, in the Italgas group.
Okay, thank you. Κύριε Παπασταματίου, έχετε τη χαρά να...
Mr. Papastamatiu, you have the kind of pleasure and the honor to kind of close this discussion. Thank you very much. It's indeed a real pleasure. I'd just like to highlight the importance of the development dimension, as mentioned by Mr. Kapros. If we continue to kind of miss out on opportunities when it comes to development in the country of these kind of investments, when and if and when these investments come up, then we will continue to be buyers and importers of such technologies. And I think this was also the case with wind energy. In 1997, Greece tried to produce wind turbines together with Germany, was the second country after Denmark that managed to do that. We managed to have 2 wind turbines in the beginning of 1990s. All the other European companies, they managed to sell technical expertise. So, for example, Spain was based on the technical expertise that they bought from Denmark. They created a huge value chain that even now, despite the development of China, it still continues to be innovative. So this is a missed development opportunity. This is the dimension that I want to underline in our policy. We've talked about the competitiveness and development, and therefore this dimension of all these policies is more to do with the added value and the development of the economy as a whole. Thank you very much all. I'd like to thank you all for following this discussion.
Enaon is the new force in the energy sector in Greece. As a sustainable networks company and a member of the Italgas group, we leverage know-how and innovation to build a more sustainable energy future. Through Enaon EDA, Hellenic Gas Distribution Company, we provide reliable and secure access to natural gas for hundreds of thousands of consumers, and we continue to expand across the country. With cutting-edge technologies, we transform our networks with smart meters and innovative solutions that save energy and promote efficiency. We are investing in clean, sustainable solutions such as biomethane, actively supporting Greece's green transition. For us, sustainable development also means social responsibility. We support vulnerable social groups through volunteering activities. We collaborate with educational institutions and develop skills. We undertake initiatives with a positive social and environmental footprint. With vision, commitment, and action, we build the energy of tomorrow today.
I'd like to thank our distinguished guests of our previous panel. I think it's been particularly important, and we're going to continue when it comes to national strategy in hydrogen and green gases. We now have the pleasure to have a speech by Dr. Kostas Kavadias from Ricardo with regard to the prospects for Greek hydrogen production in Greece, but also the export possibilities, and then we can talk about the national strategy, the opportunities and potential barriers. Thank you very much, Mr. Kavadias, for your participation. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Kostas Kavadias, and I work for Ricardo, and I'd like to present a study when it comes to the prospects for green hydrogen production in Greece. Allow me to quickly move through the cost of competitiveness, and then look at what's happening on the side of demand, the demand for hydrogen. Then we're going to look at the supply side outlook and potential, the economic impact, and then the conclusions. I'm going to start with a cliche. Hydrogen is often seen as the Swiss knife of the energy system because it can cover almost all energy needs. In some cases, it's a good solution, especially for sectors that cannot find any other solutions for their mix, while in other sectors there are other more competitive and more cost-effective solutions that are more likely to be preferred. In this study, we try to look at sector by sector, starting from really low and with a certain degree of realism that is required when we talk about various decarbonization scenarios and hydrogen, to see what we believe is going to happen in Greece. I'm going to start with a slide that you might not have been expected as an introduction, but I believe that it's something that is particularly important and maybe it can also be part of this conversation when we talk about hydrogen, which has to do with the siting of electrolytes. All the different stakeholders have different approaches. However, we've identified three major categories. The first one is grid-connected electrolytes, in other words, the ones that are close to the demand centers, and that way we can avoid the cost gap, avoiding the costly transport of hydrogen. And normally these are coupled with PPAs. The second big category has to do with the co-location of grid near the renewable energy production sites, which burdens less the grid. This might be favorable more for areas with higher potentials for renewables. And the third solution is the siting close to grid nodal points, which not only is going to assist with the local surpluses and the congestions, but will also be able to take advantage of the various balancing and other flexibility markets. plants. This is something that we talked about earlier about local saturations. As you can see, I've asked AI to produce an image, a potential image of a hydrogen valley that combines all these three elements. So therefore it will be an area where the production, the demands and the electricity required for hydrogen are going to be all on one single site, and therefore we have all these synergies together. So based on this, we can see that the cost of green hydrogen is this green range that you can see depending on the solution that's going to be preferred. We can see that it varies in the long term from 2.5 to 5 euros per kilo. For comparison purposes, we also have the grey and blue hydrogen, but what we can see a possible solution for Greece for off-grid hydrogen or hydrogen with PPAs can be around 2.5 to 3 euros. Now, when it comes to the hydrogen demand, we've done some very detailed sectoral projections. Here, for economy of time, I'd just like to summarize that hydrogen is mainly going to be used in the transport industry, either through hydrogen refuels. In the industry, there's also going to be use of hydrogen, but to a lesser extent, mainly because there are also other more competitive technologies. But in sectors such as chemical sector, but possibly for cement, where again there might be a preference for biogas, we can see that this is also a sector that hydrogen technologies can be used, and we can see by 2050 there will be around 18 terawatt hours that we can see as a potential capacity. Now, about other sectors, when it comes to heating, we do not believe that it's competitive. For power production, again, despite the fact that in Greece we have some hydrogen-ready plants that it's estimated that they could consume between 2.5 to 3 terawatt hours per annum, they would probably be more likely to be preferred when there's an offtake of surplus energy. Another possible option is what we call the greening of natural gas. Again, here based on our forecasts and also the national plan, there's an estimated 15 to 20 terawatt hour decrease in the demand of natural gas, and that's where we see a potential of a mix of biomethane up to around 4 terawatt hours as provided for by the national plan, and the rest of it can be hydrogen of synthetic methane. So all these comprise this particular picture for the hydrogen production potential in Greece. At the bottom end of the slide, we have the direct use of hydrogen. Then we have the hydrogen for synthetic fuel. Then we have a potential of around 10 terawatt hours if we believe that there can be some kind of grass greening. That takes us up to around 40 to 50 terawatt hours by 2050 per annum. Beyond that, then there's what we talk about Greece as the country's role as an exporter. However, depending on the investors' appetites and the infrastructures, and also how many production units we want in Greece, there's a ceiling for the production that could go up to 100 or even more terawatt hours. However, as I said, this also has to do with kind of planning and infrastructure. However, the competitive competitive advantage of Greece has to do with cost, but also the fact that there is an appetite for behalf of the investors for production, but there's limited demand. So therefore, this imbalance or the excess that we see now could possibly be, if there were off-takers and infrastructures, could be exported to other countries, either in the form of hydrogen or other forms. All this has been quantified with all the macroeconomic models to see what the impact is going to be for Greece when it comes to the economy. We estimate that we require around 13 billion euro investments up to 2050, and depending on, of course, on what the kind of appetite for exporters can get to 30 billion euros. This could add an added value, as you can see, to the diagram on the left, up to 4 billion by 2050, which will mainly come from production. And it can also create jobs, around 12,000 jobs in 2040 and 2050. To conclude, we have estimated, and we also agree with the national plan, that forecasts of around hydrogen demand of around 40 terawatt hours per annum, only in areas where there are no competitive solutions. There is a significant potential in transport sectors, mainly driven by policies, maybe, for example, refuel, CO2 standards. There is a debate about whether we should green the network. However, this could increase the demand by a further 10 terawatt hours. And of course, we talk about a significant potential of our exports, mainly coming from the very cheap renewables, and the fact that hydrogen is a flexible demand for electricity, and also therefore plays a balancing role, and potentially for storage. So therefore it has all these elements that make it very attractive when it comes to supply. Another thing that I need to highlight that's very important, all the different scenarios, and it was also mentioned in a previous session, they assume that the ETS2 is going to be applied, and which is crucial in diminishing the cost gap. And after the ETS1 and ETS2, we believe that all this is going to be unified, and the price levels are going to create a cost parity for many different hydrogen products by 2050. So otherwise we will not achieve that cost parity if we do not, and the further measures will be required for the use of clean technologies. That's all from me. I believe I've been on time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Λοιπόν, συνεχίζουμε στο πρόγραμμά μας.
Well, sticking to the plan and following this video, I would like in the meantime to ask Mr. Kourakis, Mr. Kadomateas, Mr. Ifandis, Mr. Kondomaris and Ms. Choulaki to come on the stage.
Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Good morning to you all. I would like to welcome you to the next panel. We're going to be discussing about the national strategy, opportunities, prospects and barriers, and we're going to look at the new regulatory framework for hydrogen and biomethane. We have a very interesting panel with us. We can look into the practicalities of the market as well as strategy and policy associated issues. Mr. Dimitris Kardomateas, General Director of CRES, is joining us, as well as Mr. Alexandros Ifandis, who is among others the President of the Hellenic Association of Biogas Producers, and Mr. Spiros Kondomaris, Head of Technical Management at Hellenic Hydrogen. And last but not least, Ms. Despina Jolaki, Senior Manager at Hydrogen and Biomethane Energy Department, Grant Thornton, Greece expert. We are faced with a setting that is geopolitically very tense. Geopolitical situation is also shaping the energy environment, and the developments showcase the significance of energy security and energy self-sufficiency. I would like to start by questions in terms of hurdles, obstacles, and the new and opportunities in the national strategy. I would like to start off with Mr. Kardomateas. Each one of you will have 4 minutes for an initial address. I would like to start with a news piece that I read about yesterday. ArcelorMittal, the largest steel industry of Europe, decided to stop importing hydrogen into steel industry plants in Germany, although it had obtained 1.3 billion euros in subsidies. And the justification was that despite subsidies, they would not be competitive. Let us all reflect on that and think about where we're heading. And in my understanding, all decarbonization industries that are not backed by international agreements are unsuccessful, because the energy industry is a free market that is open to and susceptible to international competition. This means that anything that happens should not make the European market non-competitive. Otherwise, nothing would happen. Industries will move to other countries and will keep polluting. The first takeaway in terms of the industry is that we should not decide on our own. And then there is another important aspect. Steel making is accountable for 8% of the worldwide CO2 emissions. Technology is there based on hydrogen. Nevertheless, it does not go forward because there is no international consensus or coordination. And the second argument raised by the ArcelorMittal representatives is that hydrogen is not competitive because of the electricity, the power prices in Germany. Hydrogen cost is 70% plus and is dependent on energy production, power production that is based on electrolysis. In Germany in 2024, the average wholesale power price was 87 euros a megawatt hour, not taking special discounts for the industry into consideration. In Greece, during the same time, in 2024, the average wholesale price stood at 101 megawatt per hour. This is food for thought. Just leave it there. And it is very obvious what the elephant in the room is and what needs to be done, because hydrogen can provide solutions, perhaps not everywhere and at all times at the same time, in some industry sectors perhaps so, and the transport sector as well going forward, but it has to be also economically viable. Thank you. Thank you. Just a quick follow-up question. As Mr. Tsafos said, Greece has two prices in essence. One, a midday price when renewables are injected into the grid, and one higher price later in the evening. Could hydrogen become sustainable based on the infrastructure that is necessary using these two prices and solve the energy issue as we discussed, or should electrolysis-based production should be 24/7? Well, the latter. If electrolyzers operate just for 10 hours a day, then it does not add up, because its utility factor goes down, and there are other aspects. There are issues that have to do with the life cycle of the power plant. The concentration of oxygen is another issue near the hydrogen electrodes. That is to say that electrolyzers need a steady flow of energy apart from the polymer membranes, where we can differentiate, but if there is a low utility factor, then the data does not add up. I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. Of course, the low or near zero prices do not help for hydrogen to become competitive, but it does help. Now, in terms of the numbers for Greece, I think that Mr. Kondomaris, coming from the industry, who is looking into a hydrogen project, might be more in charge of talking about that. I'd say that in any case, there is an electricity cost issue that affects not just in Greece but Europe-wide, because the electricity model is a European-wide one, and as all reports suggest, we have twice as high prices in Europe compared to China or the US, and this also affects the hydrogen industry. Let me just add that there is an opposite trend in biomethane. Hydrogen is not developing. We might reach 20 to 30% of the European target by 2030 in terms of hydrogen, but we're doing well in terms of biomethane. There is an increase of 20% year on year in terms of installed capacity for the production of biomethane. Because this is a different technology that is not affected by the power prices, there is a dependency of 30 to 40%, whereas hydrogen is 70 to 80% dependent on the electricity prices, and then the end cost is very low. The aid schemes are manageable in terms of the public budgets of the state budget. And this is a very good idea that will take us to our next speaker, Mr. Ifandis will talk about the challenges of the sector. Thank you very much. I would like in turn to thank Energy Press for the invitation. It is a very important conference for yet another time. I think we hear a lot of interesting news here, and as I said in the last conference, hydrogen and biomethane are cousins, but as time goes by, I would say there are brothers and there are siblings. There are differences, but there are also similarities. Obviously, biomethane is more mature, it is ready and is galloping all around Europe, but is also associated with obstacles and constraints which can be addressed in terms of green gases together with hydrogen. What Mr. Capro said, the professor, in terms of state aid was very important. We're hearing about the draft bill. This is a first step, an important one, but nevertheless, truth be told, this is a step that has taken long to materialize, and if it takes even longer, it will not bear fruit. Our association has been very vocal with suggestions and changes that need to take place. Apart from what has been said about the draft law, that this is just the beginning and the results are to be seen as long as the state subsidies are initiated. I think we have we have a starting point that is tied to counter incentives, and we have to reconsider what we see in every technology and whether we want to innovate and take a lead or just follow suit. If we do not end up with a solid solution, we won't have a biomethane plant by 2030. Not a single one. You do not have a magic stick, and you cannot create a magic state aid that will give you a biomethane plant overnight. It takes 2 to 3 years from the establishment of an institutional framework up to the realization of an investment. It is more than energy. Biomethane is more than energy. They should have a twofold approach in that, I mean, the state. And unfortunately, because of electricity and the current institutional framework, they regard hydrogen and biomethane as an energy carrier, not as a solution. Our problem in terms of the technology is not electricity or the cost of whether we're competitive or not, but rather the institutional problem, the institutional framework based on which we build, and the fact that our raw material is feedstock, organic material. If we do not resolve the feedstock price, we cannot become competitive. The electricity cost and compatibility issue of hydrogen is not there for biomethane, but there is another elephant in the room for us, namely organic material. We are at the heart of the bioagri industry. We're something more than just an energy carrier compared to hydrogen. We're more than that because we manage organic waste and we generate digestate that is the future of the fertilizer industry. And there is a second significant role we can play. And I dare to stress, as it becomes evident in the rest of Europe, will be more important than the energy role biomethane can play. At biogas plants, biomethane can be just one, perhaps the least important ingredient compared to other materials, because we as an industry can generate biomethane, generated CO2 that together with hydrogen can produce fuel. We can use our reactors to produce biomethane, and this is an easy way for hydrogen to end up in consumption. We can transform green hydrogen into a compatible fuel. A question that has been raised also on the side of the network operators is that, you know, when we talk about an energy shift in energy in technology, hydrogen can be utilized in certain use cases over the next 20-30 years of the decarbonization path. We will transform our vehicle fleet to hydrogen-powered vehicles. How about households? How do they get hydrogen? They will get methane. What are we going to do with the natural gas network? Trillions of investment around Europe. Are we going to just throw that away and move on to something else? The answer lies in the fact that each technology we are talking about has a specific range of solutions being offered. Together with other technologies, we can manage the energy transition, considering that the off-takers and the industry, because there is no other way around, the industry will pay the price of the transition. Because there is a scheme of passing this cost onto the market, and this will allow for a viable cost to be to result. The question is how the political leadership perceives green gases. Let me just be a little bit critical as to that. Greece has, to a certain extent, overinvested in its national product, that is renewable electricity production, renewables. And Greece has let aside molecules over the last years. They understand that they need molecules. Europe is heading towards molecules. We're trying to keep pace with Europe. We can regain speed, and instead of being laggards, we can use the technology provided by Europe in order to move faster. And attention, with a lower cost, because what has made Europe here a success is being cheaper. We cannot transpose the German framework to Greece. Each country is faced with particularities, and our national strategy demand is that the state speaks to the market and that it develops the adjustments needed for the local market. Let me just stop here. Very interesting. Apart from the energy dimension, there is another critical dimension linked to biomethane, and I guess similarly so hydrogen has a geopolitical dimension in terms of self-sufficiency. And without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kontomaris. Good morning. First of all, let me thank you for being here today and welcome you to this conference. I see many friends and colleagues that have supported us during our 2-year course and our venture, and we have been supported, and this is part of the strategic discussion, by Motor Oil and PPC, the two partners, the two giants coming from conventional fossil fuels. We're very happy to see that 2 years in, after complex studies in terms of this new Amindo plant, we're happy to share interesting input with you that goes beyond any assessment or evaluation. I would like to send a factual framework on my side in order to be able to talk about concrete results. We have a plant being designed and maturing, which is not a plant that will just cover consumption, but will also create a cluster of consumption, and is designed in order to be also export-oriented. This means that we have carried out a comparative analysis of electrolysis technologies, as well as in terms of the subsystems required for the generation of such a plant, such as cooling, compression, or the purification of the gas, and the driver being for the plant to be sustainable and exploit the opportunities provided by the renewable energy sector at an affordable price. We should not forget that 2024 ended up with a curtailment of renewables in the tune of 1 terawatt-hours. We have 6 months in 2025, we have more than 1 terawatt in curtailment. This means, in turn, that if the energy map of Greece's and Europe's was in front of us, going forward, we would see that there is a common denominator for hydrogen and biomethane. They are energy carriers, heavy-duty fuels that can accommodate high heat usages that cannot be covered by renewables. This is a very specific area, scope, that applies to steel industry, to high pasteurization infrastructure, and it is the first time after many decades since the lignite era where Greece can generate a high value, heat value fuel for the first time here in Greece. And this is what drives all techno-economic solutions and options, and has already led us to identify 25 green hydrogen production projects across Europe and 45 additional projects in the pipeline being constructed. We find ourselves in a constant technical and economic dialogue with these projects, together with the flexibility that we bring on the table and the first permitting steps. We have environmental terms being accepted. We have a very good collaboration with DESFA and with IPTO, with the transmission operator, to have them put onto the grid based on the statistics and the data we have available. We know that these plants are on the grid, connected to the grid in Europe that has a deficit in these energy carriers, and they work and operate based on European vendors, suppliers. What are the takeaways based on this input and the technical advancements 2 years in? First of all, Greece is a country where such projects can be developed. Renewable hydrogen development plants, because we have a surplus of renewables, abundant renewables. What needs to happen is a regulatory shift in terms of our access, because the existing market mechanism is not attractive. Secondly, because of its geographical site, Greece has an extended shoreline. This can ensure building electrolyzers in an opposite manner in terms of what we used to know, that is natural gas reserves or other fuel reserves. And thirdly, country is at a location that can support exports. What needs to happen? What needs to happen is a prerequisite of the European Parliament on 19th of June. And the European Commission shares that you have to simplify the delegated act, look into the lines, transmission lines, and how these plants can become economically competitive in conjunction with the existing networks, natural gas networks, and the power grid. Secondly, under these global circumstances, it is not just a matter of an investment opportunity, and it does not boil down to multiplier effects for the society. It is also a matter of national strategy and national natural gas reserves. Countries should have sufficient heavy-duty fuel reserves, and therefore there is a common denominator with biomethane. This is why we'd like this discussion to be done based on this common denominator. Let me just add by closing, in terms of incentives and the scheme. No new technology could work without support over its first initial steps. We do plan plants that will be sustainable, economically sustainable on their own, but we have to take into consideration that during the first steps and until the institutional framework is in place, until there is a new balance in the market to enable us to utilize these tremendous volumes of renewable energy sources being thrown away, being wasted, we will obviously need a certain form of state aid to manage the investment and to be able to manage the front-loaded capex in those investments, which means that we need to address that during the first years of our funding or have an equal support. But we don't have, and we shouldn't repeat the same mistakes done in other sectors. We want them to be economically viable, sustainable, and strategically useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the intervention. Just a very quick question based on what I've just asked Mr. Karamatez before we go to Ms. Chilaki. Just a single word answer. Could green hydrogen production units act as a buffer for renewables? Or is the technical restriction mentioned by Mr. Karamatez for the needs of 24/7 operation bring up the cost? I can only talk about our unit in Namibia. This is a very flexible unit. It's a modular unit that can exploit any surplus of renewables that we can receive during certain hours. Of course, DESFA is also helping us in this exercise, and also ADMIA, both partners who in their portfolio they have companies that specialize in this area, so that in the end we can achieve that that unit can operate in the most optimal technical and economic way, that with a performance guarantee that's going to allow us to be very flexible and competitive when it comes to the hydrogen produced. Thank you. Mrs. Chilaki. Good morning from me. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be part of this panel and with its distinguished guests. I would just say that from a thematic point of view, everything has already been mentioned by the other speakers who represent promoters in the area of production of hydrogen. I would just say that we are in a position to have a much better view of the market appetite. I will totally agree with something that was mentioned in a previous panel, that until recently there was a lot of emphasis being put on electrons and not molecules. Of course, this has changed. Fortunately, the latest national plan seems to have this biomethane and hydrogen in the latest national plan, which then it's particularly ambitious, especially if we look at the various investments that are now moving forward and are in the pipeline. I would also agree with Mr. Ifandis, who said that the two molecules are very one close to each other. It's not one or the other. It's not everything is required if we want to achieve the decarbonization goals, and where hydrogen has certain advantages, there are certain disadvantages, for example, in the same area for biomethane and vice versa. As I said, we have kind of an overview of all the investments that are required. All the speakers have already mentioned the ambitions of Hellenic Hydrogen. I'm sure we're going to later hear more information about Motor Oil and their plans. It's an electrolyte of 30 megawatts, which is already part of the development fund and will receive significant financial support, resulting having an installed capacity by 2026 of 50 megawatts, which is going to be the biggest project in our country. And of course, if one takes into account the objectives of the national plan, that we'll see that despite the fact that we have a great investment, we still have a long way to go to the objective for 2030. And now moving on to biomethane, and that's something that can also be confirmed by Mr. Ifandis, who knows the figures much better than I do, and based on what's already been reported in the national plan, we have 80 biomethane units with a total installed capacity for electricity production of 120 megawatts. This with a capacity factor of around 50%, that will provide energy which would be a lot lower than the national plan goals. But so even if all these companies switch to biomethane, we're still going to be a long way from the national plan goal. There's an important joint venture by DEPA and Pharmakintas. I believe we're going to hear more about it from Mrs. Karakitsou. So therefore, I'd just like to close with on a positive note that we might be late compared to other European countries. However, as I said, there is kind of a willingness and kind of hard work by all the potential investors. And I'd like to think that given that we now have a draft bill, things are going to move on a lot faster. Thank you. We have another 7 minutes, so that we can just have another second round of questions, about 1.5 minutes each, where we can focus on what we believe that might happen. Now, starting from Mr. Kartomateas, which is indeed, when it comes to the lack of competitiveness for hydrogen, poses the question of what we can do as a country. Is there a solution, or could we have some kind of sort of guidelines on what these could be? First of all, we do have the draft bill, which is a first step. But when it comes to the cost, the issues of cost cannot be solved by a law, but it can just be a support for closing the gap. And when it comes to investment support, something that can be justified, but we believe that, as I said earlier, that the support required for biomethane, it's not about just kind of looking at the figures, and it's not about the conversions of existing units of biomethane, but the issue of, but in the case of hydrogen, more time is required. We have the investments that are already being announced by hydrogen and by Motor Oil, certainly the aviation sector is more likely to use hydrogen as an intermediate fuel for the production of aviation fuel, either biofuel or synthetic fuel, and that's and because there are certain quotas that they're obliged to stick to all the different airports in the European Union. Therefore, this is something that can easily be controlled, and it's much more easily to be implemented, and I believe that it's going to give a solution for hydrogen. The rest of it, I believe that there are issues that go beyond our control as a country, but of course Greece doesn't have the issue that Germany has with its industry, because Greek industry doesn't require hydrogen. The steel industry and the kind of glass industry that we had is already closed down. So therefore, the issue of the industry is affecting us to a lesser extent. So therefore, in Greece, there's more of a need for hydrogen in the transport sector, and especially when it comes to maritime and aviation. Thank you very much. Mr. Ifandis, just very briefly, 1 minute. Try to be more specific about the draft bill on biomethane. I'm just going to say two specific things which I don't hear a lot of. The biomethane sector as it is today and as it is supported is problematic, and this is something that's been acknowledged by the government by giving a plus 25% on the tariff for electricity. To understand these figures, if we were the same support, financial support, we should be having 100 megawatt hours, no, 100 euros per megawatt hour. This is the current support. With 25%, we're looking at around 125 euros per megawatt hour. All the support mechanisms in Europe, they exceed the 130, 150 or 170 euros per megawatt hour. In Europe, where the production of biomethane is a lot easier and at a much lower cost. This poses, of course, the issue where there is this draft bill. The approach has been that the existing biomethane producers benefit. There are companies that are closing down. This is what is happening now in biogas. And despite the fact that there's a political acknowledgement that only with these conversion of units we'll be able to transition, there is an understanding that they're going to be going to remove all the incentives, and this transition is going to be done in a very clumsy way without taking into account the market, with various fears that where we might have the kind of support that we've seen with solar energy, and that might create the problems that we've seen with solar energy. However, this has very little to do with reality. Therefore, we have a sector that's been suffering for many reasons, that needs many different regulations for in order to operate properly. And we have a draft bill that has provided the regulatory framework for and also counter incentives. And what do we want? We want we want the incentives, which is what the government has already announced. And what we've said is that why, if you haven't given incentives, why are you including counter incentives in the draft bill? And I'm going to be very specific. For example, there have been hybrid stations that everybody is agreed that that's the only way that we can have biomethane in Greece. And it's common sense that only through conversion of units that we can actually have biomethane production. So why do you have in the draft bill that anyone that converts would have to curtail the production by 50%, whereas all the analysis shows that the different contracts with the kind of loan agreements with banks are kind of 15, 20 years. So are you going to be able to give more than 50%? Because if you don't give it, then we're not going to see anything. And of course, what they're saying is that you will see. But if you're saying that you haven't decided, but at the same time you're going to be very generous, then why are you giving counter incentives when there aren't any incentives? And there are another 2 or 3, 4 things which are also very significant, that despite the political willingness of the government to support biomethane as something that they want to see immediately in the country, there are 4 points in the draft bill where there are certain problematic points which we believe that not only they haven't been corrected, but even once they're corrected, they're going to lead to destruction of the sector that was created in this kind of over-ambitious approach. We talked about business plans with 70% EBITDA, etc. And at the same time, we're on the kind of verge of bankruptcy, where we have many stations that are being closed, closing down. So this is the reality of biomethane. If we acknowledge this reality, then we need to support it, and this is something that's not being done. This is the message, and this is why we want to see through the consultation process that there will be certain changes that will support the original intention of the government to support biomethane. So therefore, we have proposals which are not asking for more money, they're asking for different solutions. Thank you very much. Very interesting, your message, and I hope the Ministry is listening. Since we kind of running out of time, just a couple of words so that we can also give the floor also to Mr. Tsoulaki. I believe that the discussion on hydrogen is by default a very positive and optimistic discussion. I think it's the only fuel that can substitute as an important kind of part of our energy mix, and it can have a zero CO2 footprint. We're going to continue developing our plans and our strategies, but I believe that the key that can improve things is a different mechanism for more competitive prices and a more competitive kind of method for the renewable surplus. This is something that's going to unlock a series of things, and I believe that this is a point that can also act as the basis for all the different solutions that are required in many different sectors. Mrs. Tsoulaki? I'm also going to be very brief when it comes to the development plans for the production of hydrogen and biomethane. And on the 16th of June, the consultation process was concluded, as you all know, and within those 2 weeks, where there have been 130 comments have been submitted, primarily about biomethane. And there were 30 commentators, and I believe that these have highlighted certain issues of the draft bill, because mainly most of the comments were focusing on that. I'm referring to the number of comments, primarily because, as it was mentioned earlier, that the draft bill is only looking at the licensing issues, and it's not looking beyond that. But despite the fact that it might be looking straightforward, it's generated a huge debate, and therefore we need to kind of be a bit more careful when we look into it. For the interest of time, I'll just kind of talk about one point in the draft bill that was highlighted as part of the consultation, the task force that consists of the Marinos Petroulias firm and ourselves, and the various opinions submitted to the political leadership. I'm just going to give one example that relates to the, until recently, obligatory use of part of the biomethane production for covering the needs of the heating needs for the production of biomethane. As you've seen, as part of the open consultation, that's always been part of the product that is used in such a way. However, if one takes into account that the heat energy needs is around 20% of the total produced energy, one can understand that investors with a kind of previous kind of way of look at it could not exploit about 1/5 of this of the production. There are many other examples that I could mention. Great. Thank you. We're going to continue now, and we're going to have the break a little bit later. So therefore, we're going to have Mr. Douridas and Mr. Buran. Yes, I'd like to thank all the speakers. We've heard some very interesting things today. I believe that there is potential. It's not an easy way forward, but I believe that both in hydrogen and as well as in biomethane, with some degree of difficulty, but also with the support one way or another by the state, we do see some potential. I would like to thank all the speakers.
A future built on clean, sustainable, and green energy. Energy invisible, gaseous, and renewable. Energy that will travel further, reliably and effectively. This is the future we at DESFA envision, creating the conditions starting today to make it come true. With the know-how of our over 600 employees and the dynamic of 1,466 kilometers of high-pressure pipelines, 55 metering and regulating stations, 6 operation and maintenance centers, and 1 LNG terminal. Through key energy infrastructure projects, we ensure alternative supply sources and open new energy routes. We form strategic alliances that expand the hydrogen value chain, strengthen the security of supply for the country and the wider region, turning Greece into an international energy hub, and further build up our expertise providing services to one of the largest LNG terminals in the world. At the same time, we develop the Greek natural gas market through our participation in the Hellenic Energy Exchange Group. In DESFA, we shape the next day of energy for stability, growth, and a better quality of life for all. Because in energy, as in life, the future starts now. DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
As I said, we're going to continue, and I'd like to welcome Mr. George Douridas from Hellenic Hydrogen, who's going to give us a very interesting presentation about the European projects in progress and the conclusions that emerge. Thank you very much, Mr. Douridas. And straight after that, we're going to have Ioan Barouni from Aurora, also with a very interesting presentation. Mr. Douridas.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. I would also like to thank you.
Θα ήθελα λοιπόν και εγώ να ευχαριστήσω
to thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to address this important forum for a second consecutive year at a time where the conversation about hydrogen needs to be practical, leading to applicable solutions. Therefore, I'm just going to give you an outline of the insights and conclusions of the ongoing projects, highlighting how we can get to where we want. But before we look at the European dimension, I'd like to talk about the global stage. In 2023, the global demand for hydrogen reached there was an increase of 2.5% since 2022, mainly through refining and chemical industry. Despite all that, only about 1% of that demand was covered by low carbon emission hydrogen. So despite all the different announcements of the different projects and the progress that's been made, and especially in some geographies, the market is still characterized by instability and uncertainty that led to a number of projects that were either delayed or cancelled. As you can see, globally, around 1,700 projects above 5 megawatts have been announced. From these, only around 5% is an operation phase, with the vast majority being at the early design stage, so therefore in the concept and feasibility studies. Europe is at the kind of forefront of all stages of maturation of these projects, but in most cases, these are all still in the feasibility study phase. We see a very similar picture in Europe. I skipped this slide. Well, it's very similar, if not a little bit more complex. Here, the hydrogen demand was around 8 million tons, but it was down by 3% compared to 2022 and 15% since 2020, with the ammonia and methanol production being the ones affected the most, with 36% and 25% decrease respectively. Of course, that was a result of the huge increase of natural gas due to the war in Ukraine. Many of those industries have ceased to operate, or some of them are kind of recovering after huge pressures that they've had within the European markets. Demand in the rest of the world is still heavily concentrated in refining and chemical sectors, mostly met by fossil-based hydrogen without CO2 capture. Despite the fact that many projects have been announced that could get to 15 million tons by 2030, based on the estimates of Hydrogen Europe, this is something an over-ambitious, an over-optimistic scenario that's far from reality. As you can see, when it comes to electrolytic projects, we have 753 projects above over 5 megawatts announced in Europe, with 23 of them being in the operation phase and 104 being in FID or construction phase. Germany is first when it comes to maturation and implementation, whereas UK and Norway are the ones that are going to bring a kind of a new sort of dynamic over the coming years. So the total capacity of these operational phase projects are around the 23 projects, are around 40. The biggest project is in Germany, the Hyperchem, which is went into operation in recent months, and we can see that the first three projects are mainly based on ammonia and refining, since we're talking about now moving to the projects which are in FID construction. These are around 5 gigawatts, so therefore we've seen some progress. This is not a very low number for this market, but once they go into operation, they'll be able to produce around 800,000 tons of hydrogen annually. The biggest one of those projects is in Sweden, of around 7 megawatt, which is for green steel for the European market, while there is powered by a hydro plant, and it's going to produce around 2.5 tons of steel per year. Germany and the UK host the largest number of projects, but there are also some important developments in Nordic countries and the Iberian countries. It is something that we've also seen in the hydrogen bank, with the above countries having a significant number of bids. We see many projects which refer as an end use of hydrogen, the transport sector, while some of the larger scale projects, they kind of look more into the steel production. As you can see in this slide, we're not going to be able to achieve this goal of 10 million tons of hydrogen by 2030. More realistic scenario based on the current figures, we're going to be around 2,500 tons, where there's a more optimistic scenario that also requires more important reforms, where we can get to the accelerated adoption scenario of 4.4 million tons per year. To apologize, there's a slight technical issue. I'm not going to refer to everything that you see in this very busy slide, just 4 points that I'd like to highlight. What we need to, what does the European Union and Greece need to do in order to achieve those objectives. The most important one is the RED III package, transposition into the Greek law. Greece is not one of the countries that's already transposed this. Another issue that concerns Europe in general is a simplification of the regulations when it comes to non-biological origin based on various studies, but based also on our own forecasts, the hourly temporary correlation is very much based on the high LCOH prices and leads to an even higher level, leaving many of those projects at these early phases that we mentioned earlier. This is something that's already been discussed officially by the European Parliament last week. The third one that's already been mentioned extensively, and it's very important, is the creation of support mechanisms that is aligned with the actual needs for hydrogen production. Of course, capital support is important, but by itself is not important for supporting the market. It's the investment support is what is going to support the market, especially if we look at the operational cost being about 70% the total cost. This is something that has been understood at the European level, and especially through the Hydrogen Bank that is funding this gap, but also by many other countries which are at the forefront of this. And of course, it's not a coincidence that these other countries that seem to have projects at a much higher maturation phase, these are the countries that have these mechanisms. And of course, Greece has not taken the steps that it should have taken. And the fourth one is the development of hydrogen transport and storage. This, of course, involves a simplified mechanism in which a consumer and a producer can have a contractual relationship when they're close to each other. Finally, this consultation process was completed both for hydrogen and biomethane, whereas the discussion on the draft bill is going to be carried out in the coming days in Parliament. Certainly, this is a very crucial step that it's very much needed and is welcomed by everyone. However, it's just an initial step. The Greek state must follow the example of the countries that we saw earlier, in establishing specific support mechanism, and also the integration of RED III and hydrogen package, if they want to play a significant role on the European market and the global market by 2030. They need to have an accelerated penetration of uptake of renewables. And we shouldn't kid ourselves that curtailments are not going to go away. They're more likely to go increase, and the hydrogen should be part of the solution. Despite all the delays and hurdles, the progress has been made, and hydrogen is not just an unkept promise, and that's been proved by many countries. It's just a tool that we haven't yet learned to use effectively.
Thank you, Mr. Douridas. Indeed, an interesting presentation. We said that in advance, and we confirmed it following the presentation. I think an equally important presentation will follow now by Ms. Ioanna Barouri from Aurora. Title of the presentation is The Future of Green Hydrogen and Other Alternative Fuels in Europe, Supply, Demand and Infrastructure. Ms. Barouri, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. At Aurora Energy Research, we follow green hydrogen and alternative fuels closely at European and international level, and we provide services in relation to costs and forecasts of these fuels. We will focus on supply chain of green hydrogen today, what impacts it, what is the mid and long-term outlook for green hydrogen in Europe? We all know that grey hydrogen is prevalent today, but we expect that the coming technological advancements and the goals set by the European Union for a greener future, thereby the economic support measures resulting from these targets, will give priority to green hydrogen compared to grey hydrogen. Until 2027, we expect demand to originate from the industry, supply from the reshaping of the fossil fuel technology. We are expecting small electrolyzer projects that will have to be fully supported by the state aid in order to be manufactured. In terms of the hydrogen strategy, we're expecting most of the European Union countries to compile their policy papers. Nevertheless, regulatory institutional frameworks and the state aid measures will not be mature by then. In this medium term, an impetus will be given to green hydrogen. Its consumption will also reach transport technologies. We're talking about derivatives of green hydrogen that will be used in marine transport and in aviation. In the transport sector, we are expecting import infrastructure in the medium term for hydrogen imports. Electrolysis will have to be supported by the state as a technology, and this brings us to the long-term view, where hydrogen will be produced domestically on EU ground, as well as imported from abroad. In terms of green hydrogen consumption, we will see also some off-takers. And particularly in terms of electrolysis, costs will plunge significantly by 2040. We will be able to witness electrolyzers that will be based on merchant terms as well. Well, to build a low-carbon and renewable hydrogen market, it goes without saying that we need state aid measures along the supply chain, both in terms of the demand and the supply, as well as in terms of the infrastructure. There is a series of incentives available right now. The most popular ones are based on auctioning, coming from national and European money. In terms of supply, 99% of hydrogen in Europe is produced from the steam methane reforming SMR process, or derived as a byproduct of chemical industries, usually referred to as grey hydrogen. Grey hydrogen by 2023 was just 0.23% of the consumption in the European continent. Leader in this sector was Germany, but for Germany as well, green hydrogen was just 0.7% of its total production. Total hydrogen production on that year in 2023. Both in terms of demand and supply, it is worth saying that Germany, the Netherlands and Poland are the leaders in this market. On the supply side, we need support to ease the burden on project developers and kickstart the low-carbon renewable hydrogen value chain. Auctions, bidding and non-competitive measures are most popular. 13 billion euro has been invested for this bidding rounds. If we look at the demand is driven by many factors, the prevalent of which is cost, and to what extent when hydrogen costs or low H2 low carbon hydrogen will become competitive against technologies already in place or technologies that are being developed in parallel. Another important part is developing hydrogen transmission infrastructure, and this brings the SyncIMED, the transmission infrastructure into question. This is an incentive in order to grow demand, or whether we should support demand that will lead into developing transmission infrastructure. What we see here is the Aurora forecast among the 15 leader countries in terms of hydrogen demand. We are expecting by 2030 an increase of 19% compared to the current data, where hydrogen is not used, refineries, etc. By 2030, this demand will not cover, not even by half, the Repower EU objective. As we've already seen in a previous slide, hydrogen will penetrate more and more sectors, starting with transport and then moving into electricity production. Power production will be penetrated because there will be RES uptake, larger RES uptake, which leads to even higher storage demands and grid balancing. As we said, the main problem, the main issue with hydrogen right now is its cost. The missing money cost cap, as we see here. An off-taker from a techno-economic standpoint will turn to green hydrogen only when its price is equal or lower than the price of technologies currently existing, or competitive technologies that are being developed and will be competitive to hydrogen going forward. To close this gap, to bridge this gap, we need initiatives from the technology and the state aid. On the demand side, things are not looking that good as the supply side. We have summed here the measures based on bidding. 76%, as you can see, relates to state aid, and merely 24% relates to state aid to promote and boost the demand, whereas 76% is for the state aid for supply. There are several infrastructure projects and initiatives across Europe, many targeting completion in the 2030s, by 2030. The most significant of which is the so-called European Hydrogen Backbone. This is an initiative of European gas transmission operators to build a cross-border hydrogen transmission network that will entail national pipelines and national grids that are currently being built. What the European hydrogen backbone proposes is four alternative routes, North Africa and Southern Europe connection, Southwest Europe and North Africa connection, Nordic and Baltic regions, as well as East and Southeast Europe. It is worth noting that the objective of this backbone is for 70% of those pipelines to originate from existing pipelines that will be repurposed in order to be hydrogen ready. This means to take in a hydrogen blend or even pure hydrogen. There are certain issues linked to the development of transmission infrastructure, and these lies in the uncertainty in terms of the volume being transferred, technical issues as well as issues associated with the compensation of the pipeline operators, as well as regulatory issues. Just to name a couple of examples in terms of the Netherlands buying their own infrastructure network, 1.5 billion euros budgeted, which has been skyrocketed to 3.8 billion euros due to reduced ability to reuse existing gas pipelines. They weren't able to repurpose them in order to transfer hydrogen. Thereby, they're relying on expensive new build pipelines, and a last regulatory issue in terms of regulatory assets to transfer hydrogen across Europe. Germany is the only country that has issued a guidance as to how the operators will be compensated, and this is of paramount importance during the early years of the implementation, where we will have an underutilization of such markets. This is on my side. Thank you very much.
I've already congratulated privately Ms. Baroni, and I say publicly it was an excellent presentation, and we thank you for that. Now, we must move on with the session on public and private financing instruments to support research and investments in hydrogen, biomethane, and renewable gases, which is a topical subject, and this is going to be moderated by Professor Adonis Metaxas of the known law firm, as well as the president of the Hellenic Institute of Energy Regulation, and we will call upon the panel, the members of the panel, Mr. Konstantinos Chatsifotis, Mr. Komninos. Komnios is already linked in through Zoom. We'll also have Mr. Haris Damaskos and Christos Papaleonidis. This is Mr. Damascus is on his way here. So, Mr. Papaleonidis, is he with us? He was here. I just saw him. Okay, Mr. Metaxas, it's over to you now. Please keep the time allotted. You can hear me, I suppose. I'd like to thank you too. Having had the pleasure to have followed the historic course of energy press, I can remember the first year this event was held on hydrogen, we couldn't find chairs to sit in. So this initial enthusiasm maybe has moved on to a more mature approach, an approach of skepticism regarding the principles and operation of this specific market. We heard a lot in the morning, and I'd like to say that my aftertaste is not that positive, just to be honest. Now, this specific thematic session refers to a first good effort of regulatory approach towards this area. However, it's clear, as we have understood, that there are still many things to be done. Now, a major issue pertains to financing, and this specific thematic session will involve significant speakers who are going to shed light on that. So first and foremost, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Katsifotis, who is Director of European Affairs of the Motor Oil Group. Motor Oil, in this specific issue, seems to have done a significant preparation work with regard to drawing financing funds. Please elaborate on the strategy that you have followed to achieve this. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me to be once again this year in this event. This is an annual appointment that we have established here, a rendezvous. Well, the effort to achieve energy transition is not something to be judged in the first 100 meters or in the first 1,000 meters. It's a marathon, so it's a procedure that takes time. And whenever we speak about energy transition, we need to keep in mind that money is required. So when we try to speed up things, this is where we need to become more resilient and have to tackle the increased cost. This is where we currently stand, mind you. We've been through the hype that unfortunately began through the Ukraine invasion by Russia, when the EU realized that its net zero plans cannot be implemented linearly. It's not a tabletop exercise. There are things that take place around us, and as of late we've seen higher intense changes, geopolitical changes, etc. And all this affects the way with which investments take place. All this affects the way with which smaller or bigger players invest in R&D and innovation. And in this long course, having gone through the first hype on hydrogen, we are currently at a state of a feasibility check. Many chose to be involved in this hype in proposing projects. We heard about gigawatt projects, and now things tend to become more realistic. This to me seems quite positive, and this is the view of our group, having a presence of more than 50 years here. We are quite patient and stoic in the way we handle the imperatives of the times. So we do follow our own strategy. We don't get carried away by the hypes. Our strategy is being implemented through realistic steps. So in this process, we have acknowledged and identified the role of hydrogen as part of energy transition, which is which has to do also with resilience, energy security, and we believe that hydrogen may play a part. This is why we are interested in it. As we heard earlier, quite correctly, CapEx is not adequate to proceed to such an investment. We need to have the OPEX plan as well. We need to have an overall integrated financing strategy. It is not adequate for one to invest millions in infrastructure. We need to see how it will operate. Let me give you an example. Only recently we inaugurated the first station for hydrogen in Aghi Theodori. It's one of the first in the Balkans, and it's financed through the Connecting Europe facility and transports in our country, in Europe. And it's the first one providing green fuel, purely green fuel, to consumers, since we were able to buy this green oxygen from a production and generation unit in Austria. So this had a cost of 3.5 million euros. 50% was financed through a European financing instrument. Of course, you shouldn't imagine that vehicles are queuing to receive hydrogen. Now, there's going to be a maintenance cost for the station, for licensing, for staff working there, the maintenance works, etc. And this cost will be undertaken by the company, and it will be almost invisible. So all these innovative projects need continued support. We as a group have decided to become pioneers and to support such moves. However, this is not the common rule in the market. So with these few words, I'd like to stop here, and maybe later I'll have the opportunity to share with you more details on the comprehensive financing plan. Now, if you could let us know more on that. Aside from stoicism and patience that you have already mentioned, currently, as we stand, having in mind the data, the facts, if one were to ask you to pinpoint 2 or 3 challenges, what is at stake directly and immediately, what would these points be? What would be your prioritization of challenges and priorities? Well, I'll start from the investors' point, and then I'll move on to the state side and those who are wishing to support such investments. Well, it takes a business plan. You need to know, to have done your measurements, the cost of the investment, the cost of operation, the OPEX of the investment. You need to have off-takers, consumers, that is. You need to be familiar with the entire chain of. I don't believe that if we're able to build a hydrogen pipeline, this will be the end of the business plan. As Motor Oil Group, we have the privilege of being self-consumers. We know how to use it, when to use it, and under which terms, if we are to improve our environmental footprint in our generation and the footprint of our consumers when they consume our products. Secondly, financing doesn't necessarily mean FID, final investment decision. That is, things change, times change, times are odd, and it is very difficult to plan forward. Yes, you can say that again. We make sure that there is energy security for our clients. This is the first and foremost. We cannot allow our consumers to be left without fuel. Maybe hydrogen sounds like a luxury. However, the way we see things in the future, since hydrogen can be generated on the spot with the use of the sun and the wind, And water, of course, that might come from desalination projects and other inflows, etc., and have a cyclical course. Hydrogen may be a solution for the country. And, of course, I think that this is the way we should see it within a comprehensive strategic plan, a national plan for a country, having a much more long-term horizon after 2050. All these need to fall in place and complement each other, where we tend to focus on tackling the problem with RES licensing. We know how much batteries are needed, but no country had a good result when it became dependent on only one source of energy. So from the state side, what we need is to have a strategy to utilize our resources, the resources that are available. We did have the RRF, which has been finalized. No new projects will be included. There are some instruments such as the Modernization Fund, the Social Fund, I don't know how it's called, but the new multi-annual financial framework of the EU will have different targets and objectives. It makes sense that they want to put money in defense. But we need to realize that money is not abundant, so we need to have much better management. Yes, I do agree with your views. I don't know if it's possible for us to connect with Mr. Komnios, who is deputy professor at the University of Greece and director of the Regulatory Authority for Energy. I think that you mention more the subject of the European Hydrogen Bank. Would you like to elaborate further on that and let us know the axis of the added value of this initiative concerning the financing of this market? Yes, of course, it's with great pleasure. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Have a nice afternoon, and I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation. I'm really glad to be here, although joining from afar. Now, the pursuit and ambition is to discuss 2 or 3 points for one of the most critical mechanisms of the European strategy on hydrogen, the European Hydrogen Bank. And allow me to preempt the first question that might arise. Obviously, we're not talking about a banking institution, but rather it's of a higher significance. It's an institution of higher significance. It has been considered by the European Commission as a strategic vehicle, a flexible mechanism, an instrument that is designed to solve a very specific and complex problem that has already been mentioned, the commercial feasibility of the hydrogen market. Why has such an initiative been deemed imperative? Because the European economy was before a typical dilemma, the chicken or the egg. Producers were reluctant to invest millions in green hydrogen generation units since there weren't ready buyers ready to pay such a high price. On the other hand, end consumers could not commit to hydrogen use since there were no guarantees and no affordable supplies. So this investment gap, the European Hydrogen Bank aspires to bridge, and it wants to shape a market, and it wants to convey the message to consumers that there is a reliable counterparty, in this case the European Commission, who is going to cover the different difference gap and will render their projects sustainable. Regarding the goals and objectives of the EHB, I'd say that they are in harmony with the REPowerEU objectives that complements the European strategy on hydrogen. Let me remind you that the European strategy on hydrogen had set as a goal the generation of up to 10 million tons of hydrogen by 2030, and REPowerEU would complement this objective, speaking about 10 million tons of imports of renewable hydrogen by 2030. Now, the question is, how are we going to achieve this? There are many different levels in our plan. First and foremost, we take advantage of auctions in order to develop and formulate the price. This is the core for the process. There is no subsidy lump sum. There are tenders as to the generation of hydrogen with as less support as possible. So there will be a fixed surcharge by a kilo of hydrogen produced for 10 years. There are many different benefits. Of course, we tap into the better performance of EU funds. And there's transparency of prices. Why is that? There is a European reference center regarding green hydrogen, and the Commission has diagnosed early enough that the member states are planning to have their own support programs. And in order to avoid this fragmentation in the markets and maybe a counterproductive subsidies war, the European Hydrogen Bank offers the platform and the know-how of auctions to the member states. In what way? If we read the EU documents, we'll see that the reference is made to auction as a service. And what does this actually mean? The European Commission allows us to have one single auction instead of 27 separate auctions. And as a result, a Greek project or a German project that did not manage to secure European financing may be financed through national funds through the same procedure, this same reliable and transparent procedure run by the European Union. And of course, this ensures consistency and equal terms of competition. Level playing field. As you know, we want to restrict ourselves to the European Union borders. Already we design and plan an architecture of auctions to support imports of renewable hydrogen from third countries. I think that this is particularly critical if we are to achieve the 10 million tons of imports goal of REPowerEU. And of course, from a tool, the Hydrogen Bank turns into a foreign affairs and diplomacy instrument. So, concluding, I'd like to say that the initial remark that the EHB is not a simple funding mechanism has been justified. It acts as a catalyst in many levels. It creates a market where there was none. It provides harmonization in policies, and it aspires to work as an instrument of industrial policy. We have set extra criteria of resilience. No Chinese spare parts for electrolyzers, for instance. So in this sense, we promote the European technological innovation, and the EHB acts as an instrument of industrial policy. And as I've already insinuated, its acts can be a leverage of geopolitical strategy, helping EU find the energy it needs. There are many different delays, and I heard earlier Mr. Metaxas and the previous speaker share their reluctance and concerns. Well, definitely what has been found is that the European Union, at least from the regulatory framework point of view, is much more advanced than the rest of the world. This is an ambitious goal, and we'll see whether it will be achieved in practice. Thank you very much, and I'm at your disposal should you have questions.
We'd like to thank you, Mr. Comenius. You have shared the European perspective that is crucial here and remains to be seen. What will turn from plan to an implementation, technical implementation, and if we will have time, I would like to come back to you to follow up on any questions you might want to elaborate on. I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Haris Damaskos, Associate Director of at the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. I would like your take on this thematic pillar. Mr. Damaskos, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I think there are many ongoing conferences during these months. We always attend this one because it is of importance. I represent the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. That is a cross-border institution. Our objective is to fund large cross-border projects, including energy transition-related projects. There's, of course, a lot of skepticism regarding the progress and the advancement of the market in terms of hydrogen. One comment I would like to share is that funding instruments are there and will continue to be available. A particularity for banks and the supranational institutions that provide funding for projects is that they look at those projects when they're mature, and perhaps before the FID or near the FID process. They look at a comprehensive business plan that perhaps has already secured specific grants. Therefore, they assess a mature project, which includes the offtake as well. Let me give you an example. As EBRD, we have already financed green hydrogen projects. 2022 in Egypt, 2024 in Uzbekistan. Those are projects we have been working for a very long time on in order to be bankable. We have used many instruments to further decrease our risk. In terms of minor projects, we have deployed financing lines through banks for renewable energy source projects. Perhaps this will take a while for hydrogen to materialize. And as far as other countries are concerned, we as EBRD, we have made an effort to support the maturity process of projects. We have supported CFDs for renewables in Romania and Albania, as well as in other countries. Once they decided to run the auctions, as well as in Bulgaria, relating to battery or battery and solar co-location projects. Now, in terms of Greece, this is unluckily a mature market, and we have shifted our focus on Africa. As of 2026, we won't be able to take on any new investments as EBRD. But of course, in the wider region, we will continue to be present. Funding instruments that are bearing fruit, as we witness recently, is InvestEU, that is somehow different to the RRF loans, as they have been implemented in Greece. InvestEU is a first flow guarantee for banks, that is, the implementing partners that are supranational bodies but we can now share it with some commercial banks, and this helps the banks themselves to be cheaper in terms of lending money, as well as in terms of being open to take up risks using a partial guarantee from the European Union. This is an instrument we have been using regularly for batteries and renewable energy sources, and could be deployed very successfully also for hydrogen once projects are mature and the funding is there. On your side, how do you see the outlook of this market? Is it a market that you believe in? Well, perhaps we need to go back 20 years ago. Was it a market we believed in? Perhaps 20 years ago this was not the case. At that time there was also skepticism. But there is potential and the opportunities through funding instruments to overcome difficulties. Nevertheless, certain parameters need to be considered: net effect, offtake, supply, political will, solar and wind potential. Many factors we already have in Greece. But there are many aspects that need to play along in order to achieve a certain level. As rightly said, these are conferences where, to the extent possible, the public discourse tries to underpin political will. If politicians are eager to listen, you therefore observe a need for a better coordination of all the poles that can play a promoter role, a role of the promoter in this market. I understand you are expressing a concern as to how a coordination can bear fruit. I think this has been expressed already today, and perhaps banks are the last player, the last agent to speak, because they look at projects when they're mature enough. Thank you. Let me now turn to Mr. Papaleonidas, Director of Watermelon. What's your take on what has been said already? What is your perspective? Focusing mainly on financing issues and financing policies. With respect to the involvement of all stakeholders and from the supply chain perspective, in order to look at the matter from a commercial and technical point of view and have an understanding as to the supply chain links that we have to look at. You know, we more or less look at unsuccessful evidence. A successful venture that is also what we can draw lessons from is the hydrogen valley implemented in Greece. There are two valleys. The major one is coordinated by Motor Oil, involving 26 partners, most of them active in Greece, stakeholders, industry stakeholders, academia, off-takers, technology providers, all of which work closely together in order to identify hurdles in terms of shaping the market. Because all these stakeholders need to be involved in order to shape the market. The market will not be shaped by someone else from the outside. This is a very good and illustrative example. We can keep in mind and look as to whether we can deploy it in other cases. We're not talking about in one-on-one adoption. There is good practice in terms of hydrogen valleys in Europe. I guess Mr. Hatzifotis can also talk about that further. So this is the one thing. And secondly, in terms of financing, at the similar panel last year, a representative of a private bank was present here, and he was arguing that private financing should be closed and the off-takers should be there for the bank to have the minimum risk possible. This is understandable from a bank's point of view. Nevertheless, off-takers will not be found from themselves. They won't drop from the sky. We're looking at the issues of hydrogen transmission, but then there are issues except from, let's look at refineries. Starting with refineries, it is hard to identify off-takers that are willing to invest in order to change their assets in the transport sector. Focus needs to be put on greening it, but there are other industrial off-takers, be it the steel-making industry. The prices required without subsidy to actuate such an investment and use green hydrogen were prohibited. If I may reframe it, from last year on in, you haven't seen any advancement in the supply chain so far that is supportive in terms of the maturing of this market. Yes, we have seen such evidence, and since last year, without ignoring major steps, the hydrogen refueling station has been commissioned and put into operational service. This was not the case last year. We have something that evolved over the year. And secondly, the successful request or funding from OSI to purchase 50 hydrogen-powered buses. So these are steps, and hopefully next year there will be many steps more to follow. And this question will be addressed to you as well, since we have a little bit of time to elaborate on your thought, Mr. Hatzifotis and then Mr. Komnios. If you were asked to summarize in a couple of points the pain points whose overcoming will lead to an acceleration in terms of the hydrogen, what would you suggest?
I think that one point that has to do with the framework has already been touched upon at the beginning of this forum, and I think that we are in the good direction and it needs to be further strengthened to remove other obstacles as well. Another issue has to do with subsidies and aids that need to be granted in several forms if we are to kickstart this sector. Obviously, there are bound to be pioneers in this industry as well, but if we are to have a generalized flourishing of the industry, we need to have aids and subsidies. And a third element that has nothing to do with politics and policies is the broader picture that may affect and influence the sector. Currently, we are having this discussion and we are at a critical point. 2021-2027 is almost over, and we are about to see the multi-annual financial framework of 2028-2034. In these geopolitical conditions, you know that we have to look forward. We need to have our eyes in the future to see what might come up in the long term. So this is an unpredictable factor. Yes, we heard Mr. Hatzifortis' thoughts as well, but I'd like to give him the floor again with regard to the financing issues. So these are really significant if one is to make a final decision to invest. How do you expect things to turn up? Now, compared to what has happened since last year, I'd like to add to that the significant decision of the European Commission to approve significant financing of 112 million for motor oil's plan to create an infrastructure for generation of hydrogen of a capacity of 50 watts, and with all regional infrastructure through the RRF funding. This is significant development. Now, let me tell you, we had a plan whenever I first went to Motorol, which I found on my table. This was BlueMed, and it was a comprehensive plan to generate blue and green hydrogen. And at the same time, this would have a significant impact in the pollutants emissions reduction of the refineries themselves. So we had submitted this in a call for the important projects of common European interest on hydrogen. We had already submitted that plan. Now, at the end of the day, for all these projects that have been submitted by Greece, only one has survived and is being currently implemented. And then the European Commission had told us that we wouldn't meet certain criteria set by the European Commission. We had disagreed with the European Commission, but this made us work harder, and we tried to finance the several components of the project through different financing instruments. And we used the Innovation Fund. We have secured significant financing for an ECCS project that we are currently maturing, the RRF, the Connecting Europe facility, 3 different funding sources for hydrogen gas stations, a significant grant from the EIB, together with OC, the Buses Association. We had an initial approval from the Modernization Fund. All this initiative became broader if we were to utilize whatever was available. In my view, because in the past I have taken part in the planning of European financing instruments, instead of gathering money from 7 different sources, it's better to have one single source. What does this actually mean? Right now we have a station that is in operation, but we have no hydrogen to supply this station because the Commission doesn't allow for extensions, etc. So we prepared this, waiting for the approval of our applications to build the electrolyzer. So we started out in 2021. 4 or 5 years have elapsed, and you know, the world changes, and along with the world, our plans change. We would calculate an electrolyzer of 10 megawatts, but now we are talking about 50 megawatts. And at the same time, of course, the interest rate cost has increased. We have inflation, we have different prices, and this is not the same plan. And as you know, in the course of a plan, things change a lot. This is where I want to end, saying that financing is necessary, but it's not the only element that will drive you to make an investment decision. So throughout the life of a project, and this I say, well, I know that those of you who have dealt with European funding and financing, etc., you know that the percentages is really low because many aspire to have European funding, but very few get it. So getting the financing part is not the end, but rather the start of things. And how things will end is dependent on the conjunctions and the implementation bodies of a project. The more reliable they are, the more strategic goals they have, and the more all this is integrated into a plan, the higher the likelihood for all this to be implemented. I don't know if we can connect again to Mr. Komnios to give him the opportunity to say a few words. Well, as you've heard, things change radically, and within this framework, how do you see the European Hydrogen Bank work? Is there a possibility for the financing instruments to adjust and to be in alignment with the new goals? And another thing, to link it to what Mr. Katsifotis said, to achieve a concentration, a political approach that will do away with this fragmentary financing process. I think that you spelled the magic word, concentration. And this is the ambition of this specific mechanism of the European Hydrogen Bank. The Commission wanted to prevent the fragmentation of a market that is under formation. They wanted to avoid different national schemes. This is why it allows us to create one single platform, a single auctions platform that's not being managed by the member states, but rather from the tendering point to the final installment. This is managed by SINA, the European Organization on Infrastructure and Environment. And this is why we want to achieve this consolidation in order to gather all offers in one platform, in order to have a more reliable curve of supply for funding. It has already been mentioned, financing and funding is dual. First and foremost, we cover the curve part from the budget of the Innovation Fund. I didn't have time to mention initially that the EHB is mainly funded by the Innovation Fund, and this gets its resources from the ETS, these funds are used for decarbonization. Of course, there are complementary funds from InvestEU, the CVA facility, and the EIB also plays a pivotal role, providing guarantees to leverage private funds and capitals. Now, concluding, I'd like to point out what is critical: consolidation and concentration. The ambition is to deal with the lack of sufficient competition, also to achieve a tariffs transparency, since we are going to avoid small national auctions. Already some states have expressed their willingness to participate in this procedure. If memory serves, it's Lithuania and Austria that have already taken part in this process, or they aspire to take process in the other part in the other processes that are currently being prepared and will be ready by end of 2025. And I'd also like to pinpoint one of your preferred subjects. All this will be with uniform conditions, eligibility criteria, confirmation, payments, etc. All this will be done under SINA. And of course there will be exclusion of accrual of subsidies, and we secure the state aid check from the European Commission. Thank you very much, Mr. Komnios. Indeed, you talked about the state aid dimension. Mr. Damaskos, would you like to give us a final remark? We are within time. If you wish, you can have a final remark or observation. Well, yes, I totally agree. The streamlining of processes, well, we try to direct our customers and clients to go to the source of grants, and it's really difficult. So we need to have this streamlining. Therefore, the EHB's work will help towards this direction. Now, when we talk about major projects, large-scale projects, evidently we have many different players involved. We've seen in certain projects in offshore wind that we have financed in Poland, that there were commercial banks, export credit agencies, the EIB, the AFC. So when the scale is larger, the spectrum of organizations and institutions involved gets bigger. But the positive element is that when you are at that point, there is a project. So I think that we can conclude with that. There are many different sources, and there is also the necessity to have one central coordinating center, a framework that will have taken down clearly the political prioritization for such activities and a coordination in order to avoid fragmentation. So I'd like to warmly thank you all. We are within time, and I'll give the floor to the next panel. Thank you. We'd like to warmly thank Mr. Metaxas and the participants in the previous very interesting panel. One of the participants will join us here as well. This is quite original, but I think that it is interesting to have Mr. Hatzifotis here with us. Now, the moderator here is my colleague, the director of Metafores Press, a site, a very specialized site, Fotis Fotinos. So, he's going to moderate this panel. Unfortunately, we don't have with us Ms. Pagliaruta, the Secretary General, due to another obligation. We will have Mr. Stefanos Agiasoglu, Mr. Katzifotis, as I mentioned, and Mr. Panagiotis Spiridis of the Spiridis Group. This group plays a very important part in the transport sector. Dear Fotis, you have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Panagoulis, for allowing me to undertake the role of the co-moderator. Please join me here. So we have the CEO of OSI, also Mr. Hadzifotis, Director of European Affairs of the Mosrol Group, and Mr. Panagiotis Spiridis, President and CEO of the Spiridis Group. So, the topic of the panel is the role of hydrogen and renewable gases in transport. Is hydrogen traffic the future for road transport? And more specifically, is it the future for the purchase of professional vehicles and buses? As we well know, the European Union puts pressure to reduce the environmental footprint of transport, to reduce emissions in transport. However, Greece, unfortunately, has the oldest fleet of passenger vehicles, 17.5 years, trucks, 22.6 years, vans, 21 years, and buses and coaches, 17.6 years in the European Union. And this needs to be tackled in a more efficient way, both by the state as well as by the markets. So, Mr. Ayazoglu, we were glad to see in the past few months that there is a broad effort to renew the fleet of road transport, something that we come to see in services provided. Before analyzing the Triadis project, please give us a picture as to the renewal of the fleet. Good afternoon. Let me correct your statistics, Mr. Fotinos. 17.5 years, not anymore. Following the implementation as of June 2024, where we started out the renewal of the fleet and the renewal of technologies in urban transport, we have dropped to 12 years. And as things go, by end of 2025, we'll be even lower than that. And let me quickly mention that by 2027, we will be much lower in this list. Let me explain myself. We have the first phase for the procedure to change the fleet for the urban transports a few years ago. And this required not only tenders to have the new buses come in, but in practice, as I've already mentioned, we had to change an entire technology. We moved from conventional technology to electricity-powered buses, and we took other steps as well, hydrogen mobility. So, from the point of view of infrastructure, we have done a lot of work, and already 5 of our depots do have chargers, charging stations serving electric buses, and we have changed the fleet. We have started the change of the fleet since June 2024, when we had coming in the first 140 such buses. Now we are waiting for the second 100 e-buses, natural gas buses as well. Are currently being delivered early this year, and each month we have deliveries of new buses. So by November we will have completed the deliveries of natural gas buses. Overall, such vehicles on behalf of OSI will be 740. That is, we will have changed more than 50% of the fleet. And as we speak, we are currently preparing the second phase of this process. That will be completed and finalized by 2027, with the first 125 buses under tender. This is going to be financed by the RRF, and all this will be part of our fleet by May 2026. At the same time, we continue with our efforts in infrastructure, placing more charging stations in more depots, and by end of 2026, early 2027, OC in all its depots will be able to provide e-mobility and electric power, and we will have set the first foundations for hydrogen mobility. Okay, excellent. The figures I gave you are from ASEA, from the manufacturers. This is on the basis of January 2025 report, so I do think that they respond to reality. Now we move on to Mr. Hatzifotis, Director of European Affairs of the Mosferol Group. Mr. Hatzifotis, please give us a picture as to how the TRIRIS project evolves. Let me tell you about our group that transport fuel is within our DNA. And for quite a few years, we are able to provide to consumers in our country and in 5 more countries fuels and services of high quality, constantly evolving and changing our fuels and our services, improving our fuels. We have 1,500 refueling stations in 5 different countries, and we now have the most rapidly developed e-chargers network in the country. And we are able to provide Greek consumers or off-takers hydrogen through our station in Aie Theodori. So when we started out implementing Motor Oil's plan to develop a hydrogen value chain in the country, one question we had to tackle was, okay, we have our plan, but we want to see who can be our future off-takers. And there we used the Hydrogen Valley tool that's being financed by the EU, the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, which is a private and public partnership. We have the European Commission on the one hand and Hydrogen Europe on the other hand, being private association of the providers. And we had a proposal there that wanted to bring together future off-takers, the research community, academia, public institutions, the region of the Peloponnese, the municipality of Loutraki, major companies and businesses such as the PPC, the Piraeus port, and where it had a sense, it was in heavy transport. And I remember 2 summers ago, I had to phone Stefanos without having met him yet, and I told him that there's this possibility for you to participate in this European project. And of course, we know how things move in the public sector. And I wasn't that optimistic because I didn't expect to have a reply within 10 days. However, despite that, OC did respond, and they were able to be included and embarked on this journey. Together with Mr. Ayazoglu, we have a very close cooperation trying to implement the pilot projects. Mr. Ayazoglu is going to give you further details on that, but what unites us is the color of hydrogen with regard to our football preferences.
I think we have a common vision that is green transport, right? Green being the color of the Panathinaikos Football Club. Now, we'd like to hear from you, Mr. Spiridis, about your group's take. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me in this panel. I will not comment on the color, on the green color. I'm not referring to hydrogen, but to the color of Panathinaikos Football Club. Well, our company deals with the part that has not been addressed in this conference so far, and it is deals with the implementation of all those projects we have been discussing and the financing issues we are dealing with within this conference. Well, our company focuses on implementing infrastructure for all those projects in gaseous fuels, in liquid fuels, and in hydrogen to materialize. We have been doing business for 92 years in the Greek market. We have 230 employees, 80 technicians, and 25 engineers. We have 5 locations across Greece. We are market leader in terms of fuel station, liquid and gaseous fuel station construction. We have been active in hydrogen for some years now. Through our business activity, we gather all oil groups, one of the largest ones being motor oil, with which we have been doing business over the last 50 years, that the group is active and present in this sector. We have highly expert, qualified personnel, and the key account manager, our engineer, has a master's degrees on hydrogen technologies. We have the whole infrastructure available, the technicians, the personnel, the technology, and we provide comprehensive solutions through collaboration and partnership with many vendors. Since 2018, we are present in e-mobility. We import and install e-chargers across Greece. We are doing business with commercial vehicles and have installed more than 10% of the e-chargers currently available in Greece. Also part of the motor oil group's chargers. We're doing business with CNG and LNG in terms of refueling stations and the technical support, and large part of our business has to do with the technical support, using technicians and mobile crews traveling across Greece to provide support. We have industrial production. We manufacture liquid fuel pumps, and we also export our products in 40 countries. Mr. Ayasoglu, would you like to comment on the current status of the Triris project and whether the HRS is going to be built at Liosia? Let me start by saying that urban transport has changed its shift in terms of the technology. The Triris project and the opportunity to work with Mr. Hadjifotis and Motor Oil on this project helps us embark on the next journey. Hydrogen is the fuel of the future. So the next journey is hydrogen mobility. Our fleet will essentially be in such a condition to accommodate the wider metropolitan Attica region in the best possible way, considering the particularities and specificities on across the 260 running lines in Athens, in Attica region. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the general directors and senior and junior directors of OSCE, because it is a leap that it takes to make such a transition, such a shift. It took some years, but in essence, it transformed and still transforms the understanding of transport, urban transport in the wider Attica area. And this is not owing to the new fleet, to the new vehicles, to the electric vehicles running in Athens, but because there is a different mindset backing that. A different mindset that allows us to deploy this technology in the best possible way. It takes different partnerships, different maintenance processes, different security protocols to ensure safe passenger service. And this requires open-minded people and a mindset that allows to shift from policies to the first line of response, that is our drivers, our technicians, and all those that need to shoulder this effort. And this is very important because, as Mr. Hatzifotis indicated, a state-owned enterprise rose to the challenge. I mean, we need to adapt ourselves because this is what it takes nowadays to move fast and benefit from what the European Union has to offer, all the advancements in the market. One of those being our involvement in the Triris project as a user of this project. We have received grants to purchase one hydrogen bus together with the Ministry of Transport. We're looking into acquiring another 2 or 3 hydrogen-powered buses. It's not going to be just one, which within 2025 will be purchased or leased. I guess we're going to purchase them rather than leasing them. And we will be able to integrate them into our fleet. They're going to be operational, and in combination with the new hydrogen fueling station, we were very happy to witness its launch. This is the first step, and the second step. Within our premises at Anno Lyosia, and based on the effort we have brought forward within CEF2 and AVDI, we have secured 3.5 million euros of funding. The overall budget required for the HRS will be 7 million euros. This is the area, the Anno Lyosia area, that will be made available in order to build the hydrogen fueling station that will actually support and accommodate the refueling of hydrogen buses. We have secured funding for 50 hydrogen buses under the EU funding schemes, and considering the discussions on a shift in the mix of the bus fleet, we have the 125 buses already being running. And this will take us to a hydrogen-powered bus fleet that will meet the fleet needs in Attica, both the HFS and buses will be able to meet the passenger needs of the Attica residents. Let me close by saying that upgrading the fleet upgrades the service that OC provides in urban transport. Our effort to attract new drivers brings us to the completion of a new tendering for drivers. Would you like to, perhaps we can keep that for the last question. With great pleasure, I would like to focus on that because this is a very intense endeavor, but we can talk about it later on because I want to elaborate on that. Thank you. Mr. Hatzifotis, we hear a lot being said about hydrogen and its outlook, its potential in being used for hydrogen mobility. What are the benefits and whether it will be able to be used and deployed in commercial vehicles. I would like to pass on the expertise of the experts in our group, because I'm a lawyer and I'm not expert in chemical engineering myself. Well, compared to electric vehicles, hydrogen-powered vehicles have a larger and greater mileage and a broader range, and they are lighter compared to the battery-powered vehicles, simply because hydrogen is lighter than the batteries it takes for a vehicle to cover a larger mileage. And the second one is the refueling speed. It takes 7 to 10 minutes to refuel a hydrogen-powered vehicle, whereas charging takes a couple of hours. I think Mr. Ayasoglu knows that based on the experience of OSE with e-powered vehicles. And if you try to plug in 50 buses, this might cause many problems to the local grid, and then this is not a problem for hydrogen-powered vehicles. And heavy-duty vehicles seem to be more resilient when hydrogen is used. They're more resilient as to the increases and decreases of heat, and battery-powered vehicles do not align themselves with the specification as to their use, depending on the heat. And compared to a traditional conventional vehicle, they are noiseless, they do not pollute. Even if hydrogen emitted is not green hydrogen, it comes from fossil fuels, but when emitted, it's just there's no emission, it's vapor. Deployment in heavy-duty vehicles makes sense, and it will claim a larger portion in the market going forward. And if you'd like my opinion, I think that there's not a large margin for development in passenger vehicles. And as you know, well, Greece has many small and medium-sized enterprises. We are lagging behind based on the Euro ranking in terms of the renewal of such a fleet. But this is a very crucial point that is associated to the economic incentives discussion we had before in the previous panel. I think we have to lay our focus, financing focus, on the off-takers and the end consumers. Primarily, when we talk about transport, and as we've seen e-powered vehicles being subsidized, we have to look into that for small and medium-sized enterprises which own vehicle fleets, be it van fleets or heavy-duty trucks. I would also include coaches and touristic buses where hydrogen is being piloted with great success. Incentives should be provided there as well for off-takers to be able to benefit from that. All the more since we're talking about small and medium-sized enterprises that have access to instrumentalities such as ESPA, the National Reference Framework, or regional funding programs. I think there will be opportunities for funding going forward.
Mr. Spiridis, the same question to you. What are the advantages and disadvantages of hydrogen mobility? Can we develop it further in Greece? I think that Mr. Hadjifotis has covered the main advantages of hydrogen mobility, and I'd like to say only a few technical points. First and foremost, the use of electric buses in the city is an indicated solution. The use of e-vehicles in international transports compared to hydrogen, well, I'd say that hydrogen is much better. because it allows us to have double kilometers covered without being charged. We have buses charging, and I think that electrical buses are much better for city transport. So regarding trucks, heavy equipment and international transport, well, we need to have a higher availability of the fleet. In international transports, we cannot afford downtime for charging. And also, as Mr. Hatzifotis put it, we can compare between hydrogen, CNG and LNG. Hydrogen has higher thermal capacity. It's almost double the one of CNG and LNG. There's a whole raft of advantages. A whole raft of advantages that are evident in international transports, long-haul transports. However, the main advantage is that the only green fuel, power comes from RES. However, as a fuel, hydrogen is the cleanest fuel available. Now, the question as to what CNG is and the role of LNG, these are transitional fuels. These are fuels used for transition, and of course they are clearly more clean than the typical fossil fuels, but they are accompanied by emissions and pollutants and toxic pollutants in low quantities, but this won't help us achieving the net zero 2050. So, yes, we can use transitional fuels until infrastructure for hydrogen is further developed, but up till that point. So we consider that hydrogen is ideal for international transports and long-haul distances, and it does have many specific advantages. Mr. Ayasoglu, what is the plan regarding the staff renewal in OSI? How is the tender going about finding new drivers, and what about the new tender for the 50 new hydrogen buses? Well, Mr. Fotinos, all these things that we have been discussing about serve only one purpose: to provide services to passengers, to upgrade the services offered, therefore having a higher quality transport. However, this quality transport can become more frequent. I mean, the time distance needs to be more frequent in order for citizens to be able to enjoy our services. So this calls for trained people, new people, who will have to contribute to this. And let me share with you an important truth, which is a reality and which is a difficulty. There is lack of professional drivers in the 4th and 5th class in Europe, globally, and in Greece. So depending on the particularities of each country, this might have its differentiations. In Greece, we have 4 main markets claiming such drivers. It's us, urban transports, and not just urban, but also interurban. Construction projects that call for experienced drivers, cargo transport, and shipments, etc., and tourism. You know, the tourism peak season in Greece is much broader. It's not just 4 or 5 months, it's 8 months. So this means that we have high competition over these people. So we try to make an effort, and the government has placed emphasis on that. The minister himself and the prime minister himself have placed this emphasis, and they allow us to hire drivers. There have been 2 calls within the framework of the limitations of the European Union. And now there's another effort undertaken, and this is where I need to point emphasis. We've had a cooperation with the governor of the Public Employment Service, who is also interested in that, and he is quite fervent supporter of that, is to have through DIPA the training of young people who don't have a permit to get a permit and to come work to urban transports. So this is a piece of news. It's something that the government supports. The Prime Minister wants it, and it's going to help us. And this is going to afford us the drivers that we need. We'll have new buses, quality transports, and more frequent time distances, and we believe that by 2027 we'll be able to offer that. Thank you. The financing has been approved. I'm sure that if all things work well, before the end of the year we will be able to have our call. We can't hear you. The question was not heard. It has something to do with the budget. The budget, well, the budget is approximately 45 million. However, the effort is in September to broaden this a little bit, to broaden this amount, in order to have more hydrogen buses, and together with the station, to have the whole package. This is what has delayed us a little bit, but I think that we'll be ready to move on. Mr. Hatzifotis, will you be in a position to support the needs of a fleet, of such a fleet? Yes, if all things work well, I can tell you that we already have 4 hydrogen trailers. We had received a hydrogen truck through the JIVE program, and we are ready to provide it with fuel without any station. Obviously, there's the station in Agyi Thodori that will be available both for light vehicles as well as for heavy vehicles. We plan within 2026 to set in operation, to have completed rather the renewable hydrogen generation units in the refineries of Agyi Thodori, and provided the plans Mr. Yasoglou mentioned are implemented, and there is the fleet of hydrogen buses, we will be implementing the station project, for which there has been approved financing. And if the fleet increases, well, we'd need a larger infrastructure. We'll see how we can find further funding for that. In general, I think that we are quite close. It is a challenge. It is a BESS. It is a cooperation that has started for quite some time now, and we all invest in this because ultimately, well, it's good for everyone. I live in Athens, and I too would like to be able to use a hydrogen bus. Thank you. The last comment by you, Mr. Spiridis. We and our clients have been through a period similar to that one with the electric vehicles and charging stations. Well, there needs to be infrastructure in place first, and then have the consumers and users in the market. A few brave, such as Moscow, are making moves, but these are not enough. There are many different projects currently in hydrogen in Greece. There is a pleasant thing with the partnership agreement in Western Macedonia and Megalopoli, where we have 3 of our clients with whom we submit applications. The subsidies of infrastructure is necessary in order to accelerate things. As I've said, we've already experienced this with the electric vehicles. Had it not been for subsidies in charging stations and in electric vehicles, people wouldn't have opted for this. They would have opted for fossil fuel vehicles. Yes, we're all altruistic. We all want to help the environment, but at some point we are limited by our own finances. So there needs to be financing for infrastructure and accelerate things, speed them up. For 3 years now, there are delays vis-à-vis licensing, financing, etc., and it will take more time. Well, I don't mean that we need to hasten, but there is a need to speed up things. Yes, I'd like to add to that. In the OC cycle, this cycle is coming to a close. There's a beginning, a middle, and an end. This is why we believe that this plan will be successful. Thank you all. Thank you.
Να ευχαριστήσουμε πολύ τους...
We'd like to warmly thank the participants and the mortuary Fotis Fotinos. I think that this was a very interesting panel, and we also thank Mr. Ayasoglu, Mr. Hatzifotis, Mr. Spiridis. Now, we move on to the last panel before our break. We are going to have the lunch break in 30 minutes. We had to move fast because people have other obligations to attend to. Now we have the last panel, which is going to last 30 minutes. This is going to be moderated by Ms. Ariadne Psimara, who is a specialized consultant in green transition and innovation projects, particularly in shipping and decarbonization. She has vast experience, and this can be shown by the panel and the members of the panel that she has invited. So I pass it over to you, Ariadne, to continue with the introduction of your invitees. Now, good afternoon. Thank you once again for inviting me. So this is the shipping panel, which is going to discuss about the challenges in decarbonization for shipping and the role of hydrogen. Shipping is in a decarbonization course or path. It takes baby steps. Of course, the fuel of the future is not one. There are many different ships, and there are many different needs to cover. Compliance requirements mean significant challenges for shipping. And here with us, we have three excellent speakers who are going to share their knowledge with us here. We have Mr. Panos Mitru from the UK Lloyd's Register, Global Gas Segment Director, Mr. Yorgos Droulas, who is a partner and new business development director of Hydrus, and Mr. Panos Dilianis, head of shipping for Ecolog. So we can start. Let's hear what they have to share with us. Mr. Mitru, as a register, what is your take on the role of hydrogen in decarbonization in shipping vis-à-vis regulatory authorities, utilization? In general, how does Lloyd's deal with that? Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to share the latest pieces of news on these and the prospects for hydrogen shipping. I think that there are two paths. One of pure hydrogen and the utilization of hydrogen in vessels. Definitely there are obstacles and problems in shipping because, as we've said, hydrogen, volumetrically speaking, and the density of the energy, etc., has large requirements. We need to have volume to store hydrogen quantities. So we are considering liquid hydrogen utilization for short-haul trips. And we have used it in tug ships or bigger ferry boats, etc. All this is on the basis of risk assessment. And having had a very thorough risk assessment, mind you, with many safeguards. And of course, when we speak about safeguards, well, you know that at the beginning we need to be much more cautious. Whatever happens might bring forward significant problems and maybe even the end of the selection of such vessels. So we still have no complete picture as to the regulations. It still hasn't been finalized, even for less exotic fuels than hydrogen. And I'd also like to mention that there is also the indirect way to achieve penetration of hydrogen in renewable fuels in shipping. That would be through fuels based on hydrogen and not purely hydrogen. So, with regards to regulations, allow me to share with you a message of optimism. We always try to conduct thorough risk assessments. We have the IMO regulation and special requirements. To the extent possible, we take baby steps, because whatever goes wrong, this might mean greater problems in the penetration of hydrogen. Thank you very much. Mr. Droulias, would you like to let us know what your take is in that vis-à-vis the decarbonization of shipping and hydrogen, technically speaking?
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. Technically, let me start off by saying that hydrogen as a drop-in fuel to feed an engine is a rather long-term scenario. We do not have infrastructure nor the risk assessment already in place, and we lack the technology that would allow us to deploy it at the large volumes required by seafaring vessels, as well as in terms of personnel and ports being able to support. All that is involved in hydrogen as a fuel is very low in terms of research in seagoing vessels and seagoing industry. There are small-scale ro-ro ships in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands, and there is another port in the Netherlands where a European engine manufacturer uses pure hydrogen. But this is within a very constrained space, limited distances and range, and a very restricted use. If you look at it from an optimistic standpoint, compared to what my standpoint on seafarer vessels is concerned, I can say that the European Union has increased funding, because it's not just seafaring vessels, there are transport, shipping and cross-country transports and coastal transports, and the European Union has been willing and is willing to increase its investment in hydrogen. So I do believe that over the next 15 years we will be able to talk about large-scale deployment of hydrogen as a fuel. Thank you. Mr. Deligiannis, you serve as a platform in the supply chain of hydrogen, and thereby you do have experience in that. What can you share here with us in terms of hydrogen and its handling on board of a vessel? First of all, thank you for the invitation. We rather look at the transport of the shipping of liquid hydrogen, not mainly for use in vessels, but rather we look at larger quantities being transported. Of course, the challenges are the same, and they stem from the very nature of hydrogen. It is a highly combustible fuel, and this results from the flammable range, which ranges from 4 to 77%. The hydrogen to oxygen ratio, and the very low energy needed for this combustion to take place. This was a key takeaway of a study published by NASA some years ago. Any hydrogen leakage should be looked at by the designers and safety planners, and should lead into the assumption that hydrogen will, that this will set fire to hydrogen and it will blow. This is one disadvantage. Hydrogen consists of small molecules with a high permeability. It permeates even metal, even steel. It is hard to constrain it in tanks and in pipes. And then it takes specific materials that are dedicated and fitted with a metal grid to extend, so to speak, for a certain but small period of time, hydrogen storage. This leak through the material can lead to cracks. The cryogenic temperature, Panos talked about the transport of liquid hydrogen, because this is how it makes sense from an economic standpoint to transport hydrogen, that is minus 250, less than minus 250 degrees, 100 degrees less than LNG. That is a great discrepancy as to the ambient temperature. This increases the heat dissipation and thereby the requirements for insulation. It also increases the requirements to handle the boil-off gas, that is the gas being, the gas being emitted when liquid hydrogen is being heated up. And then there is a risk that it entails for the crew of the vessel, for the people working around hydrogen, because at such a low temperature there can be frostbites. Hydrogen escaping in a confined space can also lead to asphyxia. This is the negative side. Hydrogen, furthermore, has a low energy density, which means that for it to be used as a fuel, 7 times more space is needed compared to conventional fuels. And this is another disadvantage. As Mr. Mitrous said, however, there are derivatives of hydrogen that could be used in the shipping industry, the byproducts. Certainly. Let me start by talking about hydrogen as the base of those byproducts. We do understand within this context that the outcome will be a rather expensive one, that is a byproduct, that is synthetic methanol or synthetic methane. And what has been talked about lately, synthetic ammonia. Those 3 fuels are the main platforms for deployment of hydrogen to produce fuels suitable for the shipping industry. Synthetic methane, similarly to LNG, can be used in the same way. There is experience with that. With respect to methanol, there is also experience, and of course some difficulties and issues have to be managed, such as handling fire caused by methanol. This is a very different case, but we're mature there as well. Whereas with respect to ammonia, the real tests in engines are taking place right now, which are going to be using ammonia. We're talking about currently tests being done. The first commercially used vessel with ammonia will be delivered within 2026. That is, ammonia gains traction. I do not mean by that the shipping industry places orders for ammonia-based engines. I'm just indicating that there are many projects involving ammonia. Among the alternative fuels, LNG is the most popular one in terms of the fuels, but other fuels are gaining ground lately. And this is also strengthened and boosted by a regulatory framework. The European Union, through the ETS and the Reframe EU, sets objectives, and the Fuel EU, Refuel EU, sets objectives and penalties for those not using clean fuel. But it is the first time worldwide that IMO sets the GFI network that will lead to significant penalties and costs for those that will not be deploying green fuels. And apart from penalties, a special bonus will be provided per fuel unit of these new green fuels. We therefore expect that these fuels will gain traction over going forward. And another issue is the availability. There is no availability right now. And just to give you a perspective, there is a rather large project to build PV systems of the magnitude of the energy requirements of Greece. This project will be able, based on a $5 billion investment, to support 20 container vessels, large container vessels. The infrastructure required and the availability of electricity, with all that entails, networks, congestion in the networks and issues, is immense in order to be able to serve the shipping industry as well. Very interesting. Mr. Droulias, would you like to share some projects that you might be implementing in terms of byproducts or the use of hydrogen in the shipping industry? Of course. But before talking about the projects that we have, because these are research projects, let me start by saying that the shipping industry essentially has a very difficult decarbonization pathway ahead of it. A ship owner, a vessel owner, cannot anticipate that 25 years on things will be easier. Sustainability seems to be not existent, actually. Whereas the industry fragmentation will be managed. Large vessel owners such as Maersk or MSC actually help the business, help the industry by placing large orders. And it is good to talk with numbers. 40% of new orders currently placed accounts for or represents vessels that can use methanol or LNG, 35% towards LNG. But there are also exotic owners that are testing ammonia and methanol, LNM, that is producing internal combustion engines for vessels, and Bartula have built future-proof platforms compared to 5 years ago. A trend that is accelerated also based on the existing EU regulations makes us optimistic for a greener shipping industry. We as a company have a strategy in place to implement research along the decarbonization path of the shipping business. We have looked into ammonia and hydrogen through Horizon projects as well as retrofits. In the near term, in order to decrease the carbon footprint of vessels, we are in partnership with Korea for a project, 180 cubic meters of a hydrogen storage tank using membrane. That is the traditional way to store LNG. There are many challenges ahead. This project will be tested 2 years on in Spain, and if this solution adds up, it will drop boil on to 0.5% a day and will enable higher quantities of liquefied gas being transported around the globe. And additionally, if hydrogen is used as a fuel, it has many other problems with respect to internal combustion engines. The manufacturers themselves have to research further. There is a problem with heat, with higher heat because of the nitrogen oxide. So there are a couple of problems for every solution.
Mr. Deligiannis, would you like to tell us a few words about the supply chain? What would be the role of it in order to accelerate energy transition in shipping? First and foremost, allow me to quickly refer to the project work by Ecolog. This is the import of hydrogen in Europe, in Amsterdam. From Oman, there is an MOU connecting producers with off-takers. We have had a pre-fit in the terminal in Amsterdam port. And we are now in the permitting process. We are considering 30,000 cubic meters vessel for hydrogen with C-type tanks, not with membranes, in order to achieve higher pressure and better utilization, or rather to restrict the boil-off management. Our design allows us to have 30 days of time without needing to do anything with the gaseous phase. Regarding shipping, hydrogen as a fuel calls for an infrastructure. There are two parameters. One is the cost, that is too high, much higher than any conventional fuel, such as diesel or heavy fuel. That's one thing. The other thing is that there are no ports or where the bunkerage can take place. There are small vessels in ports in Germany and elsewhere using hydrogen with fuel cells for short-haul trips. However, for larger vessels, this is a problem. Therefore, personally, what I see in the future for hydrogen as shipping fuel is, first and foremost, to have established a grid and network for industry for large quantities with stations that are able to manage thousands of tons of hydrogen, and on that basis have this extend to grids and networks for shipping supply. Otherwise, the risk, and in fact, when we talk about the risk, we refer to the uncertainty times the cost. So the risk is highly increased for ship owners because there is no regulatory framework for shipping. As Panos said, IMO is currently working on that. The CCC committee works on the guidelines on hydrogen. This will be finalized by 2028, and it will take another 2 years in order for IMO to gather data from the experience of utilization of hydrogen. Therefore, we are moving on to 2030, and then it's going to be included in the IGF code that has already been prepared for LNG. There are paragraphs pertaining to fuel of low flash points. And this is a platform in order to include hydrogen in these later on. If we're referring to Greece, I have to tell you that this is accompanied by a huge cost. There needs to be a practical support by the state. I'm referring to financial support. In order for those willing to invest, although there is no horizon for long-term projects for 15 or 20 years, they need to be able to receive help in the time between. And this will help ship owners choose that path, because it's the chicken and egg question again. Yes, well, there's the issue of regulation and the issue of safety. Insurance companies do not sign policies with ship owners who have hydrogen-fueled vessels. Yes, well, it's also about staff training, crew training, etc. It's really serious, and for all renewable fuels. Unfortunately, we need to sum up, and we'd like to thank you for that. Hydrogen is bound to play a part in shipping. It might not be the predominant fuel. It might be a small byproduct or derivative of the fuel. We see orders, we see ships being ordered to have methanol or hydrogen, etc. We have dual fuel nowadays, and this is an evolution in shipping, and we'll see what will happen next. If I may, on what Panos said, it so happens that I am here with two companies who make their effort. Particularly Ecolog is committed to the new green shipping, and Yorgos with Hydros make an effort to invest more on that. What we're missing here is the technology necessary to render such solutions much more sustainable, much more feasible. And within this framework, to the extent the country or Europe might enjoy additional resources from shipping due to the environmental penalties, we need to invest not only in projects but also in the generation and production of technology. To us, this is a critical part, because this will mean that we will have solutions that are highly feasible, much more feasible than the ones we have today. Very nice way to close. Thank you very much.
a future built on clean, sustainable, and green energy. Energy invisible, gaseous, and renewable. Energy that will travel further, reliably and effectively. This is the future we at DESFA envision, creating the conditions starting today to make it come true. With the know-how of our over 600 employees and the dynamic of 1,466 kilometers of high-pressure pipelines, 55 metering and regulating stations, 6 operation and maintenance centers, and 1 LNG terminal. Through key energy infrastructure projects, we ensure alternative supply sources and open new energy routes. We form strategic alliances that expand the hydrogen value chain, strengthen the security of supply for the country and the wider region, turning Greece into an international energy hub, and further build up our expertise providing services to one of the largest LNG terminals in the world. At the same time, we develop the Greek natural gas market through our participation in the Hellenic Energy Exchange Group. In DESFA, we shape the next day of energy for stability, growth, and a better quality of life for all. Because in energy, as in life, the future starts now. DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. EcoElas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. EcoElas, green present, clean future.
ENG is the new force in the energy sector in Greece. As a sustainable networks company and a member of the Italgas Group, we leverage know-how and innovation to build a more sustainable energy future. Through ENG EDA, Hellenic Gas Distribution Company, we provide reliable and secure access to natural gas for hundreds of thousands of consumers, and we continue to expand across the country. With cutting-edge technologies, we transform our networks with smart meters and innovative solutions that save energy and promote efficiency. We are investing in clean, sustainable solutions such as biomethane, actively supporting Greece's green transition. For us, sustainable development also means social responsibility. We support vulnerable social groups through volunteering activities. We collaborate with educational institutions and develop skills. We undertake initiatives with a positive social and environmental footprint. With vision, commitment, and action, we build the energy of tomorrow today.
ENG, engineering the future. If you are an owner, APC contractor, or an engineering company, ENG are your partner of choice for project management and multidisciplinary engineering services. We are an international consulting and engineering company with more than 30 years of experience, specializing in multidisciplinary engineering services for the energy, water, infrastructure, and industrial sectors. ENG work alongside owners, EPC contractors, and consultants to provide effective solutions. As experts in composite pipes and structures, oil and gas, power, industrial plants, and water infrastructure, ENG will work with you from project inception throughout the entire engineering cycle. From the concept design stage through to front-end engineering designs, to detailed design, construction drawings, and assistance on site, ENG will provide innovative solutions for developing state-of-the-art greenfield projects, as well as for expanding, streamlining, debottlenecking, and upgrading existing plants and infrastructure. Our clients enjoy the benefits of working with ENG in today's market where value is key. Speak to us today.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. Με θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow.
It's all over the news. Tech companies are becoming energy giants, banks are becoming software companies, and fast food is getting into wellness. At PwC, we're making sure you're ready for what's next. With AI that's built for how your business works, we're designing built-for-you solutions with tech titans and trailblazers. And our 370,000 professionals are taking on the knowns, unknowns, and never saw that comings that are definitely coming. We're in it with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
a future built on clean, sustainable, and green energy. Energy invisible, gaseous, and renewable. Energy that will travel further, reliably and effectively. This is the future we at DESFA envision, creating the conditions starting today to make it come true. With the know-how of our over 600 employees and the dynamic of 1,466 kilometers of high-pressure pipelines, 55 metering and regulating stations, 6 operation and maintenance centers, and 1 LNG terminal. Through key energy infrastructure projects, we ensure alternative supply sources and open new energy routes. We form strategic alliances that expand the hydrogen value chain, strengthen the security of supply for the country and the wider region, turning Greece into an international energy hub, and further build up our expertise providing services to one of the largest LNG terminals in the world. At the same time, we develop the Greek natural gas market through our participation in the Hellenic Energy Exchange Group. In DESFA, we shape the next day of energy for stability, growth, and a better quality of life for all. Because in energy, as in life, the future starts now. DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. EcoElas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. EcoElas, green present, clean future.
is the new force in the energy sector in Greece. As a sustainable networks company and a member of the Italgas Group, we leverage know-how and innovation to build a more sustainable energy future. Through ENG EDA, Hellenic Gas Distribution Company, we provide reliable and secure access to natural gas for hundreds of thousands of consumers, and we continue to expand across the country. With cutting-edge technologies, we transform our networks with smart meters and innovative solutions that save energy and promote efficiency. We are investing in clean, sustainable solutions such as biomethane, actively supporting Greece's green transition. For us, sustainable development also means social responsibility. We support vulnerable social groups through volunteering activities. We collaborate with educational institutions and develop skills. We undertake initiatives with a positive social and environmental footprint. With vision, commitment, and action, we build the energy of tomorrow today.
ENG, engineering the future. If you are an owner, APC contractor, or an engineering company, ENG are your partner of choice for project management and multidisciplinary engineering services. We are an international consulting and engineering company with more than 30 years of experience, specializing in multidisciplinary engineering services for the energy, water, infrastructure, and industrial sectors. ENG work alongside owners, EPC contractors, and consultants to provide effective solutions. As experts in composite pipes and structures, oil and gas, power, industrial plants, and water infrastructure, ENG will work with you from project inception throughout the entire engineering cycle. From the concept design stage through to front-end engineering designs, to detailed design, construction drawings and assistance on site, ENG will provide innovative solutions for developing state-of-the-art greenfield projects, as well as for expanding, streamlining, debottlenecking and upgrading existing plants and infrastructure. Our clients enjoy the benefits of working with ENG in today's market where value is key. Speak to us today.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. Θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow.
Καλησπέρα σας και πάλι από το συνέδριο.
Good afternoon. We're now continuing after the break with a panel that is about European policies for the promotion of hydrogen and renewable gases. We need to pay tribute to the European Commission as to the fact that green gases, apart from the dimension, the decarbonization dimension for European industry sectors, they also play a significant role in strengthening the energy self-sufficiency. And considering the latest developments, this is of critical importance. We will talk about that with Sakis Arnaoutoglou, who has joined us online, as well as Ms. Nektaria Karakatsani, Energy Regulation and Innovation Expert at the Hellenic Parliament, Mr. Andreas Poulikas, Professor of Energy Systems at Frederick University and former President of RAEC, as well as Melissa Verikios, Metacon AB President CEO. We'd like to thank you all for your participation, and I would like to start with an initial address by Mr. Sakis Arnaoutoglou, who has limited time because of the proceedings of the European Parliament. Indeed, there are resolutions being passed through the European Parliament. I would like to say that I'm sorry I might not be able to attend the whole panel, but let me start by saying that this is not just a matter of energy, it's also a matter of policy as to what countries will be at the front line, who will have a say at the future shift in the energy, and those that will be lagging behind, whether they will pay high cost for this inertia. The European Commission, the European Union, has a strategy about hydrogen, Repower EU 2022, has also set itself objectives, one of them being the domestic generation of hydrogen until 2030. What is very important is to have a common hydrogen market with combined and connected infrastructure and certification schemes. The scheme is also provides for decarbonization of heavy transport. Another objective, very significant one, is the establishment of the European Hydrogen Bank with a 3 billion budget. The EHB will be the key chain to generate the transition and to organize a market in a world where this gas is not commercially a commodity yet. By end of 2025, the next auction will start. The first projects will be funded with the hydrogen produced by renewable energy sources grant. This means that each kilo of green hydrogen will be subsidized by the European Union. In Greece, as you know, we take 2 steps forward and then 1 step backwards, and although many countries have a certain speed of advancement, Greece is lagging behind. For more than 4 years, Greece didn't have any hydrogen law in place, unfortunately. And after many years of delay, the first draft law of the institutional framework for investments in the hydrogen through the task force has been put in place, a task force that was established in 2019. The White Dragon project being a pilot project in Western Macedonia, and we have just an announcement and plans without a strategy behind that. The whole endeavor is led by countries that are already subsidizing hydrogen. They're installing electrolyzers, and most of those countries are within the European Union. They form the market, they shape the market, whereas, and I have no words to say other than we're wondering about what the competent body will be and how the permitting process will evolve. These are things that we should have resolved over in the past 15 years, since we knew that such a transition would take place. What is sad in my understanding, in my view, and I wouldn't want that to see being materialized, is for Greece to lose the energy innovation train. Mr. Train, and although we are very skeptical, we have, and I'm very optimistic on that, we have a natural advantage in terms of sun and wind. We have a unique geographic location in terms of connections. We have high qualified, skilled workforce, and there is, of course, innovation steps from the industry. But if there is not a national plan in place, a steadfast national plan with a deep strategic planning, then these cannot be successful. We need a coordinated effort where all will be pulling on the same string. Now, the government, and what we ask, we call upon them, is to provide for a dedicated hydrogen authority. The market should be regulated in terms of the green and the blue certificates. If we mix those, if the setting is rather mixed, then we don't have the best result. We have to provide permits for electrolyzers and networks to be put in place, as well as subsidies for generators, producers. I'm not talking about large corporations. There are smaller investors that could be supported through state aid to provide the necessary results. And then we need a connection between hydrogen and decarbonization objectives in Western Macedonia and megalopolis. In Western Macedonia, things have not gone as we anticipated in the past years. What needs to be stressed is that hydrogen is not a mere technology. And all the more, considering the times we're living in, it is also a diplomatic instrument, a tool, a vehicle. The European Union has launched strategic partnerships with Morocco, with Japan, with other countries. We need, as Greece now, to leverage on our position and become a green hydrogen hub through building infrastructure, through cross-border partnerships, through logistics and storage. If we do not have that in place, then half of the job is not done. Let me just stress that we are living in the green hydrogen times. This is for certain. And we shouldn't be asking ourselves whether we need to participate on that. We need to take the lead. Because we can, because we have what is required. We will not be laggards in this endeavor. The PASOK party and my colleagues here believe that that PASOK as a party has the plan and believes in a green transition that is socially equitable, that is also equitable for the local communities, for the industry that needs and wants to transform themselves and adapt to new realities that will have economic benefits in the long run. This will also benefit the next generations, our youth, deserve better and cleaner technologies, without doubt. And ultimately, I always stress that and I always highlight this. I'm talking about that we do not have any time left. The EU is progressing very fast, but I think Greece is also innovative. We do not have any time to lose. Hopefully, even in the last minute, we will be able to embark on that train. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anaoutoglu. I keep what you said that is particularly interesting, the fact that Greece, due to its geostrategic position, has the advantages vis-à-vis the import of hydrogen towards the European Union. So we'll allow Mr. Anaoutoglu to leave us, and we'll move on to Ms. Karakatsani, who has a presentation prepared. Good afternoon. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the Energy Press for the invitation in yet another magnificent event that is presenting with realism the entire spectrum of challenges and opportunities. So today I'd like to share with you some thoughts and findings from my experience as an evaluator of such projects. As has already been mentioned, the European Union has set ambitious goals, and what we see in practice is that we are far from them. It is evident that at the level of infrastructure of electrolysis, we had almost installed 160 megawatts, according to ENG reports in 2024, whereas the goal was 6,000 megawatts. So we have already reached 3% of coverage of these specific metrics. So out of 780 projects that had been announced, only 4% have actually received the final investment decision, and only 1% are bankable. Now, I personally agree with the previous speakers that there is the additionality of the areas that we need to take into consideration, particularly within an environment of intense curtailments. And all this set an important obstacle and impediment. However, the European Commission, despite the requests by member states, is not willing to review and revise this strict regulation, at least within the next 3 years. In order to have large-scale projects, we need commitments made. However, there we are missing a few steps, and it's certain that consumers say that they need a different type of contracts that are much more flexible. We still have pending the definition of the low emissions hydrogen, and there are certain studies such as the one I mentioned here from a approved German university. If we had the injection in the grids by 20%, then we would have important increases, and this would influence the competitiveness of industry with an average increase of 24% for Europe. So overall, in the last report of the European Commission regarding the amounts of state aid, we see that for hydrogen we had 20 billion in Europe, whereas in fossil fuel 111 million. So this is one element that calls us to think where we put emphasis and in what way do we support this effort, because we are all to be judged by the final results. With regard to the institutional framework, we are all familiar with the fourth pact regarding natural gas, and I'd like to say that this set the foundations in order to deal with hydrogen networks and grids by the regulators. However, many issues have been left open, and it discouraged the direct injection to the grids, setting this conservative percentage at 2%. We are waiting now for the new framework for state aid that's going to be announced tomorrow, the so-called CESAF, and this creates an investment visibility and a satisfactory level to increase capex. 45% for generation of hydrogen, 50% for utilization of hydrogen in industry and decarbonization. However, this still is not enough because the investment cost is simply a coefficient, and definitely we need to have operational support. Now, yet another important development that we are waiting within 2025 is a pilot platform that will bring in contact the generators and producers of natural gas throughout the world with actual off-takers, consumers in Europe. So there are many different developments. Now, with regard to the cost, allow me to say here that in order to have competitive green hydrogen, according to one latest study of the International Energy Organization, we need CO2 to be 140 euros per ton. And if this was implemented in practice, this would bring forward tectonic changes in energy and economy. On the other hand, we need some signals to lead to the decarbonization investments. Finally, I'd like us to see a few developments from European countries. That is how they adjust and adapt their national policies in this landscape that has been shaped for hydrogen. On the one hand, we see that Germany is decisive because it gives emphasis to imports as well. There, the regulator approved of an ambitious program to develop a basic network for hydrogen that places emphasis on specific segments of the chain, such as industrial consumers, infrastructure for storage, and ports. And there they calculate 19 billion to develop this network, that 56% of which will come from the utilization of the already existing natural gas network. Now, France relies on its nuclear production. It places emphasis on the generation domestically. So we are talking about grid-based electrolysis, since they are going to be using their own grid, and their goals are domestic generation by 2035. It's also worth mentioning that France places emphasis on all the value chain. There are already green technology factories there, and they are aiming at having exports aside from producing electrolyzers. And so they have reduced goals from 6.5 to 4.5 gigawatts, respectively. In the Netherlands, I recently visited the port of Rotterdam, and following the reactions of the industry there regarding competitiveness, although they do have adopted RED III, only the Netherlands and another country, instead of achieving the objective 42% of green hydrogen, they have adopted an objective of 24% in order to make sure that they won't cause significant ripples in the industrial basis. What impressed me most out of all this data was the case of Portugal. Portugal is a country that can be compared to Greece with certain parameters. They have an holistic framework of transition of a lignite region, a whole valley that is, and aside from ammonia factories and data centers that they have been developing through the financing of BRD, they also have certain hydrogen auctions. Thus, they create investment visibility, and they manage and tackle auctions to distribute a strategic, to allocate a strategic asset, because indeed they provide access to the grid, to the network. This is an opportunity for our country emerging. That is hydrogen trading, and there we have ports that might help us have opportunities within the framework of our national strategy. Now, indicatively here, allow me to mention the Innovation Fund, which is the main financing instrument for hydrogen and the auctions of hydrogen. We've heard in previous panels the whole rationale behind it. However, I'm a bit skeptical about the efficacy, and I would like to share with you my concerns and the reluctance that I have. So the much-awaited auction took almost a year to happen, and we see that it ended up with only 6 projects signing contracts for financing. And one such project was withdrawn because there were really strict conditions. So the first auction that actually reflects reality, because we had in the first one 132 offers, etc. There was more than covered oversubscription of the budget. So we had in the second one only 61 bids and an oversubscription by 4. And there was yet another criteria that was introduced, the resilience criterion, according to which if we are to become independent from China vis-a-vis electrolyzers independence, one can manufacture the project and use Chinese infrastructure up to an extent of 27% or 25%. This was a parameter towards the correct direction. However, it discouraged certain projects that had already made some initial moves. I also consider interesting Germany's scheme, the cooperation between Germany and the Netherlands, who hold together a tender, joining their forces and utilizing synergies. And on the opposite side, I'd like to mention the case of Morocco, that announced a huge hydrogen program of 32.5 billion. And they managed to attract the international consortia. And what's most important from what they themselves declare is that they provide them with significant areas, surface plots of land. That's not only the financing, but also the plots of land that one doesn't have to go through all these licensing processes and red tape that we see in Europe. Moreover, allow me to point out, since I come from the Regulatory Energy Authority, that hydrogen needs to coexist with the electric power market. It gets input and signals from it, but it further adds value. And here is an analysis from ENG that has been published only a few days ago, according to which we focus on what electrolyzers can offer. things that have already been discussed in the morning, depending on the operational modes that we will be following. If we have a baseload profile, if it's going to be fixed, if there's going to be response to the demand, if we have response to the prices, etc., we can have flexibility from 0 to 14%. However, in order to do that, we definitely need to have an investment visibility, and we need to have clear-cut revenue streams for hydrogen, because indeed it might contribute to balancing and storage. So in conclusion, I'd say that this year we've had significant developments vis-à-vis the institutional framework. Unfortunately, they are not up to the level that will provide investment visibility, and this might continue, this uncertainty might continue for approximately 3 years. I believe that the European Commission should have more dynamic actions to lift certain restrictions in the institutional framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Karakatsani. The last remark is very important. There is uncertainty, and this is manifested in the revision of many investment plans. On the other hand, the case of Portugal, that is similar to Greece, shows that there can be a holistic approach and steps can be taken. Let's turn to Mr. Poulikas. Hello. I would like a comment on your side as to whether European policies can help achieve the objectives of the European Commission of 10 million metric tons by 2030 production. And there are many voices being heard that the environmental policies of the European Commission should also consider the cost of replacing and substituting fossil fuels. How does hydrogen and renewable fuels step in? Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation, and I apologize that I could not join you in person. To address your questions, let's have a look at the EU strategy on hydrogen that provides for 3 phases. The first phase, 2020 to 2024, it provides for installation by 2024 of electrolyzers for generating green hydrogen in a capacity of 6 gigawatts and production of 1 million tons of green hydrogen. Phase 2, that is 2025-2030, hydrogen based on this approach will become part of the comprehensive energy system of Europe by 2030. Electrolyzers to produce green hydrogen of 40 gigawatts are going to be installed, and the local hydrogen valleys are to be established and developed. And the hydrogen backbone is going to be put in place to reuse the existing natural gas pipeline sections. And the last phase, 2030-2050, the long term, where the green hydrogen technologies will become mature by 2050. Green hydrogen is to take up and cover 10% of the energy demand of Europe. This is the strategy put forward by the European Union. Following its publication, many countries have devised their plans, their national plans based on that. So the question is, where do we stand today? Based on the recent ACER study, the regulators study that monitors hydrogen market in the European Union countries, it becomes evident that 22 countries have already devised their strategy or included green hydrogen in their NECP, that is targets, objectives and measures for green hydrogen until 2030. Most of those strategic papers provide for medium-term objectives by 2040. Some countries that have already devised their strategy, they have long-term objectives until 2050 being put forward. They all set objectives in terms of the electrolyzer capacity that needs to be installed based on the ACER publication. It seems that so far 216 megawatts of installed capacity are either installed or operating already, and this is a very low objective in terms and compared to the 6 gigawatt by 2024. 19 member states have declared goals to install electrolyzers by 2030 with the an overall capacity at EU level of 59 to 62 gigawatts compared to the 40 gigawatt objective put forward by the EU strategy on hydrogen. They exceed that, those 19 member states by themselves exceed that. And opposite to most of the strategies, national strategies, there are no objectives in terms of demand and supply of hydrogen, and only some have import and export objectives being formulated. By 2030, the green hydrogen production, together with low emission hydrogen, low carbon emission hydrogen, will account for 6.2 million tons. That is way lower than the 10 million of tons of green hydrogen set in the EU hydrogen strategy. Now, in terms of where we're standing today, and in order to answer your first question, it seems that producing 10 million of green hydrogen by 2030 as established in the European hydrogen strategy requires more installed capacity than the 40 gigawatt objective already being established. In terms of the increased cost of installing green hydrogen compared to fossil fuels, indeed, for green hydrogen to be competitive, it needs to go down from €5 a kilo to $1.5 per kilo. In the context of the energy transition, use of small modular reactors to generate green hydrogen needs to be looked at again in order to manage and handle the future energy demand of Europe in a better way. Thank you.
Ms. Verikis, do we have a shift towards what's most realistic in the case of green hydrogen? What do you see of the objective set for domestic generation by 2030 by the European Commission? Thank you very much, Mr. Deligiannis, and I'd like to also thank the organizers for the invitation. It's an excellent question, quite topical, given the latest news. I've made some notes because I have to say a few things. We had very interesting data as to where we currently stand, the objectives set, the problems that we have to deal with until we get to these objectives. And I believe that the package for 2021 has set the milestone to support the pathways that will drive us to these goals and achieve objectives. And there are several frameworks that support this path towards these objectives. Definitely, these are high objectives. And we heard by other speakers that every year we renew this perspective. Are we closer to our goals? Do we need to adjust? Have we done any steps forward, any backward steps? Despite that, I think that the regulation and the regulatory frameworks that have been established definitely support transition towards this regulatory framework. For instance, we see that there's the unbundling. Each provider has access to the network. There's the framework to achieve access to networks. We see common techniques, specifications, and common standards throughout Europe, something that really supports the interconnection of markets. This is significant if we are to say that this is the method and this is where we are going to move. Let me remind you that we started from scratch. Afterwards, there are some objectives and incentives. We've seen REPowerEU that has established the incentives for each member state. And on top of that, we have the Innovation Fund with the financial incentive. I will agree that the results were not the ones that one would consider ideal. However, this was a first. We saw an auction that could have presented lags in several different forms, vis-à-vis the organization, for instance. Instead, we saw that this was well supported by the European Commission, and we had huge participation. Definitely, the results, I will agree, were not the ones we would like to have to claim that we are making a leap regarding prices, but this was only the beginning. So we'll saw what we can correct in the second year. We had reports and analysis as to what we can correct. All these reports is important, and Hydrogen Europe helps such data and helps auctioneers and producers to improve their bids. Market development and infrastructure, PCI. Greece has participated successfully in the PCI. We see that the NOE, with the coordination of the development of infrastructure, has put its own contribution. We had the European hydrogen backbone. We had a huge participation in Greece. We had many representatives who came to help the ministry and the industrial sector. Despite that, there are substantial gaps that we have already mentioned. The high cost of this technology is one of them, is the biggest issue that we need to discuss. Delays in licensing regarding Greece. Of course, there were some positive news. We move on fast. We take steps. We do this under the guidance of the European Commission. We imitate other member states' know-hows, how they did it in Germany, in the Netherlands, etc. My overall view is that we have set the foundations, we have the framework, we have the goals and objectives, so gradually we create a pathway that will lead us there. But the critical question is, will there be speeding up of investments? Will there be incentives that will be given? Will we be able to say that the support of competitiveness vis-à-vis the end consumers will be substantially supported? These are the main questions that need to be answered quickly within the few coming years. So therefore, for you, the main problem has to do with incentives. It's the legislative framework, it's the incentives, it's the union of all these markets, that is the consumer, the industry, the legislative framework. All this is part of a chain. These are parts of a chain. And so far, in the energy issue, we haven't had any renewal or revision. We need to invest in creating the communication bridges between these if we are to move on. So, paraphrasing what you said, significant steps have been made, but they were not leaps. Definitely there were significant steps towards the right direction. Out of my experience with Hydrogen Europe and in Commission. Yes, definitely we've had significant steps, and I underline here, we need to see where we started from 8 or 9 years ago. When we first started the dialogue on hydrogen, definitely we had a lot more time ahead of us, but it took us too long to coordinate this dialogue. Each member state needed to participate in the decarbonization package, to participate in the Green Deal, to have approvals to say that we have set some common goals, even if they were too high. Thank you very much. Mr. Poulikas, you talked about the cost, you too. You have mentioned in the past the issue of equipment and equipment resilience, to be more precise. How can these two challenges be met? Indeed, these are two factors or challenges, as you've mentioned, that impede the use of hydrogen. The first one has to do with the resilience of equipment, but we seem to have reached a solution. There remains, however, a very high cost for the generation of green hydrogen. Nowadays, technology and science have given solutions vis-à-vis the resilience of the equipment. This on the basis of the experience that we have acquired from solar and wind technologies. Hydrogen is fuel ready to become a reality, since globally the pace of research, development and pilot projects for green hydrogen is accelerated. Now, with regard to the cost, particularly of green hydrogen, we need to do much more work on that. We need pilot projects, large-scale projects that will allow us to acquire experience, to improve operability, efficiency of hydrogen infrastructure. And let me point out that the biggest project that will have a cost of approximately $5 billion is being built in Saudi Arabia. It's the Nilias project under the umbrella of the NEO project. Saudi Arabia has committed an area equal to the surface area of Belgium, and they are going to install their PV systems of 4 gigawatts, aiming at generating 650 tons a day of green hydrogen. The long-term goal being to reduce the cost from $5 per kilo to $1.5 per kilo. And the ultimate goal, the overarching goal by Saudi Arabia, is for it to become an exporter of hydrogen. Following the Saudi Arabia's example, the countries of Southeastern Mediterranean, and the MEP has also mentioned it, can make advances in the hydrogen economy because they can become exporters of sustainable energy towards the EU. However, it will take strategy that will take into account the advantages of the broader region vis-à-vis the generation of hydrogen and the synergies that might come from the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Verikios. We elaborated on issues pertaining to support by the European Union. I wanted to ask you, to what extent is the support by the member states necessary? You do have a picture from European organizations, therefore you do have an impression as to what happens in the member states of the European Union. Where would you place Greece in that map? A very good question. Well, look, I think that we are moving towards a more realistic green model, whereby several member states will be playing an important part. The cost of this transition, however, as I've already mentioned, can be shared by the state, the consumers, and the industry. And we have seen great support at national level, combined with what we see from the European Commission. the EU can offer many things. We have all these decisions and the regulatory frameworks, etc. So each member state does have the responsibility to say that, okay, I have this specific financial support for hydrogen and renewable gases, and therefore I will be creating and establishing the priorities domestically in order for me to be able to open this drawer and tap into the funding and to have the investment necessary if we are to take it one step further.
Why do I believe that national support is important? It complements the European funding as what we call co-funding, which is something that in Greece we have used it and we have achieved certain things, and we've seen how we can develop it further, how we can move to the next step. I'm not going to refer to specific projects, but I think we're all aware of them. But also the creation of demand. So therefore, through the CFDs and the various tax reliefs and the various quotas for green hydrogen, we've already started seeing the interest of the various organizations in the industry. But we must also support on a national level the licensing. This is a huge problem for us in Greece. I'm not going to comment on the reasons why we've been delayed, but we're on a good kind of path. Yesterday we had very good news and we're moving forward slowly. We're also expecting new results, and therefore we see that in this new kind of path that's taken by the sector, we can say that Greece is on a sort of good, is making good progress, and we can move forward to the licensing, and we can create this framework, which of course HILO has also helped a lot. And I don't know if you're aware, but it started around 8 years ago, a certain framework within one can have a look and see how each country, what each country does to get to the stage of licensing. What do they do in France, for example? There's a huge database which we're slowly starting to use in Greece. So in Germany we've seen many projects, in the Netherlands we've seen the combination of ports and pipes, and which are very important. Spain and Portugal. Portugal is a little bit behind, but Spain is one of the first country that created the first hydrogen valley, which in Greece we didn't exactly replicate it, but it's been almost like an inspiration on what we can do when it comes to combination of production, transportation of hydrogen, its use in ports, etc. So therefore I believe that Greece somehow is at the same place as Portugal. We have made a few steps, however a lot of work is required. We've also carried out a national strategy, and we are happily seeing that things are moving forward there. We've received IPSIS, which is also very important. I believe that country in Southeastern Europe has come to the forefront in the last few years, and there's been a certain kind of push by the European Commission so that we can kind of put ourselves in the map, which is very important, and that's because gradually we're going to start seeing this value chain. So the question is whether with the projects that we've already designed now, whether we can move to the next step. Of course we're not Germany for various different reasons, but however I believe that when it comes to hydrogen and green gases, we have made some steps that are very important. Yes, you're absolutely right. Thank you very much. Ms. Karakatsani, you referred to the new state aid framework which is going to be presented tomorrow. What are we going to say about hydrogen? Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's true that this new framework brings a revolution when it comes to the speed of approvals, whereas in the past you needed to interact with the various EU authorities with a certain degree of uncertainty. Now if you follow specific specifications, you can almost automatically get the state aid required. I believe that this is revolutionary for European standards. Now, when it comes to the various support levels, it's 45% for green hydrogen production, 50% in industrial decarbonization. The market says that this is not sufficient. However, this is a significant start. Of course, if all these requests were satisfied, the government budgets would be thousands times higher if we add all the different sectors that require investments. So therefore, I believe that it's an important start, it's a good start. There are all the issues that we've highlighted here today when it comes to the strict criteria, and I believe that if the European Commission does not move on with kind of bold decisions, we're not going to be able to see a good low-emission hydrogen landscape. Personally, I'm particularly concerned about the fact that we're not following this holistic approach, the systems-based approach, because you can receive a certain kind of support for CapEx, but you're not getting any support for the electrical connection or for the infrastructure in general. So therefore, it's being directed through the CSAF, the whole investment procedure, to particular categories of projects, and it depends on government budgets. That's where we see certain asymmetries. For example, Italy has decided to spend 3.7 billion, if I'm not mistaken, from the recovery fund. In our country, on the other hand, there are other sectors that have been prioritized, sectors which have a more social impact, for example, the health sector, which is very important, any social cohesion actions. So therefore, different member states prioritizes different sectors based on the abilities. CSAF, for the first time, might be talking about the different combinations of co-funding, but not with the necessary speed required by the recent developments. I personally believe that we cannot just let the time kind of pass when it comes to hydrogen, because the gap between Greece and other countries gets bigger. For example, 10 days ago when I was in Denmark, it was announced that they announced a funding of 30 million about the project that's going to be connecting North Africa with Italy, Germany and Austria, and studies there are already undergoing, and therefore as a project is getting more mature, then that kind of gives a kind of healthy ambition for other countries in Europe to become export hubs. However, if you don't make the necessary steps in field, then we cannot have all these pieces of this value chain in this very complicated equation. So therefore, what you're saying is that we need to show some kind of rapid reflexes because we're missing opportunities. Absolutely, and sometimes these are not reversible. However, while your neighbors are moving forward, that creates a good dynamic for the wider region, and just like Greece has been a pillar of stability in the past and has played an important role in green transition and decarbonization, I believe that also there we have opportunities, and we can achieve our objectives. With this optimistic message, I'd like to thank you all for your participation in this panel. Thank you. And, dear friends, we continue with adding to the many interesting things that we've already heard with this panel, where we're going to have a special focus on Western Macedonia, where we heard from the regional director of Western Macedonia this morning, Mr. Manatidis, who talked about the special characteristics and also the approach that shows a certain optimism for the area. In this panel that under the title Western Macedonia as a field for the development of modern energy investments focusing on hydrogen technologies, I have the pleasure to have in this panel Mr. Dimitris Triantafylopoulos, the CEO of Hellenic Hydrogen, the company which, with shareholders, as we've already heard, two very important stakeholders in Greek reality, which is the PPC and Motor Oil. They're making something turning into a reality for the first time with the production of hydrogen in our country. Mrs. Katerina Vardava, who's from the Development Projects Division of DEPA, who's also been active, DEPA has also been active in sectors beyond the traditional sectors that, like for example, natural gas. Mr. Vasilis Deligiannis, Director of ENG Greece, a consultancy firm. Which comes from Mrs. Eleni Papista, who's a director of the Clean Technologies and Hydrogen in the cluster of Western Macedonia, as well as Dr. Panagiotis Grammelis, who's the director of research at EKETA. You've all seen the work that EKETA has done, but he's also a scientific advisor for this project. After thanking you for your presence, I'd just like to ask you, Mr. Triantafylopoulos, about this particular project. So if you can just give us some details about the steps that you've taken so far, but also an overview of how you see your activities in the area of Western Macedonia. Thank you very much. When you're at a phase of development, you always run the risk of becoming more kind of sort of theoretical, when it's a little bit like an iceberg that you just see only about 10% and you're not seeing the rest of it, the other 90%. So therefore, as I was coming here, I was thinking that I would talk about the things that we've done since last year, and there are things that have happened since last year, but the people don't see them. And since I've been going to the area of Western Macedonia regularly, I've seen an increase in concern of the local communities when it comes to production investments and productive investments in the area, because there are investments. The question is how productive they are and what they offer to the local communities and how they maintain, which is the industrial culture of the population of Western Macedonia. This is something that you don't see often in Greece. It's very hard to find it because the industrialization in our country started in the 1980s, and now we've got to the point where we've come to the kind of cliche that I believe it's wrong, that tourism is the country's heavy industry. Now, when it comes to our project is a project that's being developed in Amideo, within the installations of Amideo. It's got a modular design. We can go potentially up to 300 megawatts, but just like most investors of developing projects in the area, we're going to do it in different phases, and we're going to do that because of all the issues that we all have about consumption and the low price of hydrogen and what exactly we're substituting. Compared to last year, we've improved the environmental licensing, and believe me that anyone who's done environmental licensing in Greece can understand that what I'm saying is indeed a very important step, and it's even more significant if you take into account that it's essentially the first unit that's receiving an environmental license, because this motor oil unit falls within a different kind of framework because it's part of the refinery industry. The most important thing is that we completed the basic design, and that's important because we've already, as a company, with our partners, we've got a lot of technical expertise. We're talking about a new thing. We're talking about electrolysis existing since 1950s. However, electrolysis as we know it now is something completely new. We're talking about modules of 20, 50 or 100 megawatts in 5 megawatt modules. We're talking about monitoring systems that will have to manage renewables. We're talking about new sort of safety guidelines. So therefore, it's something that you need to know first before you can actually share that knowledge with others, before it becomes a safe and productive unit. The other thing that we've done is, of course, we've acquired the land through a leasing contract with the PPC. What's important is that we've received a lot of support by the local community on many different levels, both with Mr. Manatidis, the regional director, Mr. Liassis, the mayor, and all the people that we've been talking to. All these people, there for many years, they're waiting to see investments that are going to keep the children and the grandchildren in the area. So the competition at the moment is not Athens, so it's not like somebody leaves Ptolemaida to go to Athens to work. The competition is now all over the world, so this is what we need to understand. So we need to be competitive for the future of our children and our grandchildren, so that they can stay in our country because they want to stay. We are a generation of people who have traveled, we've come back, and we can see the competitive advantages of our countries. So it's important to convey that message to future generations, so that we can have generations of engineers and who can stay here, and then later on even just have a career outside Greece. Hydrogen is a huge opportunity for that category of the population, and I know that similar efforts are also being made by the region for the upskilling of the area, so that once the hydrogen technology is mature, that they can be there. Another thing I'd like to mention is that a couple of months ago, Mr. Tassis, the CEO of PPC, who also happens to be the head of the management board of Hellenic Hydrogen, he presented the investment plan of the PPC. Within that investment plan, there was also the Hellenic Hydrogen unit. There's a very important difference between what we're presenting now and the carbon in Amida. We're talking about many different applications. We're talking about the production, we're talking about consumption, so therefore it's very different. And within that framework we're going to operate, and we're hoping that the Greek government and the pace of the Greek government will be able to follow the pace of private initiatives. Because from our experience so far, this is something that is not achieved very easily. It requires a lot of effort, and unfortunately it's one of the elements that require a lot of effort.
Earlier, you talked about concerns at a local level. Well, such an investment, aside from its financial dimension, can it bring forward change, a shift in mindset, and the advent of a new ecosystem and new technologies. Yes, this was one of the challenges that we had to meet. We wanted to try and have this and other productive investments create a core cluster around which there would be startups that would be manufacturing and processing and businesses, secondary nature of businesses. All this obviously can be done, but I have to repeat that these people worked for White Dragon 7 or 8 years ago. We talked about different investments, and currently what they see are PVs and some investments in SMEs. It's not me telling you that. They expect a lot more, and they want to have more, because if we lose that culture, I can repeat that the biggest problem of a technical company right now is to find people with such a culture, be it on a technical level or at the level of the engineer. This is a culture that's been that's going to become extinct, and it's not easy for us to find it. Yes, it's absolutely significant. We used to know that Western Macedonia was at the core of the industrial production, and there was the respective culture in the general population. It's something different compared to what we come across in the rest of the country. And of course, it's very positive for someone who wants to become active there. Now we'll give the floor to Ms. Vardava. I know, Ms. Vardava, that you have a presentation. Maybe we can help you with the presentation. Please move to the podium.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. It's a great joy for me to participate in this event representing DEPA, a company that is synonym to the supply of natural gas and the enhancement of the country's energy security. However, it has been transformed into an integrated energy company, having presence in electric power with the contribution in cogeneration units with combined cycle with natural gas in Albania, in Alexandroupolis and in Larissa. Alternatively, in the future, this will move on green fuel. We also have natural gas and power supply to small domestic consumers. We also invest in RES, where we have a portfolio important in Western Macedonia, Thessaly and Central Greece. Also in transports through the physical gas stations, natural gas stations, and the is pioneering, having implemented the first pilot project for the generation of compressed biomethane in Greece in cooperation with Pharmakitas, and in hydrogen, where we have the Live Greenhorn project developed that I'm going to present in this presentation. So as we can see in the first presentation, this is implemented in Kozan in Western Macedonia, and it pertains to the first operational station of generation of hydrogen and the supply of power hydrogen, powered vehicles. We have DEPA that is responsible, and we also have a sustainability model to extend and expand. In this project, we have the participation of Western Macedonia, Diavima, DMT Composites, European Dynamics, and ASEA Infrastructure. Live Greenhorn that started out in September 2024 has a duration of 60 months implementation. It has already received approximately 3 million euros through the LIFE program of the EU. Was the only one that was financed through the LIFE program and the only one in Europe regarding the hydrogen station. So it focuses on the generation of green hydrogen. This is done through the use of an electrolyzer of 500 kilowatts that's going to be feeding on RES through PPA. The hydrogen generated will be compressed and then will be stored in order for it to be distributed. We will have 3 units for different pressures in order to serve different types of vehicles, and the overall capacity in the several pressures will be 210 kilos of hydrogen per day at first. This will be able to serve 13 vehicles. Given that the production capacity will exceed the demand, we will have a tagged vehicle that is going to store and transfer hydrogen safely towards a multi-fuel station in Thessaloniki that's been developed by us again. And there's going to be another platform that's being built, and through this we will be able to analyze data in real time, and it will ensure the improvement of the installation. Another thing, we will have to feasibility studies in order to investigate how we can take into account and utilize sludge. This has significant environmental and social benefits in Western Macedonia, such as the reduction of emissions. We will have CO2 emissions reduction. We will have creation of jobs. The know-how will be transferred to the local society, and also, it may be a project that can become a pilot for other projects in other areas. Thank you. Listening to your presentation, I thought that mutatis mutandis, this model does have the element that Mr. Triantafylopoulos mentioned, a logic and a philosophy that's much more broader for the entire region. I'd like us to focus on that. That is, DEPA, if I understand correctly, is implementing a broader plan for Western Macedonia. Isn't that so? Yes, of course. Quite correct, Mr. Panagoulis. Thank you very much for the question. Yes, I would definitely agree with Mr. Triantafylopoulos that Western Macedonia still remains the energy heart of the country. There's the whole culture that has been shaped there that has to do with energy, where we had the heavy industry of the country. So projects such as the Life Green Horn or other projects that we seek to develop there find it more easy to be established there. Now, regarding our company, DEPA, this project is highly significant because it is within a broad plan for zero emissions in transport. So this will allow us to have know-how. It will pave the path for a new energy ecosystem. It will definitely offer us experience, placing a significant player in the emerging markets. Of course, DEPA doesn't only have this in mind, doesn't only have this project that is associated to Western Macedonia. We have PV projects that we will be building in the near future, 400 megawatts for starters, and we will reach an overall capacity of 500 megawatts, part of which will be used for electrolysis in the Life Green Horn, and also, in our plans, we have the supply of remote customers with gas, customers who are not connected to the national transportation grid. In September 2024, we had a new plant in Castorias, paving the path for supply with LNG to Castoria, and this will also include the extension of physical stations that will be offering other green fuels as well, biomethane, bio-LNG for heavy kind of vehicles as a part of our broader strategy for green fuels. So I think that all this goes to show that DEPA commits itself in investing in natural gas to safely distribute it and also commits itself to proceed to investments in innovative technologies with a social impact. It aligns itself with the national European objectives for green development and growth, and it is a company that is one of the basic pillars in the energy sector in the country. And definitely it is quite positive to see that such major companies embrace such new technologies, because this is the only way that we can make progress. If major companies that are able to draw funds and do have the know-how don't make it forward, well, no one else will. Thank you very much for this very important presentation. And now I will follow the list of names. So now we move on to Mr. Vasilis Daligiannis, who is the General Director of ENG Greece. Now, tell us a few words about the course of the company from dirty fuel to new technologies. What is your experience so far? Mr. Panagoulis, first and foremost, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. As you said, ENIA is a company that was established in Greece in 1987. Therefore, it is a company that provides multidisciplinary studies and project management services, particularly in the industry and energy. So, starting from the energy that we used to have back then, oil, gas, etc. We have executed and implemented projects in North Africa, Middle East, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Abu Dhabi, etc. So having had this past and implementing projects in all these regions and in Greece as well, with in other heavy industries in Greece, in the past few years, and since we were always following technological advances, we have followed the imperatives of energy transition, trying to help our clients vis-a-vis the greening of their activities, be them heavy industries or customers, clients who are owners and have some plans to generate green hydrogen, CO2 capture, mainly abroad in Northern Europe, where we support customers in the generation of green hydrogen. For instance, there is a project in Hamburg of 100 megawatts, as well as projects regarding greening of heavy industries, such as steel industry. Why are we here? We are here for Western Macedonia because we are the main study office regarding green hydrogen generation, the EKETA project. And this is the main reason why we participate in this panel and not in any other of the other panels. I won't say more about the project because Mr. Gramelis is going to present it, but what I need to point out is that indeed in Western Macedonia there is a strong potential. I'm referring to human resources. We are a people's company, and we pay attention to people. Human resources are our power, and we try, and we will keep on trying to support local community. We will be participating in 2 weeks from now in the Hydrogen Summer School organized by Klube to be able to pass the torch to the local engineers, students, etc., to come closer to such technologies, because we want them to stay where they live and offer their services there. Thank you. Thank you for this first presentation. I think that what you say is quite interesting. Within the sector of energy, you in fact were called, or rather you selected, you chose to provide services in order for the conventional industries to green their operations, and on the other hand, you were called to pave the new path. Industries might do this out of obligation, but this also creates for them significant opportunities. Yes, precisely. There are significant opportunities. This is energy transition. During the entire energy transition, we cannot forget about our past. As we speak, although we are a company following energy transition, we are currently planning a conventional fuels terminal station in the Maldives. Why? Because the needs of the state need to be covered. They need fuel. We try to move towards energy transition goals. It's not easy. There are many different issues pertaining to technology, pertaining to investment, pertaining to infrastructure, and we try. We are neither owners nor investors, but we can support our customers. Now, maybe I would suggest Mr. Deligiannis. No. There is no presentation by Eketa. This is a video that we have to share. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, we share it during the break. Okay, please tell us a few words about the project, the specific project. Well, it's something similar to the one showed earlier. This is a park, a demonstration park, that we aspire to have as a research infrastructure. It is divided into 2 parts. The electrolyzer per se of a double capacity, 350 kilos per day maximum production with fewer vehicles. Therefore, we have more hydrogen. We have our own park, a PV park from which we'll get energy. And if we need extra energy, we'll see how we can get it from the grid, either with the form of PPAs or. So you're telling us that you have 1 megawatt? Yes, this is a much larger project, 19.8 million euros financed under the Fair Transition Fund with the help of Mr. Papathanasis and Mr. Amanatidis. We have their support for the implementation of the project. The difference compared to what our friend from DEPA showed is that this is a research infrastructure. We aspire to make it the biggest infrastructure in the Balkans. So this is a park for the generation, storage and utilization of hydrogen. Not only will we have a hydrogen station, but also a fuel cell. And the aim here is to demonstrate all types of technologies. Why am I saying this? Dimitri said that ever since 2021, we plan projects, and we never generate hydrogen. So our ambition, I don't know if we are going to be the first ones because we need to get over with red tape, but first and foremost we need to have the infrastructure for green hydrogen. We're talking about ambitious projects, so this will allow us to come in contact with technology which is helpful for businesses such as Hellenic Hydrogen, and also to demonstrate the type of technologies needed to society. As researchers, our main criterion is the following. There's no point mentioning figures if all this doesn't is not done for the best interests of people. So we need to have tangible and very specific results that will help us implement investments that will create new jobs. You mentioned the issue of know-how in the area. However, the figures are quite sad. There is a drop of the population by 20%. We are talking about 286,000 people, and 8 out of 10 people leave the country. So this could be equivalent to a war here. So the possibility to have investments such as the one Dimitris mentioned, as well as others. We're really glad to see the BBC commits to such projects. So all this will create new jobs, and we believe in this, and we believe in the new technologies, and we believe that the energy core will return to Western Macedonia, not only because of the know-how that is present there, but because of the grids and networks that are available and the ease of licensing. It might have taken a lot of time to achieve license, but this is the most important step. So, yes, okay, maybe following licensing, you'll stop at that point. No, I think that Dimitris is going on with this huge investment. So we believe that we need to put man at the center of all our activities and effort. So we do have this demonstrative park where we are going to be demonstrating technologies, helping citizens understand how hydrogen works and how it can spread. And the second thing is to promote entrepreneurship in Eketa. Our culture is a culture of cooperation with businesses, and time is of the essence in such cooperation. So what we try to do is to cooperate with businesses. We're going to get equipment through this project that will allow us to test and certify equipment. If, for instance, Dimitris wants to check the operation of the electrolyzer, we'll provide him with the necessary equipment to support him. And our aim is to support all hydrogen-involved businesses through a single certification. That is, enterprises need to know that what they have works and it works well. So we have two things: citizens, accessibility of technology, and secondly, promotion of entrepreneurship. We talked about reskilling, upskilling, etc. All this will be improved whenever you have infrastructure in place where you can provide training.
One would say that when you have two different production activities, you just described a research project, but when you have two production projects, why is the research project necessary? That's the first question. And the second one is generally on a research level in Western Macedonia. What is that is offering to this research ecosystem? Thank you very much for the question. That's a very good one. It has many risk opportunities. The first one is a promotion to from normal people. And we were talking about hydrogen, and we didn't even have a production of even 0.5 gram of hydrogen. Together with the efforts of DEPA, we can promote these technologies. So it's another thing talking about it theoretically, and another thing to showing it in practice. The other thing is, of course, that the skilling has to be done in real infrastructure. So moving from theory to practice is important, but then, of course, practice is only done through real activities. And what we want to do, and our ambition is to create innovative products. The risk that we have is that the project is funded 100%. That's an initiative that's been taken by the government, because we're talking about EU and national money, and that project is going to be subsidized for 2 or 3 years in terms of its operation, but then it's going to continue to operate and produce results. That's where there's a risk and there's an emphasis in entrepreneurship. And what we want to do is to create innovative products that can find the right ground in the market, and through this create further job opportunities. I'd like to say about Ms. Papista, who's representing Hydrogen Klube, that really every stone you turn you just find Klube. I'm very impressed by how active you are within all areas of new technologies, and I believe that you've helped greatly. If you can just give me some information. Yes, I think you put it very nicely. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be here with you. I'd like to talk not only as a professional in this sector, but also a citizen of Western Macedonia, where I come from and where I've gone back to, and I've been living for the past 15 years. Here we talk about energy investments and hydrogen. I will talk from the kind of viewpoint of Klube, which is the bioeconomy and hydrogen cluster for Western Macedonia, where its role is not entirely institutional or investment or technical, but essentially it's an interconnection ecosystem. What we've been trying since 2014 is to connect local entrepreneurship with the local community, with all the different initiatives and research in the academic world. What is being attempted in Western Macedonia in recent years is important. As it meets a very important requirement, which at the same time poses as a challenge. What we trying to do to kind of shift from an industrial heavy historically past to a more agile system, a cleaner system, and a more just system. This is a difficult challenge, which does not only require innovation and technology. It essentially requires a social and an economic dimension that need to be taken into account very seriously. Can you just give us an example, maybe from your activity as Klube, about your ambitions in the future? Yes, as a economy and environment cluster, what we essentially do is we implement European projects. At the moment we're kind of implementing over 70 projects, but however what we try to do is we try to kind of work in the field. One of them is the Green Horn that was mentioned by Katerina. It's a project that for us is an emblematic project. It's particularly important for us because it concerns the production of green energy that's going to be utilized by the various vehicles that were mentioned. We also have various projects that deal with storage systems. So therefore we're talking about hybrid systems, and with the whole innovation that's in kind of part of that. We also have a very important project which is part of Erasmus+, which it's been going since already 2022 and has included many educational programs with all with the consortium from 33 partners from all over Europe, and its objective is to create a hydrogen blueprint. And it's a project that's being coordinated partly by Hydrogen Europe, and in that context we've implemented many different environmental programs. One of them is a program that is being implemented for the third consecutive year this year, which has been supported by many different companies. Hellenic Hydrogen is one of them for the third consecutive year. It's a gold sponsor. DEPA is also a gold sponsor and has been supporting us over the past years. And this year we also have the support of ENG, and would like to thank them very much for that. So therefore, we do want to achieve what was mentioned earlier, which is one of the most important goals. We want to create educational programs that will create skills, and which will have as a primary goal to upgrade, to upskill and reskill existing workers, because as Dimitris mentioned, we have a very important advantage as an area, as a region. We have an energy memory, and this is exactly what we're talking about. It's about the people who have the technical expertise. However, they need to be somehow shifted towards the direction of hydrogen. So we want to invest in this. And in this context, I'd just like to mention that there's also had the approval of another Erasmus Plus project, which relates to an education excellence center in the area of Western Macedonia. They're called COFTE, Center of Vocational Education Centers. In synergy with other countries like Ghana in Africa, or other European countries like Italy, Germany, etc. In the remaining time, I'd just like to ask everyone to just make one remark, one conclusion, and maybe a message to the people of Western Macedonia. What is there, and what can they be expecting from these developments? Can we just start from the final speaker? What the people of Western Macedonia should be expecting is a faster change. Ms. Papista put it very nicely that there is we do have the right human resources there. However, there is a delay in the implementation of these investments, and that's why people of Western Macedonia haven't actually seen the decarbonization of the area. They've seen the transition. They've seen the transition since the announcement of decarbonization in 2019, but since then we have 5-6 years of continuous transition without a change in the production economic model, which is, of course, is what we want to see. So therefore, Western Macedonians should expect a type of entrepreneurship that is going to create jobs and is not going to lead to job losses like we've seen in recent years. And I believe, in my opinion, especially after the ambitious plan that was announced by the BBC, that the area is going to be the energy heart of the country. First of all, because it has access to the networks, as mentioned earlier. And smart networks is something very important. But second, because I believe that's going to play a role, the storage technologies are going to play an important role, for example hydrogen, and also other technologies announced by the BBC. It's worth mentioning that the autonomy through renewables is a very expensive kind of sport, if you like. Estimates show that there's 7 trillion euro required for the autonomy through renewable energy sources. So therefore, this gap is going to be closed by new investments in smart networks and storage technologies, and that's where jobs are going to be created, and that's where I see the growing sector in the area. Stelianis. So to conclude, the message that we could send to the people of Western Macedonia is that on one hand we have the kind of local knowledge, the talent, the local talent, but at the same time we have the willingness of important, very strong investment groups to invest in the area. There are research centers which are very important, there are universities that are important, there are different bodies that interconnect research, technology and the academic community. The regional authorities are there to support it, so therefore some patience might be required to go through this transition, but we see, but the future seems to be bright. Ms. Papista, as I mentioned earlier, there are some advantages to the area, some comparative advantages. One of them I talked about earlier. The second one is its important location on the map, Greece in general, but specifically Western Macedonia. However, we should not forget that in order for all these things that we've talked about here today to be implemented, we should not overestimate the value of a national strategy that's going to allow for investments to be implemented at some point. And I would also like to add that we cannot afford to not have a clear political willingness that provides for energy storage, because on one hand the national plan talks about electrification, but we cannot expect initiatives for hydrogen from 2030 onwards. All these things need to come forward in the agenda. So we need to all live here with a positive message. I believe that in Western Macedonia we have everything that is necessary to move forward. Let's invest in what we already have, and with a clear vision for the future. Yes, an optimistic message for the future, but also what you've observed about the need of national strategy and a sense of urge. Yes, generally I would say that there seems to be kind of the will from all sides to create some kind of energy hub in the area from a completely different standpoint. But talking about Greek Horn, the project, people from Western Macedonia can see this from as a holistic approach that includes storage, renewables, refueling through hydrogen. All these things are of course interconnected through platforms, and therefore they can specialize in different systems in various applications that with the active participation of citizens. So all these things are important because everybody can actually acquire skills and acquire technical expertise and remain in the area, working not only on in the area of hydrogen, but in all the other projects that are going to be implemented in the future. Thank you. And Mr. Triadafilopoulos, yes, first of all I'd like to say that I agree with my colleagues. I think the message is clear, but the message should also come towards us that that we finally need to show some action, and I'm referring both to the private as well as the public sector, so that we can actually move into this new era. I would like to kind of conclude with a concern, and that we have a history of non-implementation of investments in the area, non-implementation by some serious investors, and also some investment plans that they'd received already some kind of subsidy. I'm just posing that as food for thought, because it's not always very straightforward. That doesn't mean that the company just received the subsidy and they're going to move to the implementation of the project. But if they'd planned to start in 2022, and with all the hurdles that they find they can start in 2026. So things have changed significantly. The technology has changed, the market has changed, the globalization, all these things that do not wait for the licensing procedure to be completed in Greece. This is something that we all need to understand, whether we're one side or the other. We need to all try to accelerate these processes. I think the message is clear. So therefore, we just came back to what you said earlier, and it was also mentioned by other speakers in the panel about that kind of sense of urge and so that the citizens of Western Macedonia will see specific actions that there is a certain disbelief which kind of becomes yet another hurdle. I'd like to thank you all for this discussion. I'm also hoping that people listening to us in Western Macedonia could sort of get an idea of what the situation is like. I think in any case, I'd like to wish every success in your efforts, and we're all here to kind of follow this closely. Thank you.
So now I'll call upon the floor our speaker who's going to present to us things that are at the core of what we had today. It's going to be about networks, the arteries through which all the system will work. Are networks ready to have hydrogen? So I'm referring to the speaker, Mr. Michael Tomadakis, Chief Strategy and Development Officer of DESPA. Good afternoon. I'd like to warmly thank the organizers of those of you who are still remaining here in this very interesting event on hydrogen and biomethane and carbon capture and storage as well. So I'll start by something that was mentioned in the morning by the minister. The minister wondered what would be the cheapest thing to do if we were interested in green transition. This is our study answering that same question 3 or 4 years ago. What is cheaper to do to get rid of the emissions from 4,000 megawatts of units? The average operation was 3,200 hours per year. See, here you see in billion what it costs for one to invest. The first column. Oh, I do apologize, says the speaker. I want the pointer. Oh, there's no pointer. Okay. So the first column is 1.1 billion to get rid of CO2 emissions from natural gas facilities if I apply carbon capture and storage. 4 billion if I use biomethane, 4.7 if I use biomethane plus CCS, 5.5 hydrogen produced by autonomous units and electrolyzers that are not connected to the network, 30 to 70% network with natural gas, and 12 billion drachmas, said the speaker, euro, he apologizes, if I use new RES facilities with all the accompanying networks, cells, batteries and backup units of natural gas to keep the system in balance. So it's clear, and this was our own guide for our own strategy, that the renewable gases have a significant economic role to contribute to energy transition. What we also did was to study what's going on with hydrogen in Europe. That what you see here is the consumption of the countries that you can see on the map: Southeastern Europe, Central Europe, and Germany. What the forecast is for green hydrogen in the coming years. Now, remember the figures: 623 and 895. These are in terawatt hours. The consumption forecast for green hydrogen. Germany, half, or rather 1/3 of this will be imported in Germany. 200 terawatt hours per year will be imported by Germany. But we also studied Greece, and this is the result of our exercise regarding the interest of the market in production and utilization of green hydrogen in Greece. There is the willingness to generate 70 terawatt hours of green hydrogen per year, and consumption, well, 30 almost. So it means that 40 terawatt hours per year can be exported. As we heard Ricardo this morning in this excellent study together with GIZ, this can be an underestimation of the actual thing on the basis of the study, GIZ and Ricardo. The capacity, the potential of production of green hydrogen is 250 terawatt hours per year. It's 10 times higher than what the market is able to produce and export nowadays. And this gives us a significant signal as to what may happen in the future with the green hydrogen infrastructure in Greece. This means that Greece may turn into a significant exporter of green hydrogen. 250 terawatt hours is a bit more than what Germany wants to import. So there was a common study team created between Greece and Germany, and we wanted to see what would happen if we wanted to produce hydrogen from cluster of RES and electrolyzers that would be not connected to the network. It was correctly said that 60% of the cost for the production of green hydrogen is due to the cost of power, electric power. Now, if we isolate this from the wholesale energy market, we have the net cost for the production. That would be 40% of the production cost had it been the energy coming from the network. So we support the potential to produce green hydrogen in independent plants and facilities. I'm referring to solar and wind plants that are not connected to the network. We've studied two areas, solar energy and wind energy potential in areas where we have already licensed solar and wind parks. And we also studied two pathways to have this reach Northern Europe. One starting from from Eastern Greece, to be more specific, from Komotini, either through Bulgaria or crossing the entire Greece from the east to the west through a pipeline whose backdate lines you can see here, and these are our current pipelines, the ones that we built for natural gas market. These are pipelines for hydrogen. So if we use this and we combine two different pathways to reach Central Europe, one from southeastern Europe on the right and one from Italy crossing the Adriatic Sea and the Italian peninsula, then we will be able to send green hydrogen, deliver it to Germany in a very good price for the Germans. The end price is from 2.9 to 4.5 euro per kilo. We are talking about green hydrogen delivered to Germany. So this led us to plan what you see in the map. On the left you see Hydria, which is the new hydrogen backbone of Greece to be developed. It was a project of common interest in common with Bulgaria. And it is still in the list, and we have already received financing for all studies that will lead to the construction of this pipeline on the left. And this is the southeast hydrogen corridor that you see on the left, in cooperation with all the operators. This will bring hydrogen to Germany. And on the right you see the new addition, the new project planned that aims to extend the pipeline of Western Macedonia, which is a hydrogen pipeline, and it's going to be in operation in September. And I wish that our colleagues from Hellenic Hydrogen will take an investment, will make an investment decision on their electrolyzer. So we have a pipeline for 9 kilometers driving hydrogen to the already existing pipeline. So this pipeline extending to Adriatic Sea with the help of IGI will reach SNAM's network in Italy. This is a new PCI project. You can see the map below, which is a recent map from the European Commission, and this project is going to be in the list of in the next list of PCI projects. What does this all mean? It means that since the future hydrogen market in Greece will be small and it won't be able to support investments, we expect to find support in the European market. So if we include our projects in the European map of projects of common interest, and we all heard with interest the Hydrogen Bank project, the intention is to include infrastructure works and projects in the Hydrogen Bank. So we aspire to have such projects to give a push to this in order to find buyers who are willing to invest in the construction of infrastructure. This will allow us to develop this market. Thank you very much. I'm at your disposal should you have any questions. We warmly thank Mr. Thomadakis. I suppose that you took note of his first transparency pertaining to the study that I have conducted. Now we have two last panels, two last sessions. The one pertains to carbon capture technologies, which is particularly interesting. Carbon capture and storage technology. This is important, and it has to do with the environmental aspirations of several companies. And the last panel will be on the opportunities and prospects for domestic production of biogas and biomethane. This has been largely debated. So I call upon Mr. Yannis Vouglakis, who is going to be moderating the discussion on CCS. Is a director, senior director with PwC in Greece. So Mr. Vouglakis, feel free to introduce the speakers and the panel. We're really glad to have you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Theodoris. I would like to thank you again for the invitation. Good afternoon, everyone. So, as it has been said, this is the one before last session. However, this is a topical subject, and I hope that you'll find it interesting. It is my turn to introduce Ms. Cleopatra Abraham, who is Strategic Planning Senior Director with DESFA, Ephthimis Tartaras, Themis, who is Senior Geoscience and Management Consultant of HEREMA, which is the Hellenic Hydrocarbons Association, Evangelos Giannopoulos, CCS Commercial Manager, and Charalambos Kouris, CCS Project Process and Environment Management. So good afternoon, one and all. It's a great pleasure to see you again. In the past, we had discussed similar issues, and I hope that you'll all agree that this is a very topical issue, and we are at a critical junction. I think that something similar has already been said vis-à-vis the green hydrogen issue. We need to see what has happened a year later. Indeed, there have been developments. There are things that we can share with the audience to share the news on developments. So, I'd like you to start from a brief presentation to set the framework of this dialogue. I don't know if Themis would like to start first, since in Jerema you play a more central coordinating role. Yes, of course. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I think that CCS is an important topical subject, and as you correctly put it, significant steps have been made throughout this last year. This is not one of the cases where we wait for developments and we never see them. I think that we've made advances. Let me talk about CCS, carbon capture and storage. This is a whole chain that starts from the industries where we capture CO2, which is emitted in the atmosphere. Then we have the transportation part that can be either through pipelines or vessels or trucks, etc. And all this is stored in underground facilities in geological formations that have the appropriate capacities. Why is it and properties? Why is it important? It's important for the climate because we have CO2 emissions. This is a greenhouse gas. These can't be avoided. There are industries that make huge efforts to reduce their CO2 emissions, but there are also those that are hard to abate, where, for instance, we have cement industry because of biochemical processes and the production of the product. They cannot but generate and produce CO2. So it's important for us to capture the CO2 and store it. Now, Greece has significant capture and storage objectives within the NECP, and of course the European Union does also have specific ambitious goals, reaching 50 million tons of storage by 2030 and 250 million tons by 2040. We're talking about huge quantities that will require significant investment that needs to be made fast. However, it's not only important for that. Obviously, climate plays the most important part. However, CCS is also important if we want the Greek industry to maintain its competitiveness. Industries such as cement industries or refineries, amongst the heavy industries in our country, need to have a solution that will allow them to avoid paying taxes due to ETS that has to do with CO2 emissions. If not, there will be in a pleasant position to abandon our country, and we will have a non-green product produced in countries that are not member states of the EU. We want them to stay and produce green products such as green cement, etc. So that's a framework for CCS, and this goes to show the value of this chain. Thank you very much, Themis. I think it's important for us to keep in mind that we do have specific objectives, specific policies, and we target specific sectors of the industry. Cleopatra. So within this exact framework of this new opportunity in the market, where is DESFA placed? From what we know, you already have undertaken specific initiatives and would like you to share them with us. Yes, of course. Thank you. I'll start by agreeing with Themis, and I have to point out that carbon capture is a quick solution if we are to solve the equation of getting rid of CO2 emissions. So this is substantial in our effort to have zero CO2 emissions, and it's a sustainable and fast solution. This is where the European Commission has based its efforts. We had the regulation for the management of industrial CO2, and this is based on the creation and establishment of an overall chain of carbon capture, transport and storage. So within this framework, DESFA, utilizing its own know-how in transport development, maintenance of networks, transport networks, as well as cryogenetic installations, is aiming at playing a decisive role. Besides in Greece already. Large industries, major industries have moved fast enough, and they have gained funds from Europe in order to produce capture facilities. Thus, they create the framework for the creation of a network for carbon capture, transportation, and liquefaction. So together with our partners in Ecolo, we have developed Apollo CO2 project that will start with the transportation of 3 million tons. Then we will shift on to 5 million tons, and in the long term, we will have transportation of up to 10 million tons. Now, let me answer your question. What is this project all about? Well, this is a network of pipelines for gas CO2 that will transfer CO2 from the fence of each industry, cement industries, refineries, even from power plants to Revithousa, where it's going to be liquefied. What is the advantage of this project? A very low operational cost, which we calculate to be 8 times less than any other alternative. You might ask me why this happens, why this is the case. Yes, well, you preempted my question. Well, this because we will have this liquefaction unit in Revithousa, and we are going to take advantage of the low temperature of LNG in order to liquefy CO2 through this unit with the help of vessels, etc. The liquefied CO2 will be transferred to be stored in Prinos or in Ravenna in Italy, etc., or any other storage facility in the closer region. Now, where are we currently as DESFA regarding this project? This is in the list of projects of common interest, in the existing list, and it has been approved in order for it to be included in the second list. We have steps still from the European Commission that we have been approved, and this allows us to have access to a broad spectrum of financing instruments. And, well, technically speaking, we are at the main design, and we aim at submitting the environmental conditions to be approved by the end of the year.
The operation of this project is expected to start around 2029. That's where we are with DESFA. I think at a very good stage and also in line with the rest of the plans. I think you've already pointed out various issues which I hope we're going to have the time to talk about today, like for example the comparative advantages of this particular infrastructure. We're talking about central infrastructure for the development of the domestic market. Let's now move on to the kind of beginning of this value chain, which is the what we call the so-called hard-to-abate sectors, Vangelis and Babis. If you can just talk about the specific projects, and as Cleopatra mentioned, they've had also the ability to receive some EU funding through a very competitive process. Vangelis. First of all, I'd just like to say that Titan has very specific objectives by 2050 for the decarbonisation. As a hard-to-abate industry, we have absolutely no other solutions other than CCUS technologies, and it's in this context we developed the IFESTOS project, which is one of the biggest ones in Europe when it comes to CO2 capture, with 9.9 million tons per year. We already have funding from the Innovation Fund. So therefore, we believe that first of all it's a project that cannot just move forward on its own. It's part of a broader value chain, which, as Themis mentioned, this value chain is going to allow the Greek economy to remain competitive. We also see this as an opportunity through the funding that we've received for these projects in that value chain, for the country to be at the forefront of the decarbonization of the industry. And at the same time, we see the different construction projects looking for low emission materials, and we also see some synergies with hydrogen, which I'm sure the people here understand that hydrogen and CO2 are the main components of e-fuels that can be used in aviation and the maritime industry. Of course, all these might sound very good, so they can become a reality from 2029 onwards. A series of things need to happen first, and as we've seen from experience from other countries, there needs to be an active role played by the government as for the support as well as the coordination of these projects. Thank you very much, Vangelis, for this initial intervention. I believe that we're going to have the opportunity to focus on some of your kind of final remarks of your opening intervention. Babis. Good afternoon from my side. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, of this conference. For me, this is the first time that I participate in this forum, and without wanting to pay compliments to anyone, I believe that often we do not have answers, but actually focusing on the definition of the problem, I think is a very good initial step, and I really believe that it's been very beneficial for me to be here and to kind of connect this with CO2 and the cement industry. When I saw that it was about green gases, I thought, well, we only have CO2, we don't have any green gases. However, I believe that there are some many common challenges between the decarbonization of the cement industry with all the things that we've talked about here today, about hydrogen and biomethane, etc. As I was not sure what I was going to talk about, I've prepared 3 slides. I'm going to be very brief, just to give you a brief overview of the cement industry, and I believe that also from Vangelis' side, I believe that there are so many common reference points. So I'm just going to go to the podium. In this slide, we just show the way the company Holcim and the Heracles Group, how we see the decarbonization of the construction industry. In this diagram, and what you see in this slide, in the top left, it has to do with the production of cement, because this is the beginning for this decarbonization to start in the construction industry. So therefore, there's the greening of the cement, which I'm going to show you in the following slide, what we can do from our side. And this green cement is the one that's going to be used, and it's already being used for the production of green concrete. It's something that it's already being used in the construction industry with a low carbon footprint. However, green cement and green concrete reduce the carbon footprint at the stage of construction. At the stage of the operation, we have new materials, new products, which increase the energy efficiency of the buildings, and therefore then we have a reduction of carbon footprint throughout the life of the life cycle of the building. And then these materials, once a building has come to its end of the life cycle, these materials can be recycled. We can see the volumes of CO2 being produced at the moment, starting from 2019 with a horizon to 2050. top right corner, you can see what are the tools that we can use for reducing our carbon footprint. I'm not going to go into detail about all of them, but I'd just like to just point out the CCUS, which is exactly what we're trying to use for reducing by half. So, for example, at the moment we're about 600 kilos per ton of cement, and with CCUS we can practically go down to zero. So, therefore, CCUS is the only known technology today in terms of realistic solutions for achieving the zero carbon footprint by 2050. Finally, we also have a program for which we've already received funding approval from the Innovation Fund for the construction of a plant in Aliveri in Evia. We've received funding for 125, the approval for the funding of 125 million. The total cost is going to be around 300 million. Without, this is just an estimate that we have today. With plan to put in operation towards the end of 2029, beginning of 2030. I need to say here that having received the funding is a significant step, but not the only step in order to move on to the implementation of that project. And with that, I'd like to conclude and go back to my seat. Thank you very much, Babis, for being very time efficient. I think that's taken us to the next level of our conversation, which essentially is the most important thing about the day after. So beyond the design and the planning that there is on behalf of DESFA and the government and all the projects that are being designed by the two companies, and not only those companies, there are other companies that have specific projects that they want to develop. We want to see where we're at the next phases. Let's start from the side of the emitters. When it comes to solutions, when it comes to this value chain, you talked about, Vangelis, you talked about the funding that you received from the Innovation Fund, the European Commission. So what is it that you require to kind of move on to the critical decision and move on to the actual implementation of the project? First of all, it requires coordination that is already there. We need to continue with this coordination, because a project is not developed by itself, but it's developed as part of an ecosystem, as a part of a value chain. So therefore, good coordination is required between the different projects so that we don't have any timing problems or technical incompatibilities. Also, we need a safety investment framework with a safe investment framework with mechanisms for the kind of reduction of risks. It could be state guarantees. There needs to be a clear regulatory framework. Concerning the whole value chain together with the storage side. However, one of the things that was also mentioned by Mr. Thomadakis earlier, both for hydrogen but also for CCUS technologies, we have the issue of the cost of electricity production. So therefore, electricity production for such projects, the consumption of green energy needs to be supported. Finally, specifically when it comes to the construction industry and the materials that we develop, we believe that there need to be strict criteria for low carbon footprint for the supply of materials in public works. Thank you very much, Vangelis. And I think that you kind of sort of set the kind of sort of stage about the whole kind of policy cycle. What are the main challenges that kind of you're looking to find solutions for, or kind of create the framework for moving on to the implementation of the project? First of all, the cement industry produces huge amounts of CO2, talking about 1 or 2 million per year. So therefore, we need CCUS, and if we don't have storage sites, then at a cost that makes sense for our operation on a practical level, then this project cannot be implemented. And that's why storage site that we have at the moment in Prinos, it needs to be able to move forward. At the same time, we cannot underestimate the fact that at the moment we've received funding approval for CCS for a total of emissions of around 3.4 million per year. And Nefti and Energean, they've already announced an initial phase of 1 million with a potential increase to 3 million. So therefore this is a significant milestone, whereas essentially the storage site of Prinos can be licensed for 2 or 3 million so that they can store so therefore this is a very important element, a storage site that's adequate for all of us, and the capacity of all these projects. Also, what I've mentioned in my brief presentation, we're talking about a project that's got a budget of 300 million. So therefore, beyond those 300 million, is what's behind it. There's also a very high operational cost. That's the kind of demand for electricity as times 3, essentially, with the installation of CCS. And something that was mentioned in by previous speakers, there needs to be some kind of investment visibility. There need to be a certain type of guarantees. No one can invest that kind of money based on the ETS price, which depends on things like the pandemic or wars, and therefore the changing kind of environment that we all live in. So therefore this is not a subsidy. We believe that it's just essentially it's a tool for reducing the investment risk, because all analyses show that based on the CBAM that's already been voted and it's the price of CO2 is going to go up. So therefore, during the time that is required for the implementation of the project, for us to move forward with the project, we would require these kind of guarantees for the side of the emitter. And of course at the same time for the rest of the value chain, because the emitters, we are the emitters, and that's why I'm spending more time talking about it, but at the same time there's also the side of the storage side and the transport, so therefore all of us need to be coordinated and get to an investment decision altogether. Thank you very much, Babis, and I think Cleopatra, just listening to what the plans are from the side of the emitter, if you could just tell us what are the advantages and how can kind of play a role in the development of the domestic market, and how we can start kind of sort of giving the kind of the greater kind of dimension. Yes, by listening to the two big cement industries, I was just thinking of how the CO2 can help overcome some of the problems mentioned by the other speakers. First of all, the Apollo CO2 is a central solution. A central solution means that through that solution we'll be able to utilize lower standing charges compared to, so therefore there are economies of scale, and we reduce the cost of the whole value chain. I'm not going to talk again about the importance of reduction, the importance in the reduction of electricity production. Apollo CO2 offers that central solution that is not only helping existing companies to connect, but also creates the right space in the future for new initiatives to connect and have zero emissions in the future. So therefore, Apollo CO2, we could say that it's a one-stop shop. It's going to facilitate and it's going to accelerate even licensing processes, a very time-consuming process that has already been mentioned before, by coordinating the full value chain and only leaving as a kind of risk for the investors the issue of the capture. We've already heard about the whole value chain. It would be good if we had with us here an Aegean, so that we can actually have a kind of some views from on the side of storage. So we talk about synergies, we talk about frameworks. If you can just share with us some of the developments or prospects in terms of a regulatory framework. Yes, I agree that it's particularly important to have a regulatory framework that for the whole value chain. But before going into detail, I'd like to say that when it comes to storage, there is a legislative framework based on which we can that we can use for licensing. However, this is not correct. There is the transposition in Greece of the European directive. What's missing is a holistic regulatory framework that regulates all the different parts of this value chain, from the production to the capture and the storage, and more specific issues of storage, about the transfer of a license, how the distribution of the capacity is going to be how it's going to be allocated, how you're going to determine the prices, etc. These are very, very important issues, which are, unless they're regulated, we cannot have an effective implementation of this value chain. I believe that we have a very good and advanced draft of this regulatory framework. There's already an open consultation with various stakeholders from that value chain. And our goal is that by the end of the year this is going to be completed, together of course with secondary legislation that is going to follow. As I said, there are many things that need to be determined. The allocation of capacity, as I mentioned, is particularly important because on one hand we are kind of lucky enough to have 3 projects that have received funding, but these already correspond to 3.4 tons per year, and Prinos, with the estimates that we have at the moment, can get to up to kind of more or less to 3 million tons per year. So therefore there is an issue of how we can actually fit all those volumes in Prinos. Also, the initial phase that we have for Prinos is only for the storage of 1 million tons. So therefore this is something that needs to be regulated. But there's also the issue of a possible support of emitters, because we all understand that the whole issue of ETS is variable. And we've seen that there is some kind of form of state guarantees in all the countries where CCS has already been implemented, either through state aid or through various private initiatives. For example, in the Netherlands, it's just a combination of the two. So therefore, these are all things that are on the table, and we're all kind of working towards that. Yes, and I believe that it's very positive and especially knowing the importance of the timing of all of this, that there is a specific target for within this year. Emi, if you could just, very briefly, if you could just tell us where we are with Prinos. What's the timeline? Because we're talking about a very significant and emblematic project. I think we're lucky because in Greece we do have a project like Prinos. There are not many of them in Southeast Europe, in the North Sea. There are such sites, and Prinos, the EEP, has already submitted to DG Klima the plan for the storage site, and we're now at the phase of exchange of kind of opinions between DG Klima and the EEP to resolve any kind of pending issues based on their observations and their remarks, and the goal is to have the storage license by this autumn, of course after we've received the environmental terms for that license. So therefore we're talking about a positive message. Of course there are some things, I wouldn't say hurdles, just certain licensing stages that you need to go through. Yeah, from DG Klima it's just an opinion that we need to receive, it's not an approval. Of course, you know, we need to have it'd be good to have a positive opinion. And just a very quick round, Cleopatra, Babs, Evangelis. I think your message already shows a kind of a prospect of a kind of a big capacity and for the management of a large volume of captured CO2. So what are the possible scenarios? Of course, domestic capture and storage is not sufficient. We've talked about other solutions like Ravenna that you mentioned earlier. Essentially, what's your proposals? It is clear, as Themi said, that the issue of storage is a significant issue. The capacity of storage sites is low. The European Commission itself, in the design for it has talked about the necessary mapping of all the storage sites in the whole of Europe. DESFA is already aware of that, and that's why we've already signed a MOU with ENGAS in Egypt for the purpose of starting some form of cooperation with them to see whether some geological formations in Egypt can be used for the capture and storage of CO2. However, the most important thing, just like Vangelis said, and I totally agree with him, is that in all these projects that we mentioned, in storage and capture, there needs to be good coordination between all these projects. Babis, are there any technological risks? We're talking about a new technology. You, just like Titan, is there a technological risk, and how do you see that? As I can see it, because I've been following this project very closely, and I cannot say that there are no risks. On the other hand, I'm by nature very optimistic on one hand, but on the other hand, there are many scientists, I would say, that support this technology, and there is also the will of the companies that we work with to develop this further and create an industrial application of a very innovative technology, and I believe that any problems that we might come across will be able to overcome them. However, what is of concern and where I see a big difference between the cement industry, and specifically at least with or without CCS, is that the many skills that are going to be required by our personnel. There's absolutely no comparison between the cement production and the management of gases. So therefore I believe that time and training and money is required to get to the point that, what's important is that you already recognize that, if you can just give us some more examples, what we can learn from similar experiences in other countries. I'm just going to kind of focus on the kind of sort of the weak points and the learnings that we've had from other countries. Just as an example, to mention that last week the commercial head of Northern Lights mentioned that they needed to redesign a jetty in order to receive the CO2 vessels that are going to be used for the value chain. So therefore there needs to be a timely coordination of these projects in order to avoid such phenomena, redesigning that involve an additional cost, and to have the maximum possible capacity both from capture projects as well as storage projects. That's why there needs to be coordination, and therefore there needs to be a coordinator. I think that's the punchline of this panel. So coordination, synergies, and coordinator. Thank you very much for the discussion. I hope it's been interesting for everyone.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. Ecoelas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. Ecoelas, green present, clean future.
It's all over the news. Tech companies are becoming energy giants, banks are becoming software companies, and fast food is getting into wellness. At PwC, we're making sure you're ready for what's next. With AI that's built for how your business works, we're designing built-for-you solutions with tech titans and trailblazers. And our 370,000 professionals are taking on the knowns, unknowns, and never saw that comings that are definitely coming. We're in it with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
So this brings us to the last session, last but not least, and it's going to be moderated by our distinguished journalist, our distinguished colleague Michalis Mastorakis, who is knowledgeable on energy issues, and he has with him Dr. Kyriaki Karakitsou from DEPA and Mr. Christos Zafiris. Unfortunately, Ms. Bayrami won't be able to attend. She is going to have a brief intervention. Brother, Mr. Ifadis is going to have a brief intervention after Mr. Zafiris and Ms. Karakitsou. So, Mr. Mastorakis, I give you the floor. We thank all the participants. I hope that Mr. Ifadis has already joined us, and he'll follow after the first two speakers. Okay, thank you very much, Theodoris. Panel 10, opportunities, prospects and challenges for domestic production of biogas, biomethane and bio-LNG. I think that already in our discussion throughout the day, this has already been presented. So it's a panel that will sum up what has already been said. So I'll like to give the floor to the two first speakers on the panel, and then we will move on to Mr. Ifandis. And I want you to be brief, and then we'll be able to be more specific. So we'll start by you, Dr. Karakitou. We can't hear her, unfortunately. So good afternoon. We'd like to thank you for the invitation yet another time in this event. One more time. We have presented our pilot project already. DEPA commercial has been transformed, and it has turned from a natural gas company to an energy group that is active not only in natural gas and electric power, but also in the RES sector and in the generation of power and renewable gases such as hydrogen and biomethane. Biomethane as a renewable gas with a zero CO2 footprint has a central place in our strategy for the decarbonization of the country's energy mix. It doesn't only have to do with technology, it's a matter of our holistic philosophy. We want to strengthen local community, local society, turning waste into a useful source of energy. I'm referring in particular to biomethane, which has, as I said, zero footprint. So DEPA, the company that introduced natural gas in our country, is innovating once again with the first biomethane project in the country. And this has already been implemented in the Pharmachita facilities in Filipiada, in Preveza, and this project has been implemented with the full support, continuous support of the DEPA management, and thanks to the continuous efforts of our staff, following the excellent cooperation with Pharmachita and Prodeval, the French company, which in fact is the supplier of the biogas upgrade unit, as well as with the support of our advisors. So this project in Filipiada is a tangible example of how cyclical economy can function in practice. In the Pharmachita's facilities, where there's already a unit of cogeneration of power from biogas from animal husbandry waste, we have increased the generation and production of biogas, keeping stable the generation of electric power. We have added an upgrade facility unit with a membrane system, therefore upgrading gas to biomethane, which is highly pure. It has a purity exceeding 97%. We have completed testing, and we have almost completed the licensing processes for the unit. We are waiting for the approval of its operation in order for us to start using it commercially. The biomethane produced will be compressed, that is, it will be bio-CNG, it will be turned into bio-CNG and will be then transferred to the Physicon stations, either in Ioannina or in Psathopyrgos, for use as fuel, vehicle as fuel, or it may be injected in the future. As soon as the regulatory framework is completed, we can inject it into the natural gas network. This pilot project is to us a first step. We have come across many difficulties, as you can tell. We started in 2022. It took us almost 3 years to reach that stage of implementation. There were many obstacles, given that technology was missing from Greece. However, nowadays we have acquired and collected data necessary that will allow us to expand to larger scale projects, either in bio-CNG or bio-LNG even, with the liquefaction of the biomethane produced. Thank you very much. We'll come back to that pilot project. Mr. Zafiris, let's hear your first remark. You can use the podium if you like. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for the invitation. It's a bit late, but I'll speak about history. You'll see how biogas and biomethane came to Greece. Now, in the 90s, there was an attitude in the Greek market, those dealing with biological waste, claiming that everything went well. Kournopitos hadn't created any issues, so we thought that everything would go well. We started with biomass through energy plants in Greece. We found out that there was biomass available in Greece. We had waste, and no one would talk about that. I'm referring to organic waste, not urban waste. Back then, organic waste were of negative value. Not zero, but negative value. This to us was an incentive. So we went on to find the best in the European Union. Whatever project we do it in synergy with the market. We never fail to consult the market. So we found the best company back then that was ideal for waste management. There was the Bioenergy University department in Ensberg. The Danish were the ones who were pioneering that sector. So we had our first project. We were coordinators of the Greek biogas production, and back then in the 90s we got to learn what organic waste means. And to make it simpler, we learned why it's better to have cow's manure than pig's manure, why we need to have better cut wheat and not corn. We got to know how the residues from the olive oil mill play a part. What I mean by that is that organic waste involves a technology and a know-how that's important. We got to learn that from the Danish. We learned about the energy balance, and back in the 90s we were able to identify 280,000 SMEs in primary sector with waste. In 2006, DBI was the company that had undertaken biomethane projects in Germany. And they asked for our own cooperation in order to deal with biomethane. We entered the project as a partner, so we got to know about biomethane, bio-CNG, bio-LNG. We got to know about the whole process. In 2008, the ministry took the injection points of biomethane in Greece. In 2008, 7 such points. We only had DESFA back then. It goes without saying that we had come in contact with DESFA, EPA, ASICA, and DEPA commercial, and we had a cooperation with them, and they told us where we could enter from. We gave them the terawatt hours data, and in Western Greece, we had identified the Philippiada for bio-LNG, bio-CNG. On March 28, 2010, we had presented in the decentralized government of Epirus the project for bio-LNG. On the left, you can see the map of Germany with the first units in 2007, the first units for biomethane. And we had introduced the first units that would be created, that would be built. So, for the first time, biomethane was mentioned in a law. This was in 2002. It was on urban waste. Only one line. And in NECP in 2009 and 2010, we moved on to 2020 in 2009, 4.28. And for the first time, this was included in a Greek bill of law. So ever since that time, we knew what biogas biomethane would mean, an injection in the network or grid. And afterwards, in 2022, having acquired this experience and having completed more than 20 projects, we were project coordinators. They green me up, but that was the formation of policy of legislative interventions for biogas and biomethane. Now, on the 16th of that month, the project was completed and we did present it to the ministry. Those of you who will visit the NECP plan, you'll see this. And we had undertaken the calculation of the capacity or of the potential for biomethane for the entire EU and for Greece, depending on the number of animals. There are 36 categories of cows. So we have milking cows producing different quantities of biomethane than breeding cows. So we found out that there is a biomethane potential for Greece, which is 6.7 terawatt hours. We usually get 30% on the basis of data in Greece on biomethane. So we calculated, we did all the calculations, and we have 2.1 terawatt hours. This was our contribution. And to conclude, I can tell you that we have our eyes turned to the future. Right now, we are working in High Fuel Lab on biomethane with the gasification process. We have as our partner PSI, one of the best investigating institutes, research institutes in the world, and we use as raw material residues that are entered into a gasifier. Ultimately, we get hydrogen. This hydrogen is added to the unit for water electrolysis, and we have the e-methane. All this is entered into a liquefied bed, and let me tell you that the catalyst is permanent. And another thing I'd like to point out is our visit a month ago to this pilot project. These three gentlemen that you can see the photo down below, they're representative of the company that have bought the rights, the manufacturer and the engineers. We have students working on that pilot who are well paid for their participation. So our contribution might be insignificant regarding biomethane in these past years, but from this insignificant element we can reach everywhere. Thank you.
Και να περάσουμε κατευθείαν στον κύριο Ιφαντή. Κύριε Ιφαντή, μας ακούτε?
Mr. Ifadis, I hope you can hear us. Yes, hello. Good afternoon. You have the floor, sir, for a few introductory remarks. I think that you have been following the whole discussion. Yes, hello. It's important for us to examine the entire framework. What we heard about the history of biomethane and biogas is interesting. However, well, it is with bitterness that we find out that it took us years to evolve, and particularly in a sector where Greece has a high potential. However, let's come on to the present. It's crystal clear that there is potential in the sector. It's not just us saying that. It's been said by the European Union, and I think that it has been extensively analyzed. We've seen how significant biomethane is, and it may contribute to the country's cyclical economy. The important part is that it has an added value for the country itself, as an industry, as an organic waste operator, as a supplier, etc. It lies there in the future. However, the present presents its own difficulties. What is important is that there are units and facilities available. There are already 80 such facilities. This is a significant step forward, but there are many problems that need to be remedied in order for us to take the next steps forward. Right now, there are losses in the industry. It's not profitable. And we need to take into account that we need to shift to biomethane really quickly. I'd like to place emphasis on that because not many people know it. We were forced, as is the case in many different sectors. We had such a case in waste management. It takes us too long to catch up with Europe. So the first biogas facilities for power generation were first built in 2017 and onwards. So the average life of an investment in biogas to generate power is under 5 years in Greece. So you can understand that in Greece, biogas, something essentially new. And without having been able to strike a balance in power generation with the known problems of the availability of raw materials that are due to the fact that we do have laws that are not implemented. So we have come to a point where we need to shift to biomethane when such a change is particularly difficult. So what's really important, and I think that this will indicate how we will evolve without closing down facilities, which is already the case, is to see how this transition will take place. And we need to make sure that these investments that have taken place will not become obsolete and will proceed to the next step. It's a complex problem, and it calls for the legislative support by the states. It calls for cooperation with scientific bodies. And I'd like to say here that the CAP with the Department of Biomass is always a supporter and always presents the situation in an objective way, combining science and technical knowledge. in its reports to the state. They are an independent consultant because we business people sometimes are accused that we're trying to take advantage of the circumstances, although we stand to lose. But there's always a suspicion that we business people are not grounded. But there's the view of CAPE, of regulators, of DEPA, etc., that we need to have sustainable framework. What we're asking for is a sustainable framework, and this does not call for further financing. It's a mistake to believe that there's lack of money, lack of funds. What we need is to have regulation, legislative incentives in order for the whole biomethane chain to operate. And legislative regulation is much more important . This is where we should start from. It might sound bizarre, but in Greece it's much easier to find financial support rather than having institutional changes and interventions that might restructure the system. I hope that this is well understood and that we all understand how significant biomethane and green gases are. And I want to believe that in the coming period, following the enactment of the law that will contain certain corrections following the consultation with the market, I hope that we will have a new era where we are going to enjoy the real actual support that will allow us to take steps faster. This is a prerequisite if we are to catch up with Europe. It would be a pity to lag behind without being able to conclude this effort and to bring this benefit for our national economy.
Despite the fact that everyone in this sector, we kind of feel the negative impact during this period, we all believe in what we do, and I would say that the sector also has an understanding that the positive impact for the environment and the local communities is huge. I think that's the kind of the biggest kind of moral kind of reward that we receive, and we believe that in the future we can help with creating a sustainable investment. Thank you very much, Mr. Infandis. A very important intervention. We can now move on to a very kind of quick round of questions, given that many things have already been covered by the first round of interventions. Mr. Infandis, you just talked about the added value in the biogas projects. Could you indicatively tell us what the added value is in these kind of projects for the country? First of all, what is needed for the construction of a biogas substation is done internally. That requires local workers, and therefore all the materials that are going to be purchased for the construction of that station, pumps, etc. Everything is manufactured in Europe. So therefore, we do not need anything from outside in order to build a biogas station. Another thing, of course, is that when we produce biogas, it's not just the biomethane as a product. As part of the upgrade process, there's also the bio-CO2, which is a valuable material that can be either combined with green hydrogen and create what is known as e-fuels, or it can be used as it is in the industry, in industries that uses CO2 for various industrial applications. We need The third and most important of all of them is the liquid that is actually left behind after we've extracted the biogas. This is an organic material that is very rich in nutrients, and therefore it can, with the right processing, this product can become a component for chemical fertilizers. We've seen that in reality, if we could get to the levels as set out by the national plan, we could cover all our needs in fertilizers. Nitrogen fertilizers are also dependent on that, and it can be used for one of the most important products, which are agricultural products. So therefore we understand that the value cycle, first of all, when it comes to biogas, is not limited to biomethane, and also we're talking about a plant, an industrial plant, that's going to be located regionally, which is very important for regional development. And the plant is using human resources for all different, kind of a broad range of specialties. So therefore, it's very important for job creation, and there are many studies that show the importance of that. And finally, it also relates to the fact that we are a significant factor of agricultural development in the region, or at least we should be, and that's the role that we will play in the future. How investments are going to be done in agriculture if farmers do not know what to do with residual waste. Either they're going to have to kind of be illegal in the way they dispose of them, or they're going to have a biogas unit close to them so that they can actually receive these waste. The same goes for where the digestate can be locally and provide for an alternative fertilizer for agricultural production. So therefore, when we're talking about the added value of biogas, we have it's really high. The problem is that it's a very complex and multifaceted issue, and that's why it requires a multifaceted political intervention. So therefore, I'd like to conclude by saying that when it comes to biomethane, we also need the Ministry of Energy, that's a co-funder of this project, but we also need the Ministry of Agriculture, and in other words, we need a body that will coordinate and help with finding the right solution in Greece. Mr. Karakitsos, you talked about the pilot project of DEPA. What's the strategic importance? The DEPA pilot project plays a pivotal role in the strategic and the country's energy strategy. And in fact, going back to what Mr. Ifandis was saying, it creates a model which is slightly different to what we know about the power production through biogas. Our model is that either the biogas producer becomes a biomethane producer, but also as provided for by the recent bill, there's also the ability of a differentiation between biogas producers and biomethane producers. So in this context, DEPA, by concluding the pilot project, that as I mentioned, we're adding an upgrade unit in an existing production unit. We're already talking to biogas producers so that we can upgrade the produced biogas, either for its conversion to bio-CNG or bio-LNG, or if it's close to a natural gas network for its direct injection at the same time. We're talking to other stakeholders for the development of other technologies and innovations. So that we can have an even more efficient production of biomethane in the country. Mr. Zafiris, very briefly, if you could tell us what's the primary obstacle when it comes to the biomethane market in the country? It was already mentioned by Mr. Fadis, but what do you see as a major obstacle? I think I just showed you through the kind of brief history that I presented that when in 2006, 2007, you've already provided the government with the injection sites, and until now nothing has happened. I think that tells something in itself. I think this is something that we work with biomass need to accept, that biomass and the waste management in Greece, it's not like wind or solar energy and tourism. They haven't been assessed properly, and what we always say is that the main advantage for biomass units is that they manage waste with negative value, and they help the environment. And then, of course, energy comes second. The first problem is that there isn't a biomass market, and if there isn't a biomass market, there isn't a supply chain, there isn't any process for managing such project. So therefore, you cannot do anything with a project if you haven't seen where the raw material comes from. And the problem is that in Greece, people don't really know much about waste. There are different types of waste that have a different energy content, and they cannot be transported together. And this is very important, because if you can imagine, if you have some kind of waste and you transport it from one central point to another, the opposite happens with waste. You have to collect it from different points and then transport it to a central unit. But as Mr. Ifandis said, that this is something that needs to be done immediately, that the Ministry of Development needs to understand what a megawatt hour is, and also the government needs to understand what waste agricultural products mean, because if that doesn't happen, then we're not going to move forward, because the main problem that we have in Greece is the collection of the raw material. And one final comment is that anyone who has waste can offer it to somebody who has the unit, and they can save on the money required for having a collection of waste on their site. If from all the interventions, if we could just summarize it in 3 points about the creation of a supply chain, because the issue of raw materials is also existent in existing units. And at the same time, a second point would be the pilot project, which together in collaboration with everything that's already happened and the history that Mr. Zafiris has talked about, gives us the technical expertise that allow us to design biomethane production projects, which at the moment we don't have, but we might be able to have them in the future, using the kind of learnings of other technologies. And the third point is what Mr. Efendis mentioned about the transition, how we can move through this transition. Yes, on one hand we know where we need to get to, but however we need the right legislative initiatives, because the current regulatory framework on one hand answers some questions, but at the same time it just leaves many other pending issues without any specific timeline on how and when exactly they're going to be solved. With all this, thank you very much, and back to the floor to Tavaris.
engineering the future. If you are an owner, APC contractor or an engineering company, ENG are your partner of choice for project management and multidisciplinary engineering services. We are an international consulting and engineering company with more than 30 years of experience, specializing in multidisciplinary engineering services for the energy, water, infrastructure and industrial sectors. ENG work alongside owners, EPC contractors and consultants to provide effective solutions. As experts in composite pipes and structures, oil and gas, power, industrial plants and water infrastructure, ENG will work with you from project inception throughout the entire engineering cycle. From the concept design stage through to front-end engineering designs, to detailed design, construction drawings and assistance on site, ENG will provide innovative solutions for developing state-of-the-art greenfield projects, as well as for expanding, streamlining, debottlenecking and upgrading existing plants and infrastructure. Our clients enjoy the benefits of working with ENG in today's market where value is key. Speak to us today.
So with all this, we started at 9:30 this morning. It's now 6:30, and we conclude the third Hydrogen and Green Gases Forum, I think with a lot of success, at least from all the comments that we've heard. Personally, I'm very pleased with the level of the interventions that we've had, the conversations, and the prospects that have been talked about. I believe that if we can just say one thing about this forum is that the space for hydrogen and biogases is now maturing. It's coming into maturation phase, which means that many of the things that have been announced in the past with kind of greater ambitions, at the moment they have a more kind of rationalized dimension, and I think that's not necessarily negative. It looks like this market is now taking shape, and it's taking a shape with that has more kind of realistic characteristics and not the ambitious ones that were initially announced. Thank you all. You can our next event is our two-day event for renewables, energy sources and storage. Maybe now it should be renamed as storage and renewables. Thank you all for being here, and the many of you who followed us online. And thank you very much.